Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is hammered down in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11, Mortal Realm, Family and Friends. Wakey wakey. Someone was speaking to her. Had she been snoozing? Rukia could not remember having gone to bed. Maybe she had fallen asleep in class. But that didn't sound like any of her instructors. Damn it, Renji, why can't you wake me up when I doze off? See if I heal you next time you burn your short hairs at Hado practice. A light came on above her, and she opened her eyes. When the unfamiliarity of her surroundings sank in, Kukaki bolted upright on her futon. Hello, there. How are we feeling? She turned her head, to find a man sitting by the doorway. He was wearing a plain green hakama and coat. There was a cane propped against his shoulder, and some peculiar type of head covering that overshadowed his eyes, as well as a tangle of messy blonde hair. Everything about his posture spoke of being loosely relaxed, and this was supported by the lazy smile that was being directed at her. Even his voice was laconic and murmuring, unrestrained. Rather soothing, actually. I've never seen this man before. Where am I? A quick glance around told her nothing. A small room of no particular distinguishing characteristics. Looking down, Rukia found that she was dressed only in her white inner robe. Folded neatly beside her was her death god Shiakusho, and laying on top of that was her Zanpakuto. A blanket, a futon, and, of course, him. This is still the mortal world. And he's warm. I feel warm. Not only that, I can feel the blanket, and the floor. They're not impermanent anymore. Like I'm a part of this world. Which means something has changed very drastically since I last awoke. Time for questions. Without moving, the wary waif turned back to the other occupant. What am I doing here, and what have you done to me? Her mystery companion made a sucking sound with his teeth, then settled into a cross-legged position, the cane resting on his knees. He didn't seem offended by her dismissal of his greetings, but that sense of relaxation had been consciously dropped. Reaching up, the man doffed his hat. Without the obstruction, it suddenly became evident that his eyes were an unusual gray color, like storm clouds. It came back to her. Clouds, over the water. In deepest darkness, there had suddenly come light, but that was just a presage for the true night. That vast, cold, threatening presence reaching out for her, and the impression of being drawn into its awful clutches before. Something rubbed up against her then, and meowed. Startled, Kukaki looked down to find a black cat nuzzling its head against her knees. It looked up at her briefly, giving a glimpse of eyes like sunlight flashing off metal, so bright that she felt this strange body flush with heat upon making contact with them. Then they were closed again, and the black tabby continued rubbing its whiskers against her. Maybe she likes my scent, the bemused maiden thought. Acting on instinct, she reached down and gathered her admirer up, bringing it into the warm embrace of her lap. The cat settled in there, wrapping its tail around itself and purring contentedly. Rukia stroked the sleek body, marveling at the way its fur seemed to register under her new hands. Really, just what was going on here? Ah, look at that. She likes you. She glanced up, to find the man once more grinning merrily. He had a fan open now, and was waving it enthusiastically in the air, the cloth bag again on his head. Was this person some type of performer? He looks pretty ridiculous right now. Please forgive me for any discourtesies, young lady. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the owner of this fine establishment you find yourself in. While I have many titles, ranging from good master shopkeeper to deadbeat con artist, the appellation by which I am most often known is one of unforgettable majesty. Generous to my friends, feared by my enemies, I am everyone and I am no one. On my birth, the earth did quake, and lightning spelled out a name in the heavens by which I would forever be known. Suddenly a ball that had hung unnoticed from the ceiling over his head popped with a puff of smoke, and streamers and confetti blossomed out in a colorful rain. They fluttered down about him, and in the midst of this extravagant display, the showman leapt to his feet, struck a pose with his cane planted firmly on the floor, and looking back at her over his shoulder, whispered two words. Kisuk. Urahara. Rukia felt the urge to applaud this performance, because it now became clear that she was in the presence of a professional clown. In her lap, she could have sworn she heard the cat snort indelicately. Oh, wait, he just introduced himself. Royal training suddenly took over her reactions. Pleased to meet you. And she gave a small bow of her head. He seemed to be waiting for her to say more, and when nothing came, the man visibly deflated. Had he expected her to recognize the name? That was odd behavior for a mortal, if that was indeed what he was. But really, she had no desire to play games. It was high time somebody did a bit of explaining. Before she could open her mouth, though, the man darted forward and knelt before her, causing Rukia to flinch slightly. His fan was covering his mouth now, and there was no more merriment to be found in those steely orbs. And what is your name, good lady? There was something plainly disturbing about the atmosphere in the room now. Should she lie, or refuse to respond? Looking into his eyes, suddenly any thought of prevarication died away, and she found herself speaking without conscious control. Rukia. A slight tilt to the head. Rukia. Questioning, clearly. Don't tell him. Don't speak the name, it could be dangerous, who knows what this man might. Kukaki, sir. Something stirred under her hands, but she could not focus on that now. There was only the sight of grey irises and black pupils, in which she could see herself reflected clearly, and the look on her own face was one of wide-eyed fright. Then the fan dropped away. Gaya. His mouth was hanging open, and his tongue with it. He then shut his jaw so fast he bit his tongue, and fell back onto his rear, clutching his face. After a moment of muffled cursing and leg flailing, though, Urahara removed his fingers and stared at her. KK Kukaki. In a flash he was down on his knees, hands on the floor and face pressed into the straw mats in the traditional posture of submission. Forgive this poor wretched penitent, O sublime noble lady. Please allow me to make this up to you in my own small way. Hinta. Ururu. Refreshments for our guest. He clapped his hands over his still bowed head. A door swept open behind her, and Rukia caught a faint glimpse of two small figures moving very quickly, laying down a low table. They darted from the room before she could distinguish anything more about them, and then apparently returned to lay down bowl after bowl of food. There was fine fluffy white rice, piled high in a resplendently glazed bowl and steaming in mouth-watering fashion. Then came fugu, sliced expertly to avoid any trace of blowfish venom entering the diner's system. Whale bacon fizzled fresh from the grill, while steamed vegetables warmed the air with their aroma. There was dragon fruit jelly mooncake, as well as skewers laden with beef, vegetables, and tofu dripping with sauce and their own juices. A large platter housed such traditional fare as soba noodles, deep-fried tempura, sashimi, and shabu-shabu complete with a dish of hot water to dip the beef into. The middle of the table was kept clear, and into this came all the dishes peculiar to that most refined and culturally distinctive repast, kaisuke ryuri. A smaller table was then brought in, and on this were several jugs and cups of sake of the highest quality. Voice muffled by the carpet, Kisuke called again. Tessai. Play to entertain the princess. Rukia's head whipped around as a door off to the side slid open. Crouched there ramrod straight was a giant of a man with black hair that looked like a Marimo algae ball had been slapped on top of his head. He wore glasses and a neatly trimmed mustache, and his bare arms were thick with muscle. In those massive hands was clutched the friliest most antique shamisen instrument she had ever seen. Fingers the size of crab claws then began to pluck at the strings, and the most beautiful and subtle melody rose from the instrument, letting the notes resonate in the air before sliding smoothly into the next refrain. And for your enjoyment I, Kisuke Urahara, shall dance for you, my lady. The capped comedian then sprang to his feet and began to prance around the room, using fan and cane as props to highlight his performance. Strutting and gamboling about, he managed to look both elegant and laughably ridiculous. Kisuke kicked his feet up high, his loose flapping pants displaying hairy legs and sometimes more than that. And the whole time, he never stopped talking. We are so very, very humbled to have a personage of such high renown gracing our unworthy shop, O forgiving mistress. Someone so superlative, so forgiving, could surely overlook any unintended insults we might have tendered. Forgiveness is divine, so if you could find it in your heart to forgive us, we can all forgive and forget we ever had to forgive this ever happened. Forgive, forgive, forgive. Let's sing a song about it. Tessai. He clapped his hands. Sing about forgiveness. A thrum of the strings. No. The music cut off with a sharp twang. Behind her, the servers stopped in their preparation of a Manhan Chuanshi course. Kisuk froze in mid-leap, and promptly crashed to the ground as a result. Rukia remained where she sat. Not a single muscle was permitted to twitch, but the vein throbbing in her temple would have caused any competent doctor to suspect a brain aneurysm. Her flashing purple eyes were filled with tears that could have been from restrained laughter or abject misery. That, or some very sharp claws that had dug into her thighs briefly. I do not need for you to entertain or feed me. Right now, all I want is an explanation for how I came to be here. Urahara managed to use his cane to lever himself upright. But my lady, he panted, you are of royal blood, it would be discourteous for us not to provide. My name is royal, not my blood. She snapped. I am not a Kukaki by birth, I was adopted, all right? Now can we please move on to explanations? The cat had retracted its claws from her flesh around this point, and again settled comfortably into its warm seat, apparently content once more. Well, Miss Kukaki? What? He paused. Pardon. You just called me something, what was it? Kisuk glanced back and forth between her and Tessai. Do you mean miss? When she nodded, he said, oh, well, that's a European form of polite honorific for unattached young ladies of good standing. Is this a problem? His audience considered this for a moment. No. I suppose not. Please forgive my interruption, pray continue. Actually, Miss Kukaki, you were brought to our attention by a very public disturbance regarding souls, hollows, and an oceanic expanse. I can't actually speak to a first-hand account of the events. Then who can? No one alive. He said that statement with as nonchalant a face as was humanly possible. But the details are not important. What matters is that you came to us in complete shock from the experience. What experience? I don't remember anything that makes sense. Your experience prior to material transition. So, in order to stabilize your spirit and prevent any long-term damage, we placed you into a GGI that we had in stock, very high-quality maintenance, only 30,000 yen on the dollar, no layaways, sorry, I've lost money that way. You have GGI handy? Forgive me, but who are you, exactly? The shop's owner, Kisukura Hara, a dead man in a GGI, and persona non grata from Soul Society. And yes, we do. So anyway. What language is that? Latin. Once you were safely ensconced in a material form, we moved you to a room where you could get some rest and recuperate from your ordeal. And that is what we like to call the long and short of it. This exchange was followed by several seconds of everyone just staring at one another. Rukia was still perplexed in spite of the preceding conversation. She found that some of this consternation was dispelled by stroking the fur of the midnight bundle settled in her lap. Apparently the feeling was mutual, for the feline began to purr in a most charming manner. And that added to her own improving sense of well-being. While it was true that she could recall very little of what had gone on before, the overwhelming impression that remained was that she had been in a very bad spot. In fact, Rukia had the distinct feeling that she had been as close to death back there as she had ever been in the streets of Western Rukanga. And by whatever chance or miracle, she had survived, and found herself in friendly, if awkward, company. So perhaps now was the time to express a little gratitude. With this being decided, she locked eyes with the blonde chatterbox and inclined her head meaningfully. Urahara-san, I am most grateful for the sanctuary you have provided to me. If there is any way I can be of service to you, please do not hesitate to ask. He brightened several shades from that remark. Actually, Miss Kukaki, there is something you can do for us. Kisuk moved in to take a seat before her, respectful and proper. All of us here, and he gestured to Tessai and himself, are, as I said, not among the living, but we exist among them all the same. Due to the special circumstances of our existence, we're still able to carry on some form of commerce with our old home in Soul Society. In terms of goods and services, this is a most satisfactory and beneficial arrangement for both sides. But regarding news and information, we're somewhat parched. So, I was just thinking. It will take about a day before you've recovered sufficiently to warrant slipping out of that on-loan suit you're sporting. No charge, by the way, no charge, glad to be of service to a death god in need. But perhaps, in the intermediate space of time, you would be so kind as to inform us as to what might be afoot in the old haunt. To put it simply, we'd like to get some gossip. Oh. She considered this request. Well, certainly, I would. Somewhere in the distance, a bell rang, and at its chime, Kisuk sprang up. Customer! He proclaimed, and the rest of his crew roared into action. Passing by where she sat, he glanced down with a wry grin. We're still open for business. Would it trouble you too much to sit in on our workplace and get us up to speed in between orders? Rukia blinked in shock. Well, no, actually, that is quite all right. Beautiful! He exclaimed, and then trotted out of the room, his headwear perched at a jaunty angle and cane over his shoulder. Kukaki was about to follow, when she remembered the cat. Dislodging it was somewhat of a nuisance, but before she could postulate a viable scenario for comfortably removing it, of a sudden the issue was resolved for her. A black streak shot up and draped itself around her shoulders. It was rather like wearing a silk scarf with a pulse and claws. Not uncomfortable. In fact, the farthest thing from it. Apparently at least one person in the room knew what they wanted. And perhaps there was a sort of family tradition at work here. Out loud, she only said, I wonder what Byakuya Nyasama would think. A soft meow was her only reply. What sort of soul candy are they selling out of over there? Chappie. It's been popular ever since I was in the academy. Oh. When did you graduate? Is old Jengoro still making life miserable for the students? I didn't. And yes, he is. Are you an academy attendee? Briefly. Nothing special to speak of. Tessai-san, you. My time in Soul Society left no lasting mark, Lady Kukaki. I doubt there are a handful who would remember me. Have there been any phenomenal students of late? Any designees who have been fast-tracked to captain? No. The last person to become a captain was. Ah, yes, fine choice, thank you for stopping by. Remember us at Triple Coupon Day. I'm sorry, you were saying, Miss Kukaki. My brother. Byakuya Kukaki. He's the first seat of Squad 6 now. Ah, the torch has been passed. It's so rare for a captaincy to open up. What was the last division to require a replacement, anyway? I believe it was the third. Are they doing well under their new leader? I wouldn't know. The 3rd and the 13th do not collaborate very often. Do they, now? That's a shame. Tessai, would you tell Hinta to stock item #B479? Right away, boss. So, what are the conditions like outside the walls of Siridi, might I ask? Is the 4th still performing its services to all those in need? Any progress with civilizing Zaraki? You know the captain. What? What? I'm sorry, I meant. No, please forgive me. I should allow you to draw breath between questions. It's all right. To answer your questions in order, the Rokonga remains much the same. Squad 4 continues to live up to that number's poor omen in terms of sheer lowly duties assigned them, to my knowledge. And Zaraki is an eyesore now and forever, to our eternal disgrace. Hey, move your skinny butt, Wowjaw, I'm not carrying this 'cause it's fun. Wah. Who? Hinta. What sort of way is that to speak to our esteemed guest? She's just stand in there, it's not my fault, you said you wanted this. Who are you? No excuses. Apologize to Miss Kukaki at once. Sorry. She can't hear you, Hinta. Sorry, all right? Can I go now? Yes, by all means. Honestly, you work hard, you try and raise them right, and they still make your life miserable. Miss Kukaki, are you feeling all right? You're seeming a little pale. No, it's fine, please don't trouble yourself. I just had the strangest feeling of recognition there. Oh. Would you like to sample some of our wares for that? I don't believe that will be necessary. Ah, and look, here comes Tessai with tea. Bless you, Tessai, what would we do without you? Come, let's have a little break. Yururu, please put up the closed sign. Yes, sir. Miss Kukaki? Oh, it's nothing. It smells lovely. Yuruyuki and Urahara were sitting on opposite sides of Rukia's silent form. The tea had been spiked with a sufficient quantity of sedative to make her sleepiness unavoidable but still seem natural. Once they had helped her back to bed, their private discussion had begun. So she's his adopted sister, the lanky academic mused. That's certainly a surprise. Speaking of shocks, his lifelong friend looked up sharply. What did you do to those two golems of yours? I certainly don't remember them looking like that prior to today, and she seemed to take it rather hard. Oh, you mean Hinta and Yururu? He waved a hand. Well, they've been requiring an infusion to stabilize them for a while now. Wouldn't have done to have two little versions of you and me running around, people would have started jumping to conclusions. I simply borrowed some of Lady Kukaki's Shinigami Ryotsu profile to give them the upgrade and facelift. The boy got the most prominent male's Ryotsu, and the girl got the lady's. I was thinking that they would come out looking more like her and Byakuya, but that proved only half right. I can only assume Hinta's new look is owing to the influence of her friend Abarai. Yururu seems to have gotten the better deal out of it. They look enough alike now to be sisters, Yuruyuki supplied. Right down to those locks of hair hanging between their eyes. Lucky for you she didn't see what they looked like beforehand, or we might have had some explaining to do. I could have handled it. I'm fast on my feet. I'm faster. Show off. Before another word could be said, Tsukabishi's massive frame slid through the slightly ajar door. He settled in between them both, sitting at Rukia's head. For a time the silent sorcerer only gazed down on her, frowning. His comrades did not interrupt. After a bit, he began to speak. The spell should have taken effect by now. I'm going to bring her around. With that, Tessai bent down, and whispered in Kukaki's ear. He then came back up. They waited. 10 seconds. 30. A minute. Nothing happened. Incredible, Urahara breathed. I never would have thought I'd see cloud over moon fail to have an effect, and especially from you, Tessai. He then glanced meaningfully over at his ally. We all know what this means. Yes, Tessai shook his head despondently. She's already had the spell cast on her, and it's still active. Whoever did it is far stronger than me. My attempt at overriding it clearly had no reaction at all. Yuruyuki rested her cheek on one upraised knee curiously. Shouldn't we have seen some change in her condition? The master magician pondered this. With both of our spells in her, there might be an interaction somewhere along the way. But if this didn't do it, it would take something much more drastic and potentially damaging to cause any resurfacing of memories. Like an intense shock to her spirit. A near-death experience, say, or maybe just swallowing a lot of keto-mixed drinks, enough to cause her body to try and reject anything foreign to her system. But as I said, that would be harmful to her. It's Aizen. The other two looked over at Kisuke, who was gazing down at their prisoner's peaceful features thoughtfully. He's already demonstrated his superiority over you in spellcasting, Tessai, I hate to recall. And something like this would be right up his alley. In addition, hardly anyone even knows about this charm these days, much less finds a need to put it into practice. But if you want to keep a secret between someone, and have it available whenever you need it without blatantly messing up the person's head, this is just the way to do it. Give them a drink, have an honest heart-to-heart conversation about overthrowing Soul Society, and then cast the locking mechanism. They blank out completely, and you're safe until you or someone you trust reinstitutes the precise memory charm. Now the Shihoan noblewoman reached over and ran slim fingers through the girl's luxurious raven tresses. Do you think she could really be one of them? A seed those three planted, waiting to germinate. And why her? Tessai rumbled. What interest could Sosuke have in someone like this? Well, the obvious answer is that she's close to Byakuya, Urahara drawled laconically. It could be that she's a sleeper, set up to wait for the opportune moment. When they've dropped their charade and the real battle starts, it would only take a word from her master to remember her true mission and stab our good Lord Kukaki in the back. No. Now all eyes turned to Yoruaki. The svelte shapeshifter continued to caress Rukia's hair gently, almost affectionately. We're talking about Aizen, remember? Since when is the obvious answer the right one where he's concerned? She didn't lie once the whole time we were questioning her. You weren't close enough to smell her when she mentioned Byakuya before, Kisuke. This child is absolutely terrified of him. No matter what they might have convinced her to do, that sort of fear can't be curtailed by pretty words, arguments, or even threats. Cloud over moon isn't some kind of mind control. The only way she could stab Byakuya in the back would be if he had already been cut to ribbons, and even then, she'd probably be too scared to get close. And that's nothing compared to what she was feeling when she even obliquely mentioned Jin. Her scent and heart rate weren't the only things talking to me. It felt like her soul went dead with fear. No way she could ever ally herself with him. Their green-garbed philosopher settled back on his palms. Maybe that's it. Perhaps our young lady is sufficiently scared enough of Ichimaru to do whatever he tells her to, even cut down a man whom she's only marginally less intimidated by. Brown fingers stilled in their ministrations. She's a good person. Frightened and confused, but decent at heart. I can't see her committing murder against someone who has never directly done her any harm. I'm only voicing some options here. I concur, Tessai spoke. The spell of my shamisen revealed much about her to me. Her heart is seeking solace and comfort, and she responds to the open hearts of others. There is a part of her that naturally inclines to men, and not so much women. Perhaps she was raised by her father, or a brother. There is much we do not know about this little Shinigami. That's another thing I wanted to discuss with you both. I came upon something interesting in my initial examinations of her soul. I wasn't sure what to make of it before, but after some study, there seems to be only one satisfactory explanation, in my opinion. One that could demystify our enemy's interest in her. Yoruaki raised an eyebrow. And that would be? Well, based upon her anima and the progression of its rhythm, it's my assessment that Rukia Kukaki didn't start life with any soul powers. He turned and studied the Shinigami appraisingly. So the question arises, how did she become a death god? The Troika all now regarded that recumbent soul, but no answers were forthcoming from her. From out in the hall, a sweet voice called, "Are you certain you don't require any assistance, Miss Kukaki?" She scowled. If he persisted in his slightly perverse attempts at gallantry, she would be sorely pressed not to punch him in the balls, unladylike behavior, or not. Rukia adjusted her sash, tightening it securely. "Thank you, I am quite capable." She slid the door open. Seated outside, Urahara directed a broad smile up at her from his position on the floor. Hopping upright, he bowed and extended his cane out down the hall. "Right this way, if you please. Our Senkaimon is at your service." She could have opened a portal at any place or time following her return to normal, but for some reason the gregarious businessman had insisted on performing this service for her ladyship, as he called her. Now once again unencumbered by the demands of a faux body, Rukia flitted lightly down the hall. She was feeling remarkably buoyant, perhaps the disparity of wearing flesh had served to sharpen the appreciation for her natural existence as a spirit. It was hard to imagine that she might have ever started out living in such a world. There was so much weighing you down at every waking moment, it felt like you were tied to the ground with boulders around your feet. Her movements had felt forced and unnatural. And the living went through 100 years of this? It sounded like a torment from the greatest of hells. Perhaps it was for the best that she bore no recollection of her time here. At her side, Kisuke Urahara fairly floated in his corporeal form. There was no trace of unease or discomfort on his part. Whoever he really was, apparently he had been living in exile for long enough to become accustomed to the crushing weight of life. It had occurred to Rukia that she might ask what precisely had caused him and his peculiar brood to be forced to take up residence here. However, courtesy would not allow for that. As disturbing and off-putting as some of them may be, there was little doubt that she owed her continued safety to their efforts. And they had treated her well. For the most part. Certainly there had been more warmth and consideration to be found in this place than Kukaki Manor. In a way, it reminded her of the old gang growing up back in Inuyasuri, all free-spirited and mildly distressing. No lingering sense of dread or fear about what the day might bring. This place was clearly a home. She only wished that it could have been hers. But I already made my choice, Rukia thought. No sense trying to back out now. I'm nobility, and a Shinigami. I have my duties to attend to. It's not all bad. Not much excitement, but I can live with that. Turning into the room her guide indicated, the resolute guardian of the dead found Tessai Tsukabishi standing by a trapdoor leading down into the wooden floor. There was a surprising amount of light coming out of it. Like daytime, really. The hulking handyman gave her a most courteous bow that would have done a member of the aristocracy proud. She accorded him a sincere smile, and proceeded to step down into that subterranean space. Steps led into a massive cavern. The roof was outfitted to act like a version of the sky, lending one the impression that they were walking into another world. Aside from that vista overhead, there was little to see. Lots of crags, bluffs, and rocky spires. If anyone needed a clue as to interior decorating, it was whomever had constructed this place. Like something out of the hells reserved for boredom this time. Its only appeal seemed to be that if you broke anything, no one would care. Was that what this place was designed for? A training facility? If so, just who were they training? While she was thinking this, Kukaki reached the bottom. A second later Kisuk skipped past her, sandals clacking against the bare rock. Follow me, princess. Your chariot awaits. His gate led them both to a strangely constructed spirit gate further back from the entrance. Rukia had never seen a passageway like this before. As if reading her mind, the sprightly merchant turned and beckoned back towards this edifice. I got it cheap from an old friend of mine. They had fallen on hard times, and could use the cash. I was glad to lend a helping hand. It's been modified somewhat, so there's no way to tell where you've come from, or come back through. You understand, of course, a person of your inestimable standing should not be seen consorting with disreputable characters such as us. But we've kept you here long enough. Hinta, Yururu, if you'd be so kind. The eerily familiar pair of adolescents appeared from either side of the portal. Pressing their palms against it, they intoned a ritualized chant, and half a second later, the gates swung wide. As if on cue, a hell butterfly immediately fluttered out and attached itself to Rukia. She knew at once that it had been waiting specifically for her, to guide her back to where she belonged. Where do I belong? That question came back to her once again. To tell the truth, she had felt more comfortable and relaxed among this gaggle of misfits than she had ever experienced in the court of pure souls. There was an easy camaraderie here that had nothing to do with combat, advancement, social hierarchy, and secrets. Surely there was more to this crew than was readily apparent, but the fact remained that in just one day of being around them and walking in their world, she had come to relate to these souls and their domain far more than anyone among the afterlife's elite and their enforcers. Don't go. Stay here. This place is safe. That voice in the back of her head again. It was like her own, but its persistent refusal to obey her conscious inclinations had led her to wonder just whom it really belonged to. Maybe if I stay, I can find out. If I remain here, this place could be my home. These people know how to stay out of sight. Byakuya Kukaki, Jinichi Maru, they would never find me. I could stay hidden forever. But I won't. Why? Because I'm afraid. And if I choose to stay here, I always will be. Living on the run, waiting for someone to catch up to me, just like being back in the ghettos that sprang up around the Siriti. But if I return, there are people who are helping me to find a way to fight against my fears. Lieutenant Shiba, Captain Yukatake. And Renji. What will become of him if I'm not there to watch his back? He'd wind up dead in an alley somewhere, no doubt. He never learned to keep his mouth shut. You gotta kick him in the teeth sometimes to make that happen. Who better than me to do it? I've got the experience. I made my decision. So resolved, Rukia Kukaki turned and bowed to Urahara Kisuk and Tessai Tsukabishi. I thank you both for all that you have done for me. If there is any way I can be of help in resolving the difficulties that you have found yourselves in, please do not hesitate to contact me." The taller man returned her bow. "It has been a most distinct privilege to have met you, good lady. We're here when you need us, Miss Kukaki." His compatriot saluted her with 2 fingers. "This old man would welcome seeing your face at his door. I'll even offer you a discount on Kanto brand Pocky. Got a big shipment last week, straight from the factory in Taiwan. It'll sell out soon, so don't wait too long, now." She didn't know what to make of that statement, so Rukia just nodded noncommittally. Turning back about, she inclined her head in a similar respectful fashion to the gatekeepers. The dark-haired girl blushed and curtsied, spreading her skirts while retaining an expression of morose resignation, while the red-headed boy ignored her completely. Finding nothing else left to say, she was just about to step forward, when something moved against her feet. Looking down, the black-robed death god found a cat of similar hue looking up at her patiently. Rukia bent and stroked her hand slowly along the kitty's back, watching it arch its tail stiffly in a blissful manner. A rough tongue gave her hand one last lick, and she felt its damp nose press into her flesh. It might be nice to have a companion like this back at the family estate. Unfortunately, Nii-sama apparently had forbidden any cats in his home. Why was anyone's guess, and she certainly wasn't about to ask him. So this would have to be goodbye. "Take care, little one," she whispered. The cat looked up at her and nodded. Then it turned and dashed off, heading back up the stairs. That had been a tad unusual. But oh, well. With a final look back, Rukia headed into the open door. Her spirit guide took off to lead them on the way home. Whatever that might prove to be. Yuriyuki Shihoan had resumed her human form and now sat on the roof of the Urahara shop, watching the stars. As usual, she neglected to clothe herself. After all, the wind could not touch a ghost, and there was hardly a chance that anyone with eyes to see her would come wandering along at this time of night. She had taken her last breath of the scent of her lover off that young woman's body. For the time being, that was all she would be permitted. Yuriyuki had to admit, for a while there, she had been understandably jealous of that little Rukia. After all, it had seemed like this might be the other woman who had come into Byakuya's life several years ago. But her feminine suspicion had been dispelled. Upon learning that this unattached child from the poorest districts of the spirit realm was now little Byakuya's sibling by choice, a sort of queer sisterly fondness had grown in her heart. How much her new younger sister failed to understand. There was no one in all of creation less likely to harm her than that man. If ever he took someone under the cloak of his protection, that barrier would forevermore serve as an inviolate shield against all that life or death could throw at them. Byakuya Kukaki did not give out his affection haphazardly, and when he did, there was no reason to complain of a dearth. He could be impetuous and not give sufficient consideration to his actions, but when it came to his heart, she had never known him to go wrong. At least, in her experience. If that's so, though, then why have you never approached him since then? Afraid of what he might have become after having been subjected to the crushing weight of a lordship, a captaincy, and all their restrictions? Are you a scaredy cat, Yuriyuki? At times like these, she missed the company of her own Zanpakuto, and it was necessary to fill in for it at times. You could only be alone for so long. Ho, there, Yuriyuki. Speak of the devil. Clambering awkwardly up the tiled roof came sweet lovable reliable Urahara. He was beaming in a way that she hadn't seen in several years, happy in his mysteries and vexing problems. Perhaps Rukia's presence had done them all more good than was readily apparent. A shame she had to leave so soon. What brings you out here on this fine, glorious evening, my dear lady captain? As he settled in beside her, a flask and 2 drinking cups appeared from his capacious sleeves. Pouring, he offered her a drink, which she accepted. The topic of her nudity did not come up this time. I wanted to see the stars, she replied honestly. You can get a lot better look at them outside of town, he opined. Yuriyuki nodded, continuing to stare heavenward. They're supposed to be omens of our futures, aren't they? And yet they never seem to change. But we do. So where's the correlation? Maybe we're just too far removed to pick up on their changes. He had hit the nail on the head without even realizing it. That was exactly what was troubling her, and she turned to regard him steadily. How much do we really know, Kisuk? What are we missing? He doffed his cap, looking back at her with a face devoid of jocularity or whimsy. What are you referring to exactly? She let the cup of brew settle back on the peak of the roof, drawing her long muscular legs up to her chest. We're far away from Soul Society now, so we can act as observers, seeing patterns and warnings that they are blind to, even when standing right next to them. But what if we're operating on the same arrogant assumption? Believing that we are the only ones who know what's really going on, and why? Why is all this happening, anyway? Why are they seeking to destroy that world at all? What's their real motive? He thought about this. Really thought. She could see that. At last the exiled scientist spoke. They're trying to address what they perceive to be the faults in the system. A lack of justice, willful disregard for anything that goes against the grain, and unwillingness to change. As far as they're concerned, there's a void in the afterlife. One of power and thought. Those three are trying to fill that void with themselves. And destroying the old order will lead to a better one, by their way of thinking. Sitting back, his smoky gaze also turned to the stars. And to be honest, after what those benighted high-browed bastards did to us, I wouldn't be all that sorry if they did. Yuryuki felt his anger, a simmering frustrated rage and resentment that lurked below the surface of this outwardly kind and cheerful soul. She understood why he would come to such a conclusion. But she had to disagree with him. I think you're wrong, Kisuk. This was not a phrase that got used in his presence very often. So when it did, the genius Shinigami regarded the one who uttered it with a mixture of wonder and hurt. About what? In response, Yuryuki reached out and took his hand, raising it up between them. That right there, what you described. That would be our reason for wanting to lay waste to king and country. It makes sense to us. And maybe our enemies really do think along those lines, I won't deny that possibility. But something just doesn't feel right about all this. So I have to ask again, what are we missing? Her accomplice regarded her over their conjoined fists. There was a slight gleam coming into his eyes, the philosopher seeking to solve a mystery that he couldn't even properly put into words. At length, his gaze traveled upwards, and once more he took in the sight of the celestial ceiling that graced their adopted home. Ill omens, maybe. He murmured. And something about the way he said it stirred a memory in Yuryuki. Once more, she heard that young woman's voice speaking. Number. Poor omen, the speed goddess mouthed. Where is my head going with this? After a few minutes of sitting quietly together, she finally felt able to express something halfway coherent. There was no real sense behind it. Just a feeling. But that feeling felt right. Kisuk. When she had his full attention she continued. What Rukia said, about 4 being an unlucky number. Something just occurred to me. We're the only ones who know who the real traitors are. That's what we tell ourselves at night before we go to sleep, to console our wounded pride. 3 of them. Aizen and his 2 flunkies. Right. Yeah, that count sounds accurate. He took a sip of sake. Well, what if our math is off? I don't quite follow you. He was just about to have another drink, when she reached up and took the saucer from him. Urahara looked at her strangely, and Yuryuki held the drink up before his face. Cloud over moon, she whispered. You said it yourself. Who would bother to know such a spell? It's an old, outdated trick, not used for centuries. A drinker's game, to play on your friends when you want to keep knowledge of your drunken indiscretions limited to just yourself. Maybe Sosuke Aizen is a mad genius, but he's also a visionary. He looks to the future, not the past. And he's certainly not a drunk. So how the hell did he know about that spell? Who taught it to him? For that matter, what do we even know about Aizen? Where did he come from? Who brought him to the notice of the academy? He seemed to be catching on. That was always one thing you could depend on from Kisuk. He was a very fast learner. 3 traitors, he murmured, scratching his chin. I see where you are going with this. You were right, Yuryuki, you are faster than me. Perhaps I've let my indignation blind me to the truth of this matter. We've always assumed that we had just 3 bloodthirsty lunatics to deal with. But that doesn't necessarily explain how all this mess started. Perhaps it's older than we think. More personal. There could in fact be someone who has been around a lot longer than Eisen who is dissatisfied with Soul Society and its workings. Maybe somebody high up in the ranks of the Godii 13, or even the aristocracy. A person long known for being honorable, likable, and harmless, whom no one would ever suspect of being disloyal to Yamamoto and his king. Gray Eyes and Gold held onto each other for what seemed like an age. The perfect traitor, he whispered. And in spite of being a ghost, Yoriyuki shivered as she felt the cold of that night seep into her skin with those words. Rukia opened the note as she got back to her room. If she started to pack for her trip right off the bat, she might just forget about it. She wasn't particularly scatterbrained, but she knew herself well enough to recognize that sometimes she tended to avoid bad news, even subconsciously. Almost afraid to see what the stars held in store for her, she flipped open the parchment and peered at what was written on it. To her relief, it was not an official notice from division headquarters rescinding her of the post in the mortal world. But much to her confusion, it wasn't from anyone else she recognized either. Rukia Kukaki. Please meet me at the 4th storage building behind the barracks of Division 10 at dusk. This is urgent. Nonplussed, the tiny detective stared at the unfamiliar handwriting. She turned the paper over. No signature of any kind, or a seal. It was just an anonymous handwritten note. As she thought this, the letters suddenly smoldered with fire, and a moment later, the missive had turned to ash in her hands. Rukia stood in her chambers, shaken and uncertain. There was no breeze blowing. The day was pleasant and mellow, the type meant to be spent reclining in a grassy field, gazing dreamily up at the sky and wondering about all the careless things that came to mind only when you allowed no ill thoughts to trouble your peace. And if you were truly lucky, there was someone at your side, a person whom you trusted and desired enough to risk telling them about these immature fancies, whatever they might be. Not for anything to result from the admission, but just to share yourself to that extent. Because they deserved it. The sky was burning red, clouds of purple and gray standing stock still where they hung. Almost like a tranquil painting, made specifically to suit the tastes of the master of this estate. He always did like to take things at a sedate pace, Byakuya reflected. Captain Byakuya Kukaki, current head of that clan, stood on the neatly manicured lawn. Behind him, a servant was retreating back to the main building after having informed his master of the guest. Once the man was sufficiently out of earshot, Byakuya trod softly over to join his host. He had not needed to wait upon a signal or permission. This was family. Jinrei Kukaki was seated in a rounded wicker deck chair, soft goose-down pillows seeming to envelop his spare frame. A blanket was draped over his legs, and his wrinkled, knobby hands were resting on top of that silky white surface. Briefly, his grandson thought how small this figure seemed by comparison to the grand general and upright lord from his memory that had stood at the helm of their family for so many years. In the next moment he chided himself for such unworthy idling, and went to one knee by his grandfather's side. Taking one large-knuckled hand in his own slender grip, he whispered, "Ji-sama." Jinrei's eyes opened slowly. Turning his hoary head, the wrinkles etched into his face deepened further as a soft smile caused warmth and color to return to his face. "Byakuya." A nod and smile. "He remembered me right away. Good. I brought you some of your favorite." Byakuya then removed the wrapping from his gift, revealing a case of white porcelain flasks with the symbol of their house painted upon them. These he placed carefully on the table to their right. Weary gray eyes peered out at the last surviving member of his house as he went about his business, then turned once more to examining the flaring colors of the sunset. "It is all ours now," he murmured. "Let us watch it together." Byakuya slid down to sit Caesar on a cushion placed by his grandparents' seat for this specific purpose. Together he and Jinrei observed how the fields and forests that stretched out from this hill all the way to the horizon began to take on a dark uniformity, separate colors, and shapes no longer able to be distinguished clearly with the arrival of dusk. The great red orb going down behind the clouds seemed so much larger than it had appeared later in the day. As if it truly was a majestic vessel housing some ancient solar deity whose journey across the heavens was just ending. Such imaginings caused the young warrior some measure of heartache from the memories, and to cover it, he spoke out loud. The Sasato family was amenable to our request, as you hoped. I understand that you will be receiving his lordship for tea in 2 days' time. In response, Jinrei's cloudy orbs broke away from observing his private display. He closed them, and gave an aggrieved shake of his head. I must be old. I do not remember being so petty in my youth. The worn and ancient face turned to regard his son's only remaining offspring. Do you think it unworthy of me, Byakuya, demanding such a concession from a lesser house, simply because of an old man's fancy? Of course not. He was regretting it already, apparently. Distressing, and so Byakuya rushed to assure him. The only unworthy act would have been if they refused such a minor expression of appreciation, considering that it was thanks to your defense that they were not wiped out in the Manor Wars. Not just the Sasato benefited from observing your fealty, but numerous other clans. You denied yourself all manner of comforts in your life and reign. There is no need to hold your concerns in check now. The 27th head of the noble Kukaki family continued staring off to one side. Beneath the full sweep of his silver mustache, his mouth opened and closed. Reaching out, he patted his relative's hand in affection. I only wanted to watch the sunset, and know that there was nothing that stood between us. Not in word, ownership, or person. That we were equals, separated by only distance. I have taken such comfort from this moment throughout the years. I wished to have an unobstructed view to appreciate all it had to offer me. And such was your right. Byakuya glanced down at the hand over his. He feels frail. I know. The dagger was a reminder of what he owed me. Jinrei was speaking once more, and so he broke off his inner musings. How once he knelt before me in utmost deference, begging me to place the cloak of my protection over his family. I did not make him wait, as other loftier nobles would have. Instead I took them under my wing instantly, and bound them to us through oaths and vows of marriage. They were not in any way at fault, you know. Yes. He had heard this story countless times before. But it was someone he cared for doing the telling, and that mattered more than anything else. It was not their fault, the old man repeated. I saw this clearly. Political machinations, that was what fueled that conflict. And so I took myself to the houses of the great families, and spoke to their masters. But the roots of that debacle went further than even that, Hiruto. Byakuya's mouth was opening to correct the mistake, but he checked himself in time. Jinrei continued. I went before the Central 46. Behind their words, I saw the intent that had brought such a situation about. Reach through the webs of deceit far enough, and you will always find yourself gripping the hand of a single man, my son. I worked slowly, patiently, to discern which of them it might be. Once the Shihoin had confirmed their trust to me, I enlisted their aid, and together we exposed the self-serving villainy that had concocted this vile scheme. I took no pleasure at seeing that house's destruction afterwards, you understand. It was justified, to repair the damage they had done to our world. And he understood this, in the end. There was no accusation in the look he gave me right before the sentence was read. Only respect, which I returned. After the executions, to thank me for all I had done to right this travesty, the remaining 46 conferred on your father the position that had been recently vacated. Relief. Apparently he was no longer confusing the two of them. Hopefully that would hold out for the rest of this visit. There was never any sign of when the ancient mind would start to forget its own bearings, mixing past and present together. All the same, Byakuya remained silent. He knew there was more yet to come. Jinrei came back about, and his face was now open and questioning. Hiruto always loved music so. They perform the pieces he wrote still today. Have you written anything lately, Byakuya? I do not write music, Ji-sama. Liver-spotted hands clutched at the blanket, drawing it up closer to his chest. I know that, my boy. You are not your father. But you brought me such a wonderful painting before. I wish I could find it now. Perhaps someone else in the family took it on one of their visits. They say that they are going to come, but they never do. I wait for my old colleagues, spending my days doing nothing of great import. Stealing. I do not tolerate theft. It was obvious where this was leading to. Clearly his beloved elder was not having a good day. The painting he often referred to was one that Hisana had created and given to him on her first official visit as his wife. When she died, Byakuya ordered it removed from the home. He had explained this to his grandfather many times, but whether or not the old man remembered depended largely on the vagaries of his increasingly distracted recollection. And the idea of a thief having taken something from him always led Jinrei's mind back to his greatest torment. "They stole your father away from me, Byakuya," the retired lord moaned tearfully. "The day before he died, he sent a note, asking to attend me in the morning. But my duties called me away. I went to speak with Captain Kiraku instead. He had need of my counsel. How could I have known I would never have the chance to speak with my boy again?" With utmost care and tenderness, Byakuya reached out and laid his arm over the trembling shoulders. One of Jinrei's hands came up to clutch at his sleeve, and the ancient pressed his face into the black silk. In between gasps, the same litany of many retellings before came out. They abused his honor, his trust. He was gentle, my boy, my handsome Hiruto. Those old men, subjecting him to their misdeeds, bereft of dignity and decency. He told me how heavily those judgments weighed upon him. There was never any reason given, don't you see? Just casually officiating, condemning, executing. It was not like during the days of my youth. How could I have known that they had sunk so far from honor? This was done out of hand. It was careless, heartless. And they had the temerity to call it justice. They ruined him, broke him, they killed him. After a time, the elder Kukaki seemed to collect himself, enough to focus in on the sad face of his kin. A smile touched those wizened lips. "Byakuya," he murmured. "You are strong. Always. We both saw it, she and I. You must stay strong, in the face of fear." Slender fingers once more gripped the shrunken arm. "I will. Always. Protect our honor," Jinrei continued, his eyes seeming to blaze with newfound determination. "Show them all how true nobility behaves. We are not above the law, Byakuya. Rather, we embody it. Our decisions, our blessings, our condemnations, they are not done arbitrarily. For no petty reasons do we lift our voices, or our swords. Noble in spirit, noble in name, noble in deed. Give them a reason to trust the power of our laws, my grandson. Do not sully what has been entrusted to you. Silence. Then, you have my word, Jii-sama. I will uphold our family's honor. There will never be any reason to doubt our integrity. I have already sworn it upon my parents' graves." Jinrei stared at him. For a moment, he seemed about to speak. Then a pall of weariness stole across those weathered features. His eyes closed, and he sank into the comforting expanse of his seat. Seeing this, his diligent successor rose, and turned away. Before he could take a step, a palsied hand shot forward to encase his wrist. Surprised, Byakuya looked down. His grandfather was gazing into his face, and there was a wild, desperate look to his wide-open brown eyes. Jinrei's chest rose and fell rapidly, the breath hardly seeming enough to keep his body from crumbling into itself, but somehow, he remained upright. The captain of Squad 6 was mesmerized. Here again was the ageless fighter that had commanded a company of the Godi I-13's finest for centuries. Powerful riots swirled all around them, as the old spirit reached up from some long-slumbering torpor that had bound it. When Jinrei spoke next, though, it was with an effort. "Your mother," he rasped, droplets of sweat beading his forehead. "A trap, she is. Hollow, killed her, had to, because she saw. I wore a mask like them, and saw the face beneath the mask." The hold on his wrist was now becoming painful, and for a moment Byakuya was shocked at the naked hatred and wrath swarming across his beloved grandsire's face. It was so real, totally unlike the vague expressions of guilt and resentment that usually took a hold of him. This was something rooted much deeper, and he found himself bending down, entranced in spite of himself. "Jii-sama, what are you saying?" Jinrei shook his head furiously, as if upset that his words were not being understood. His other hand came up and clutched at the white silk scarf that was the hereditary mark of their clan's leadership, lips pulled back in a snarl from his teeth. "The false king. King. Him and his court of bloody officials, The God King is false, do you hear? Rot in death. No honor. Unworthy of your worship. Cast them down, the usurper. The hollows, awaken, a vast army, above them is the moon. Slowly, that horrific figure settled back into his padded throne. But his eerily lucid gaze never left Byakuya's. From the house of Kukaki will come the new king, Jinrei growled. To redeem justice for the lost and forsaken, and take up arms to lead our forces against the mightiest that ignoble tyrant has to offer. Headless horseman with a crown of steel. A hydra lurking beneath the waves. The Lucifer flies, and beneath its wings leaves a shadow of fear. The hellhound howls alone at the white moon. The heads of the dragon, on the rise, the Tiamat. For one moment more, something frightening peered out of the remains of Jinrei Kukaki. The flowers in the garden are blooming, Byakuya, his voice quavered. Do you know their names? A second later it was gone, leaving only a worn and tired old man, mumbling drowsily as he settled into his cushions. Then the aged patriarch of the Kukaki was asleep once more. The confusion this last exchange had left in Byakuya still lingered, though. Surreptitiously he cast his senses about, making sure that no one was within earshot of them. Some of the things his grandfather had said could be construed as treason should they ever reach the royal court. But there was no one within their hearing. To assure himself that all was well, the master magician reached out and laid his palm against his grandfather's warm, dry brow. A simple chant of Kido then lent what comfort his arts could to Jinrei's continued recuperation. Having done all he was able to at this time, the lord of the Kukaki then stole away to leave him to his rest. Perhaps a dram of the finest liquor in my stock will serve to give him pleasant dreams. This was not how I imagined our time together going. I was not able to tell him the half of what I intended. About the condition of the sixth, or even Rukia's latest mission in the living world. Byakuya. He paused. Yes? Rukia. I do not believe you should bring her here. This declaration from Senbonzakura left his master completely taken aback. Why not? Something about your grandfather troubles me. I feel oppressed. I cannot explain it even to my satisfaction, but I fear she would not be safe in this place. For some reason, Byakuya found that the outrage he should feel at such an implication was not coming. Instead there was only that same lingering dread from before. Do not fear. Rukia is safe. I have placed the cloak of my protection about her. Nothing ill may befall her as a result. So assured, he left the neatly tended palace, and began the trip back to his home. To be continued. Chapter 12, Mortal Realm, What We Fight For. Sunset. Birds flying through the sky were now just black shadows on the breast of heaven. The day patrols were relinquishing their duties to their nighttime brethren, trudging wearily home while chatting in a friendly manner. A score of black robes moved through the well-tended lanes of the death god's paradise. Among them was a solitary anxious soul. She did not stop to converse with anyone, nor did any heads turn in recognition of her presence. This was the 10th Division's grounds, after all. Expecting anyone to recognize her face was perhaps asking too much. Long known for studiously observing proper behavior, even had anyone in this company espied her or made the connection between this tiny Shinigami and the sister of one of their fellow squad's captains, there was hardly any chance that they would seek to impose upon her. That was their way. I could use a bit of prying right now, Rukia thought. Or any sort of company. Her destination was a warehouse located in the northern sector of this domain. Who or what she would find there remained a mystery, though. The paper that had so tersely demanded her presence was no longer even in existence, having been immolated by its own contents. Maybe I should have left a note of my own to explain where I was going, she pondered. But I already decided against it. What harm could possibly befall me? Don't be dense. You know very well what dangers are to be found in this place. There's no proof of that. You don't need proof to be afraid. That was true. Fear obeyed no reason, after all. But reason could triumph over it, all the same. That was what kept her moving. It wasn't curiosity, even if that was what any regular person would be ascribing their motivation to. Long ago Rukia had recognized how fear could make a person run to wherever they felt they might be safe. And what brought you back to the source of your terror might not always be something you could be proud of, like courage. In her case, what she wanted was one less reason to feel ashamed of herself. Some might call this behavior reckless. But then, how would those same people refer to not attending this assignation? Knowing others as she did, they would probably say she was a coward. It was always easy to attribute the worst possible motivations to another person's actions, especially if you yourself were in no danger from it. I'm not charging in blindly, Kukaki thought as she made her way along those darkening paths. I have my sword, I'm prepared to defend myself if necessary. Even if it's nothing more than Renji having some fun with me that wasn't his handwriting, I am prepared for whatever might be in store for me. And once it's over, I will prove that in the world of mortals as well. I can be depended on. The lanes of the 10th Squad barracks twisted and turned all around her, and Rukia suddenly realized that in her wandering state of mind, she was a bit lost. Just then, a man and his fellows came pacing around a corner in her direction. As they approached, hesitation stole over her. Do I want to attract attention to myself? Maybe I can find my own way without asking. I can't be that far off from where I'm supposed to be, right? Perhaps if I give myself 10 minutes or so, then I'll ask for directions. Afraid? Excuse me, Rukia spoke up as they drew abreast of her. Can I ask for some guidance? I'm a little turned around. The one in the lead, a death god taller than most with narrow eyes and an outthrust chin, stopped and looked down at her. His compatriots followed suit. Why did so many people with soul power seem to grow to such ridiculous heights? Rukia wondered uncomfortably as she cocked a glance steeply skyward. All three returned her stare. The idea of how this situation must look to someone on the outside flashed through her mind. If I walked in and saw three men standing around a small woman on the street like this, I know what I'd be thinking, after all. One hand was still wrapped securely about the hilt of her sword as a result of her childhood experience with such situations. Then the leader's brow cleared, and he smiled. Of course, young lady. What are you trying to find? Slight relaxation of the shoulders. Breathing a little easier too, she said, I'm looking for the storage buildings behind the barracks for this division. Am I in the right area for that? A glance back behind to his fellows rendered a nod from both. Turning back to her, he held out his arm and indicated down an alley on their right. Take this way, then go past the next two intersections. There's a meditation garden on your right afterwards, and if you take the first left after that, you'll go through a plaza that leads to the storage sheds. They're numbered, so that should help. Rukia was committing all this to memory as he spoke. When he finished, she bowed slightly. Thank you, sirs. If you'll excuse me, I'm running somewhat late. Glad to be of help. The other two exchanged polite inclinations of their heads with her, and then Rukia was off down the corridor specified. It was good to be able to rely upon the men of the 10th. They certainly knew how gentle people were supposed to behave. Her guide watched her retreating form until she disappeared around a corner. As he did, one of the other men stepped up beside him. So was that her? He asked. There was a slow nod of confirmation. Oh, yes. Noble through and through. Can't you tell? Then what are we waiting for? Let's go have ourselves a party. With that, the trio set off in leisurely pursuit. This was the way of the men of Division 10. Excuse me, is this where the new recruits for Division 10 are meeting? Disturbed from their animated conversation, the rowdy graduates turned to find a ridiculously small girl smiling up at them. Who wants to know? One of them spoke, a level of arrogance in his face and voice that only a newbie god of death could manage. She remembered seeing that look on a lot of young men's faces. It didn't improve with time. I'm Momo. The rude fellow addressing her curled his lip and seemed about to make a snide comment, when a lady standing beside him paled visibly and reached forward to grip his sleeve. Surprised, he turned to regard her questioningly, and she indicated with her eyes. When the rest followed her line of sight, they drew a collective gasp of astonishment upon seeing the carved wooden badge signifying a lieutenant on the intruder's arm. Before any of them could even think of trying to speak to her further, for apologies or otherwise, Hinamori tilted her head to one side and spoke lyrically, "Never mind, I got my answer. Sorry to bother you." She turned to go, and then, feeling a tad mischievous, looked back over her shoulder right at the lout who had spoken and said, "See you later." Momo left them gaping as she vanished from sight. Reappearing further down the corridor, she went past a gaggle of vocal black robes. These ones were so new even their clothes looked untested. Not a single tear or run to be seen. And speaking of things you couldn't see, the lieutenant of Squad 5 stopped and put her hands on her hips. Gazing around her, she bit her lip in slight perplexity. Now where was he? At this time, Momo noticed how her presence here was sparking a noticeable amount of whispering and finger-pointing. If she wasn't careful, they might mistake her for their division's second seat, and that would only lead to trouble. There wasn't much time to work with here, so any unnecessary conversations would have to be kept to a minimum. If she didn't get back to camp in the next half hour, Aizen-sama would no doubt scold her. Not that there was any real sense of recrimination when he chastised her for tardiness, and a good thing, too, because Momo sometimes found herself sleeping in the oddest places, but even the appearance of impropriety was something she wished to avoid regarding her captain. If I can't see him, or sense him, then where would be the most reasonable place for him to be? Certainly not here, in the midst of this big crowd of people. Her old friend had never been entirely comfortable in groups. Probably because they tended to disperse whenever he got close to them. So where does that leave us? Oh. Momo jumped as realization hit. Then she dashed from the audience chamber, inadvertently causing several people to scatter unnecessarily out of her way. Pretty slow reaction times, actually, she thought to herself. Where are you going? Take me back, I'm going to murder that little creep, just try and stop me. Hush. We don't have time for that. Correction. You don't. Just leave me in a room with him, I'll teach him not to mess with us. I'll have him begging for mercy by the time you get back, wait and see. I'm gonna bend him over backwards, shove his head up his butt, and he can think about how he could have treated us better while he's sniffing his own. No. Fine, but we're coming back for you, dead man, you hear me? I'm pretty sure he doesn't, Tobiam. During this silent conversation, she had reached her destination. The rooftops. The early morning sun was just starting to dispel the gloom off their world. From up here, she was out of the press of people in the dormitory below. Momo proceeded to scan from here to the horizon. They had always sat on the roof and watched the sunset, back when it was all quiet and placid. But now, they were finally on equal footing, here in Siriti. Everything in her life was coming together, the people she cared for the most in the same place. I just need to find them, that's all. He's not up here, she decided, gaze raking across the tiled buildings and towering edifices. What am I missing? Reason it out, now. We've known each other our whole entire lives. If he just got here, and he was all alone, what would be the place that would most speak to him? Then she saw it. Rising up over the buildings in this sector was a cherry blossom tree, greater than any other in the area. A spot of lovely, living nature in the midst of all this cold order. It's perfect. Hinamori tore off with superhuman speed in that direction. In under 5 seconds she had reached it, and vaulted from the building's top up into the branches. Now some 20 feet off the ground, the one-woman search party went bounding from limb to limb, trying to locate that one specific and unmistakable person. All around her there were pink sakura blossoms, rustling faintly with the wind of her passage. But there was no one else to be found. This is such a hassle. Why not just use a hell butterfly? Because I don't know if he's official yet, that's why, she sighed. It wouldn't be able to find him. With that, Momo began the slow and careful process of extricating herself from the tree and making it back to solid earth. Then back to square one. Go around the division and ask if anybody's seen a nasty dirty white-haired shrimp with bad table manners and a tendency to scratch himself in public. Her feet touched the cobblestoned yard out of which this solitary forest giant sprouted, roots twisting the square pieces into asymmetrical formations. What makes you think he hasn't changed? Because, sweetheart, he's Momo-chan. And she froze, eyes going wide. Oh, shit, it's him. To herself, the immobilized maiden was just willing her uncooperative body to move. At last it obeyed, and pivoting on one foot, she turned to one side. Captain Ichimaru. He was leaning with his back against the tree, arms crossed over his commander's robe and one leg propped up against the bark. Had he been there the whole time and she just hadn't noticed? He must have been suppressing his riot, so it was the only explanation. But why? He couldn't have been waiting for me, right? Well, ain't this a pleasant surprise? Here I'm coming this way, and I stopped to get out of the sun and take a break, when who should come poppin' up but my replacement in the 5th. Small world, huh, Momo-chan. He was smiling. Momo. Get out of here. Stop it. Show some respect. He's not all bad, remember? He's hungry for blood. Can't you smell it? The captain uncrossed his arms, took a step towards her, and it was all Momo could do not to respond by taking one back. Silver hair, hidden eyes, a body deceptively slim and almost boyish. That was what any uninformed person would get out of looking at this man. But Tobiam was right. If you really concentrated, there was something hot and unpleasant in the air around him. Like a sickness that was leaking out in waves. She had been his subordinate once, back when Jin was still a lieutenant. A respected figure in the Godi I-13. The first time they met, he even saved her life, not to mention her friends. I should be grateful. I know that. But instead, I just get sick every time I look at him. Aizen Taiko, whatever possessed you to put this man at your back? The grinning ghoul drew to a halt just a step in front of her. Reaching out, he placed a hand on her shoulder, perhaps intending it to be a comforting gesture. But there was no solace to be found in the act. Instead, Hinamori felt like she had been caught in a bear trap. And a fox was prowling around her, scenting her pain. So what's brought Lil Lieutenant Momo out to the 10th parade grounds? Got your eye on a captaincy now that the old lady's been promoted. That was a tactless thing to say. Merciful heavens, why couldn't he stop smiling just for a little while? I could deal with it if he just made the effort to look like a normal human being. Like this. I've seen hollow masks with more warmth and human feeling. No, sir, she responded. I was trying to locate someone. Oh, I get it. Jin clucked his tongue. The old man sent you out here to scout for new members, didn't he? Always thinking ahead, that's my ex-boss. How is Sosuke Taiko, anyway? You making sure he stays warm during the winter nights? He gets chills sometimes, yeah no. Needs extra blankets. There was an undercurrent of suggestion to his words that Momo decided she really didn't like. As if her captain would ever be losing his edge. To emphasize this without giving real offense, she bowed forward, and in the process proceeded to wriggle gently out of his grip. Captain Aizen is as strong and fit as ever. If the two of you were to spar sometime in the future, I am certain he would prove to you that he remains a superior opponent on any level. Her own attempt at being disingenuous provoked no greater reaction out of her predecessor than a widening of his trademark smirk. Instead Hinamori pressed ahead with official discourse. If it's not too presumptuous of me to ask, what is Ichimaru Taiko doing in this particular region? He shrugged. Just killing time, I reckon. Liar. Waitin' for somebody to come along. Say. Of a sudden Jin's face was hovering less than an inch away from Momo's. She couldn't help it, a small sound came from her throat, and she hoped desperately that he hadn't noticed. You and me, we never talk anymore. Why's that, do you think? And this time. Stop, Momo, don't do it. She couldn't catch herself in time. Did we ever talk? A rude response, totally unlike her. But for some reason it just came out. It was really quite fascinating what happened then. Being this close, she could get a good look at what was going on underneath his skin. Jin's head moved slightly to one side, his lashes flickered ever so briefly. Those thin lips looked stretched all of a sudden. Tense. Like there was something working its way up from the depths of his soul. Any second now, she thought distractedly. Any second, and the mask will fall away. It's slipping, I can see it. Just one more second, and I'll finally see his real face, the one he keeps hidden. I'll know what he's actually thinking. And then, I'll die. Momo realized that she wasn't hearing anything now. No sound. Was it the blood surging through her ears causing her to go temporarily deaf? Speaking of temporary fits of some sort, what could have possibly prompted me to goad him like this when he was so clearly upset? Wait. Upset? What gave me that idea? Thinking about it, Hinamori couldn't come to any actual conclusion. It was while she was doing this that his fingers came up and touched her throat. No sound. There wasn't a specific noise at that point. That wasn't what broke the tension. Actually, it was a cold draft coming from behind. At this, both Ichimaru and Hinamori looked over in that direction. There was someone standing there looking at them. A death god. Very small. And quiet. And familiar. Toshiro-kun. Turquoise green eyes glanced between lieutenant and captain. Sunlight flashed off of that extraordinary riot of pure white hair. The look on the boy's face was positively chilly. A sword taller than he was remained strapped to his back. All the same, there was a sense of immediate threat coming off him right then. As if in response to this peril, Ichimaru drew his hand away from Momo's body. She barely noticed this, as she rushed overjoyed to where her childhood companion stood. "I've been looking all over for you," the chipper cherub cried as she drew close to him. For a moment Hinamori almost reached out and rubbed his hair affectionately the way she always did when they were younger. But a specific part of her mind stopped her, perhaps the same sense that had prompted Momo not to refer to him by the childhood nickname of Shiro-kun. She had promised him, after all. Once they were both Shinigami, only then would he earn the right to be referred to by his real name. And my goodness, had he ever? This was not the same solitary boy that had stood on the fringes of every gathering, warding off any who approached him with hostile body language and frigid glares. No, this aloof figure was. "I told you where I'd be," Hitsugaya Toshiro announced. "What, did you get lost or something? A total little shit." For a moment Momo was seized by the urge to snap his neck like a twig. Or an icicle. Just crack. Right down the middle, and throw the broken pieces away. No. Don't do that. Hands down, on the shoulders, not the throat. Give him a good long look at that lieutenant badge on my arm. You see it now, snowflake? Excellent. I didn't recognize your Ryotsu. She beamed through clenched teeth, eyes scrunched tight to keep him from seeing the death sentence still sparkling within them. It's totally different now, you've changed so much. Still standing there, her scrawny neighbor continued to wear that ill-mannered frown. Yeah. One of us did. You're as short as I remember. Crap mother ass clown horsetail antediluvian codpiece gerrymandering backwards son of a bitch. It's so good to hear your voice again, Toshiro-kun. Toshiro. All of a sudden there were two creepy smiling weirdos with closed eyes sticking their faces right in his own, and the new cadet jerked his head back, grimacing and glancing between those eerily similar death masks that were being trained on him, one with black hair, the other silver. "Momo-chan, Aaron-cha gonna introduce me to our little friend here." Momo snapped out of it then. She took a step forward, turning to stand by Hitsugaya's side. Laying a hand on his arm, she spoke in as natural a voice as she could muster. "Oh yes, Captain, please excuse us. This person is a friend of mine from before the academy. Toshiro Hitsugaya, now one of our allies in Division 10. A small pinch on his skin then. One of their old signals. Danger. And Toshiro-kun, you have the very great privilege of meeting one of the squad commanders. Jin Ichimaru, captain of the 3rd Division." Hitsugaya just stood there. Not a word or move of greeting for the captain. They were simply staring at one another. Taking a deep breath, she smiled pleasantly and placed one hand on his back. And bow. With that she shoved him downward as hard as she could. Taken unawares, the icy youth found himself forced to perform a respectful obeisance. When he came up, he cast an uninhibited scowl right at her, but Momo just ignored him. While this was happening, though, something clicked in Hitsugaya's head, and he turned back to confront the creep with the white Haori. "Oh, yeah. I remember now. For the last year, it seemed like every time I did anything at the academy, somebody would always pop up and go, 'Wow, that's even better than Ichimaru's record.' It got really annoying after a while." The guy didn't even blink. All he did was smile. Oh, really? Beside him, Hinamari's soul sense was flickering and jumping nervously. Ichimaru's was sharpening, however, as if in preparation for a blow. Not to be caught unawares, Hitsugaya did the same. A chill came off him then, like a riotous wind blowing from the depths of a continent made of ice. Just when it seemed like swords were about to be drawn between a captain and a junior cadet, Jin spoke. Actually, it's funny us running into each other like this. I've been sent to collect Tashiro-kun. Seems Commander General Shijikuni and a couple other captains would like to have a word with you. We're off to climb the mountain's peak, you and I. Turning, Jin then swept his arm out in a leading gesture. If you'll kindly walk this way. And Momo Hinamori cringed. She looked over at Hitsugaya, who returned the expression. No words were spoken between them. Instead, she only tried to communicate with her eyes. Don't go with him. This isn't right. Fine. A brusque, irritated concession. At the same time, she felt her heart sink. Tashiro was looking at her with a bland scowl. Apparently her message had not been taken to heart. All Hinamori could do was smile bravely. Go with the captain, Tashiro-kun. We can get caught up some other time. This must be very important, because I didn't hear anything about it, even though I'm a lieutenant. Maybe I'll ask my own captain, Aizen-sama, if he knows what this is regarding. That was for Jin's benefit. Just to let him know that someone in authority would be informed in case anything were to happen to Hitsugaya while he was in the maniac's company. The dragon-eyed child shrugged and began to walk off. I'll come and see you when this is over. Later. And he glanced back at her, Hinamari-chan. Was that a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth? The sight caused her to feel quite warm inside, and she found herself skipping forward a few steps and calling out playfully, "That's Hinamari Fukotaiko, now. Don't forget who's got the higher rank between us. I expect you to observe all appropriate formalities since we'll be working together from this day forth." All she got in return was a wave, and even though his back was now turned, the girl found herself waving right back, a gleeful smile on her lips. Oh, she was going to rub his nose in this, just you wait and see. There wouldn't be any opportunity lost to emphasize just who was in charge around here. Little Shiro had better get used to taking orders from me from now on. There came a slight sigh, and of a sudden it dawned on her that the deathly phantom was still standing right behind her. Always good to see old friends, Momo-chan. Jin came walking by as he said this. Why don't ya stop by the Third's headquarters later today? Kira would be glad to see you, and so would I. We could all have a nice cup of tea, and chat about the good old days. It'd be fun. With the distance between them increasing, the only thing the second seat of Squad 5 could manage to say was, "Yes, sir." After another minute, she was standing there all alone, beneath the branches of the sakura tree. Rukia stood alone in front of a plain, unimposing edifice. Very high, with several different levels. The number on it clearly read, Warehouse #4, but she had felt it necessary to start off from the division headquarters once she found it and walked down the way, counting each building as she went. There was no denying it. Her guide had been completely correct. This was her intended destination. So? What's the big deal? The sun had completely dropped below the horizon several minutes ago, leaving this building in twilight's shadow. It seemed ominous somehow. A great brooding ogre, waiting for any unsuspecting little girl to come traipsing up to it and be devoured. But that's silly, the orphan chided herself. A mere flight of fancy. There was no one waiting here for her. This area was strangely deserted. Not a single slip of riot so to alert her careful senses. Clearly her mystery messenger intended for their target to enter this structure. Alone. Why not just leave? Why indeed? I'm serious. The only thing that really drew you here is curiosity. Haven't you come far enough? You don't always need to know the reason behind something. I'm worried, is all. I don't blame you. I'm scared too. I specifically said I was worried, not scared. Do we really need to discuss this? No. You're right. I'm just trying to stall for time, is all. Me, too, I guess. So, what do you want to do? Seriously? Rukia glanced around. It was just a touch cool this evening. The sort of feeling that, if dwelt upon, would encourage any reasonable person to go home, crawl into their warm waiting bed for a good night's rest, and wake up in the morning with the potential of a bright new day ahead of them. Especially if that day promised a trip to a new location, where she could exercise her duties and abilities to the fullest. She had been given something to look forward to in her life, without any reservation. I'm strong enough, Rukia told herself. I can protect those people who have no idea what terrors lurk on the edge of their world. I shouldn't let anything come between that and me. I should get it over with. That strange dream world, my time in it won't last. It'll be over before I know it. 1 month and then I'm right back where I started. The same troubles. Same monsters. It's just a diversion, really. Trying to get away from what scares me. What do I want to do? In all seriousness, I want to kick Junichi Maru's teeth in. I want to grab Byakuya Kukaki by the scarf and shake him until he finally spills what it is he wants from me. But I am not allowed to do any of that. This is something I will permit myself to do. I'm going in, Kukaki decided. You've got me, girl. I'll back you up forever. I know. Thank you. So resolved, the figure in black approached the huge wooden doors. Reaching up, she pressed her hands against them, grimacing as she pushed with all her strength. Surprisingly, they came open quite easily. Rukia almost stumbled forward from the lack of resistance, but checked herself in time. The interior of the warehouse was dark. There were no windows, not even hypo-style vents in the walls to allow light to filter in. Totally black. She could make out boxes labeled with their contents stacked up from the dim illumination at her back, but other than that. Hold on. What was that? Farther away, back towards what she assumed was the building's center, there was a tiny pinpoint that suggested a candle's flame. Couldn't make it out clearly from here. Kukaki hesitated on the cusp of entering. It wasn't too late. She could turn and run right now. She knew that. But is that what you're going to do in the human world when you come across a scary hollow? Turn tail and run? Or instead are you going to do what they've been training you to do? Yumi Chika and Momo, Kyan, and Yuka take, even the Kukaki. Cut the beast down to size, send it to whatever level of the Rukonga will have it, or hell should that prove necessary. Feeling somewhat better now, Rukia stepped into the building, whether it proved to be a trap or no. Making her way down the cleared lane, she had just summoned a small ball of Kido to guide her the rest of the way, when from behind there came the unmistakable sound of the doors swinging shut with a crash. Instantly she spun, Sode no Shirayuki emerging from its sheath. Face lit by the glow of her own power, Rukia was just about to speak its release, when from the shadows, a voice spoke. Glad you could make it, Kukaki Rukia. Turning, she saw several shadows detach themselves from the stacks of crates and advance upon her. Just as they came into the light, Rukia immediately attacked. The surprise attack had hit them both like a bolt from the blue. Beside her, Hideaki Rashomon was staring open-mouthed at his captain. The amazement on the lieutenant's, face was something not often seen in the normally reserved and proper individual. Its twin was just settling into the features of Rangiku Matsumoto seated beside him. Strangely, it was Hideaki who was able to regain his voice first. Captain, he managed, sounding like he was swallowing his own disbelief and finding it would not go down. Did I just hear you right? Yeah, what he said, Rangiku thought, mind still a whirl from the pronouncement. A head of white hair swiveled to study the speaker. If you heard, you are being demoted, then your ears are fine. Clearly the 10th second seat, or was it third now? I have no idea how something like this works, was having difficulty with the concept. For her part, the buxom battle maiden was simply too stunned at the casual declaration to be her normal carefree self. I would like to know. The sinews were standing out in the man's neck now. He wasn't pretty before, and that certainly did not help. How I have transgressed against my station to warrant such a dismissal. Hichuga Yatashiro remained as he was, legs curled beneath him and arms crossed over his tiny chest. The white captain's robe extended out well past his feet. That thing looks huge on him, Ranjika thought, but he walked in here all right, so I guess it's the right size. Wonder if they had to make a new one just for him? Suddenly the image sprang into her mind of Kenpei Kazaraki glancing over his shoulder and wondering why there was the outline of a very small robe cut out of the back of his own. She almost giggled out loud at that, but managed to quell it thanks to the weird calm that had descended on her about 15 seconds earlier. Because of this, she heard her new captain's response quite clearly. "It's not your transgression," their boy leader said, remarkable green eyes staring out of a child's face. "It's my predecessor's. She gave you a position that should have passed to someone else. I'm simply amending that mistake." Rashomon was so upset he appeared ready to cry. That made her pity him, rude elitist bastard that he was. Finally he managed to speak firmly, and without any waterworks. "Captain Hitsugaya, I humbly request that you reconsider this decision. I have served in this company for over 70 years. My combat record is exemplary, without dispute, and I distinguished myself above all others in the lieutenant's trials to qualify for this seat. My work since then has in no way." There then came a slight rustle from one side, and a polite cough. Matsumoto glanced over towards the slim, prim woman seated somewhat to the side and behind the youngest captain in history. She watched as slender, well-crafted fingers rose and pushed a pair of glasses up the bridge of a nose whose face would have been considered enchanting were it not so sternly aloof. "Rashomon-san. No more Fukutai-ku. It's not a joke, it's real, he's been replaced. She would never participate in such a thing if it wasn't serious, I know that much. This is neither the time nor the place to submit appeals to this matter. The captain's privilege to promote and demote officers is entirely at his own discretion. While cases that do not involve a seat being made vacant as a result of death are rare, the procedure is one that has been attested to and codified in our laws. If you care to do some research on the subject, I can point you to the relevant histories." Dark purple eyes narrowed then ever so slightly. "And according to my own captain's official report, what you refer to as distinguishing yourself was only a matter of losing consciousness 5 seconds after anyone else, in a 15-second trial that was ranked the second shortest in history." The ex-lieutenant cast a furious look at his former equal, who bore the brunt of that ire without any visible disturbance. Captain Hitsugaya did not appear pleased by this behavior, or anything else, for that matter, and rose to his feet. "I don't like you, Rashomon," he growled, glaring at the man from a vantage of only about an inch even when standing upright. "You're reliable, but presumptive. Mannerly, but officious. You've got power, and you can command respect, but you treat anyone you consider as beneath you like they should be honored just to hear you speak. And for the record, however much shorter or younger I may have been in comparison to you, I was the captain and you were the lieutenant, not the other way around. I made that clear to you on the first day, but you kept treating me like a kid who happened to be sitting in the first seat's chair until they came back. I'm not going to babysit you through this relationship until you're comfortable with it. That's not how things are supposed to work." The insert number here seat of Squad 10 seemed to shrink ever so slightly, as if running through his own behavior for the past 2 weeks. Maybe he'll reach some kind of enlightenment, sitting here in this room. And he did. It was called, "Blame Anybody But Me." "You want to know about respect, Captain?" The representative from the 8th stirred at his tone, as if about to speak, but Hitsugaya made a gesture with his fingers, and she subsided, so Hideaki continued. "Your predecessor understood that word very well. And when she observed the moody, drunken, voluble antics of a despicable self-obsessed showboat, she did not think it fit to reward such behavior with further promotions until such time as that individual." And his eyes darted over to a fix on Ranjiku, learned proper respect. I agreed with this assessment. "I'll bet you did," she thought. From face deep in the old harridan's ass. "And I in no way felt as if I were stealing anything that another person had earned. I risked my life for the good of Seoul society, and I was given nothing that was not my due for it." In response, the death god prodigy frowned. "Get up," he said softly. For a moment, Hideaki Rashomon just blinked at him. A measure of fear crept over his body, visible to everyone in the room. Then, as if realizing this, he once more donned the mask of cool arrogance that had marked him in his tenure at this division, and clambered up to stand at his full height. Now staring up into his senior's face, Hitsugaya whispered, "Draw your sword." Both Rangiku and the other woman tensed. Not nearly as much as Hideaki, though. He seemed to have swallowed an oar, so stiff and straight stood he. Do I have to repeat myself? The captain's posture was still relaxed, betraying no hint of anxiety. Get that Zanpakuto out of its sheath now. He almost leaped to obey, it was so fast. In a flash, there was a bared sword in Rashomon's fist. Kind of funny, actually. But this time there was no chance at all of Rangiku laughing. Instead, she prepared herself to leap forward and stop him. Which one? That beautiful ice statue, or the sweaty lout I can smell from down in your soul? Either. He's talking again. Let's listen. Take your best shot, Demon Slayer Rashomon. When all other people present seemed about to object at the same time, Toshiro kept right on going. I'm giving you a chance to take control of this division. I won't draw on you, or cast a single spell. There are 2 lieutenants here to witness and attest to what they see, that should be good enough for anyone. Behind him, the raven-haired deputy opened her mouth to point out the flaw in procedure this would involve, but froze as a cold, invasive presence made itself known in that room. Rangiku saw the woman's breath come out in a puff of mist, immediately followed by her own, but the source of that awesome energy was not done yet. You want power so bad, you want your due? You'll have to kill me to get it. Then you won't have to answer to anyone, or brook any contradictory views. If that seems fair to you, then go right ahead and swing. A dangerous light caused those fatal emeralds to glow from within. Otherwise, you get out of my sight, and never speak that way about a member of this division again. You're the 3rd seat now, and will be for as long as I deem fit. Are we clear, Officer Rashomon? Oh my goodness, he just defended your virtue. I think I love this boy. What kept you? I liked him from that first day. There was no real anxiety. Not even a chance of anything going wrong to mar the perfect happiness that had descended on her heart. She might not know this kid as well as she might hope, but Rashomon's character was something Matsumoto was very familiar with. So when he sheathed his sword, dropped his arm badge on the floor and walked out of the room without even a snippy comment to salvage his wounded pride, it came as no surprise to her. Or anyone else, really. The 1st seat of her division turned back to the sharp-eyed brunette whose face wore a look of firm polite circumspection. Thank you for agreeing to stand in as witness and representative of the law today, Ise Fukutaiku. She bowed her head. It was a rare case, as I said. My captain felt it would be to everyone's best interest if the precedent was confirmed as legal and official, so as to avoid the appearance of impropriety. I am honored to have been of service to you, Captain Hitsugaya. Did you hear the way she said his name? She wants him. What a tramp. Better get your claws in before anybody else. After all, we saw him first. Hanko, stop being a bitch. It's embarrassing. Lieutenant Ise then held out the newly crafted wooden arm badge with a daffodil seal, which her superior took. The young leader, still wearing that hairdo, what did he use to cut it, his fingernails, trotted over on his small legs to where Rangiku sat, having not spoken one word since he laid down the rearrangement in rank. Rangiku Matsumoto. I want to hear him scream that name before the night is done, understand me? I'm talking about silk sheets, nails gouging into wood, howling at the moon, using every position imaginable and maybe some no one has ever seen before to achieve a climax of epic. You are ruining this moment for me, you horny cat. I hereby bestow upon you the rank of Vice Captain in the 10th Division of the Godi I-13, along with all duties and privileges that are inherent to the title. May you bear the name of Lieutenant with pride. Hitsugaya then held out the badge. Rangiku gazed at it. She wanted this. Had wanted it for a very long time, if only to let all those dirty scheming little scrubs realize that she had come this far and survived this long not by chance, but because she was that freaking good. In spite of all their condescension and unwarranted hostility, she had persevered and stayed when it would have been so easy to duck out, run to the only person she knew for a fact respected and valued her and take the job he had offered so often before. How many nights had she drowned her tears in strong drink, sometimes alone, other times with more cheerful company. Now all that had finally come to an end. It was time to let the whole world know just what she could accomplish. So then, Let's get this new relationship started off right, shall we? With that, the blue-eyed charmer looked up at her new boss and raised an eyebrow. Is that all? When he actually gaped at her, she felt a little thrill of illicit pleasure. Forgive me, you handsome snow cone, but you've got to understand just who it is you are dealing with. No flowers, no gifts. Not even some chocolates to seal the deal? I haven't accepted yet, you know. I mean, the invitation is well warranted, but come on. Be a lieutenant? Do you have any idea how much work that involves? I've got a life outside these offices, and that sort of position would seriously cut into my scheduled carousing and merrymaking. I'm a girl who likes her pleasures, understand? She turned her head and closed her eyes resolutely, then cracked one open for a sidelong look at the results of this performance. The other woman looked positively aghast at her presumption. And as for Hitsugaya, well, let's just leave that for later. Heaving a deep sigh, the honey-haired death god came back about, and flashed her most dazzling smile at the pair of stiffs. Well, okay. Since you want me that badly, I won't deny you the chance to be close to such a ravishing young beauty. Can't have you pining over me and chasing me all around the grounds, now can we? That would be bad for morale, after all. And it's a lieutenant's duty to see that her captain is treated with all due respect and consideration. You can count on me for that, Captain Hitsugaya. With that, she plucked her new accessory from his fingers and proceeded to tie it around her waistband before settling back and smiling at them. How did Toshiro take this? He was so furious he looked ready to snatch the insignia back. Or stuff it down her throat. Or go Bankai and level the building on the spot along with the surrounding area, causing devastation and spewing flames from his raging heart. Exactly the type of reaction I was hoping for. With that, she hopped to her feet, saluted them smartly, and proceeded to saunter lazily from the room, making sure to toss her hair and sigh despondently, as if to say, well, there goes my youth. Goodbye, halcyon days. In the wake of her passing, Nanao Ise recovered first. Hiding the distress this scene had evoked, not to mention the prospect of dealing with this loony female as an equal from now on, the dedicated bureaucrat then slid forward, retrieved the form that banished Hideaki to a third seat's salary forever and laid out the official notice of recognition for Rangiku Matsumoto's promotion. In the blank space reserved for a lieutenant to witness the transition of power, she signed her own name with a small, precise hand. All that remained was Hitsugaya Teiku. No response. Captain? If I could just get your signature on this document. The hands fisted at his side slowly unclenched. Turning about and crossing to sit beside her, the Shinigami savant picked up a brush and proceeded to affix his mark to the page. Did he hesitate right there at the beginning, ever so briefly, Nanao wondered? No way to tell. But whatever misgivings this young soul might have about his new vice-captain, clearly they were not enough to prevent him from giving that girl her due. It had been a long time coming, Lieutenant Ise reflected as she bent to retrieve the scroll. Oh my god, he smells so nice. Nanao, you kiss him right this minute. I'll die if you don't. Spurred by the drop in temperature in the captain's chambers, made conspicuous by her own rising body heat, Nanao made her farewells and beat a swift retreat back home. The lights came on, and they all screamed at once. Surprise! Rukia felt somewhat silly then, standing there with the tip of her blade held at the throat of Sentaro Katsubeki in the middle of what was clearly a party. The echoes of that great shout died as everyone found themselves studying this bizarre scene. None of the attendees could apparently come up with a response. For her part, Rukia stood frozen with the understanding that she was threatening a superior officer. Gah! The third seat of her division gasped and blanched, lifting his head up slightly, wide eyes never leaving the weapon being leveled at his jugular. The paper lanterns glowed, streamers fluttered aimlessly, and she could have sworn she heard someone whisper, "Do it." Then from off to the side, there was a small beep, quite audible in that deathly silence. Beautiful shot. The befuddled maiden glanced over to see Yumichika Yasukawa inspecting his cell phone. Catching her look, he proceeded to beam like the sun, and inverted the device to display the picture of her on it. Don't you think so, Rukia-chan? Ah. She began, and then realizing that she was still in that same position, hastily leapt back, withdrawing her Zanpakuto from the bearded chin. Sentaro clapped a hand to his throat, perhaps to check and see if he was bleeding. When he withdrew it and saw nothing of the sort, the man visibly sagged in relief. "Sentaro, what are you doing scaring Rukia-san like that?" Kian Kotetsu yapped indignantly from beside him. "You sounded like you were about to ravish her, no wonder she put a sword to your throat." "I wasn't trying to scare her," Sentaro sputtered. "And what do you mean, ravish her? Don't go ascribing anything vulgar to my actions, you scruffy little mouse. What'd you say?" The diminutive death god sprang at her co-chair's throat, only to be caught halfway to her target by a firm hand. Holding the raging imp by her robe collar, white-haired Yuka take Jushiro side and cast a long-suffering look in Rukia's direction. "Kukaki-san," he spoke with amused resignation, "welcome to your going-away celebration." Rukia gaped. Then from behind her, someone blew on a party favor. Turning about, she recognized several members of her own division, along with a smattering of folks from the 10th and 4th. There were even more drawn up in a circle around her. Quite a few of them were dressed in everyday attire, making it somewhat difficult to place names to faces, so used was she to seeing them only in black just as she was now. They were chatting, pointing, and laughing good-naturedly. Turning back and forth, more and more people stood out to her in this gaily festive crowd. Seemingly as one, a huge upwelling of spirit energy caused the floor to shake slightly, as several partygoers left off suppressing their riotsu in order to keep her from sensing their presence. For a moment, she almost lost her footing, before swiftly acclimating to the festive and powerful new atmosphere. "I don't understand," the young woman stuttered, meaning every articulate word of it. "It's a party to congratulate you, Rukia. What's there to understand?" A cup was thrust before her nose. Looking up, Rukia found Renji Abarai smirking down his own nose at her, clearly enjoying the show. That caused all trace of confusion, dejection, and humiliation to melt away, to be replaced with good old familiar outrage. "If it's my celebration, who invited you?" "We did." Captain Yuka stepped forward, now flanked by his reconciled if somewhat red-faced underlings. "The idea for the party came from these two, to commemorate your first official post in the living realm. I thought it was a splendid idea, considering how long you've been tasked with less than desirable assignments." Kian piped up then. "It was also my way of sending you off right this time, Rukia-san. Especially after, well, you know, that last one." "You mean that time you mixed up your assignment with hers and almost got her killed?" Katsubaki grumbled while glancing off in the opposite direction. Kotetsu's teeth clenched, but before she could utter a retort, a calming hand was placed on both their shoulders, and the feuding pair found themselves separated by their happily smiling hero. "After that was settled, we made some arrangements to try and give you a surprise," the gentle nobleman continued. "Kian got her sister Isane to write you a letter, and Lieutenant Kotetsu in turn convinced her counterpart in the 10th to pull some strings and lease out the warehouse for our benefit. Sentaro handled the invitations to those two squads, by way of saying thanks for their efforts. The ladies responsible are right over there, you can thank them for their help if you like." He gestured, and Rukia turned to see two tall beauties, one silver, the other gold, from their position in a small group of clearly interested males. She recognized them as the lieutenants of the 4th and 10th respectively. The more vocal one, Rangiku Matsumoto, noticed her attention on them and waved cheerfully, prompting everyone to follow suit. When she saluted them in return, they all went back to their own conversations. "I got wind of it through some shared connections," Renji spoke up. "I went to see the ones arranging things, and they said the more the merrier. So I told Yumi Chika, and he brought along Ikeku Madarame and some other guys from the 11th. Don't worry," he quickly supplied as he noticed the glint in her eye, "they've promised to be on their best behavior. And we've got some insurance of that. Lieutenant Kuzugishi herself is in attendance. She popped up and said she wanted to come. Captain Zaraki won't be making an appearance, in case you're worried, he's off on a mission with Captain Kiraku. Kira's coming by later, apparently Ichimaru gave him the night off." I asked, but Momo was busy with her captain, so I'm afraid they won't be able to make it. For a while there, I was thinking we could get the second seats of every division in one room. But you'll have to settle for about half. He was still proffering the drink out to her, and this time she took it without reservation, happy to see him smiling so unreservedly. It had been a while since her old companion had looked this carefree. Her gaze went from his face, to Jushiro's paternal features, to those of the quarrelsome couple. They were all regarding her with equivalent levels of affection. Looking down at the cup in her hands, Rukia thought about what she was feeling. I never knew they all cared this much. Some of them even more than this. I feel about to cry. Why am I so surprised? Because you can be a pretty bleak judge of character sometimes. Is it really so shocking to think that they might want you to have a little fun in your life? I wasn't even thinking about it, really. I guess I just took things for granted. I had already thought all the way through to the end of my mission, like it was over and done with. Just thinking about yourself. Haven't we gotten past that yet? I'm sorry. Oh come on, I was kidding. Look, there's a celebration going on around your ears. Can't you shed the Kukaki shroud just for one night and try to revel in the good things? Well, I guess we'll find out, won't we? Atta girl. Before anything else, though. With that, Rukia Kukaki bowed down before her captain, his vassals, and her childhood comrade. Thank you all, so very much. A chorus of smiles was her response. You are most welcome, Kukaki-chan. Glad to be of service, Rukia-san. I'm more glad. It was my idea from the start. Yeah, you're welcome. You gonna drink that or not? Without further ado, she took a sip. The rice wine trickled down her throat, warming her insides with its alcoholic potency. Behind her, she could hear Yumi Chika calling out to come and meet his associates. This she proceeded to do. Watch out for her, Lieutenant. The man from the 11th called happily. She'll surprise you if you let her. Izurokira scowled over at where that ambiguous anarchist was lounging in the grass, then turned his attention back to his opponent. Rukia Kukaki was edging closer to him, her bared sword held at shoulder level, ready to thrust or parry. For a moment there, he had actually been required to exert himself while facing her. This was something new in their relationship. Memories flashed through his mind from their time back at the academy, scenes of himself and his fellow advanced classmates Renji and Momo. He had struggled against them, to be sure, but on those extremely rare occasions when sparring with this little girl from the regular class, not once had he ever felt to be at a disadvantage. It didn't irk him to find that this was no longer the case. Who was he to begrudge Rukia the opportunity to grow stronger, if she was able and willing? They were both academy graduates from around the same time. Izuru cared little for her not having officially passed the exams, that clearly made no difference. They had talked together, studied together, laughed together. She was one of their little group. Mostly because of Renji, but still. Sudden movement brought him back to the present. Rukia had taken 2 quick steps forward and lunged, aiming for his midsection. Swiftly the seated officer interposed his own saber, deflecting the attack. There was a slight sense of being off balance then, and Kira cursed himself. He had forgotten what it was like to fight someone this much shorter than himself. His movements were conditioned towards combat with much larger and taller individuals, usually men. Right away he could see that he had overextended himself with that move. But while he was unaccustomed to this disparity in height and strength, obviously the same could not be said for Rukia. Without any visible effort she had redirected the arc of her sword, bringing it back from that last unsuccessful attempt and already sending it flashing out in another. Mercy, but she was quick. This time Izuru found himself giving ground unconsciously, feeling the rush of air brushing against his stomach as her stroke went past. Aha, his instincts were better than he knew. She clearly hadn't been expecting him to retreat, and there was a second of thwarted indecision there. Obviously he wasn't the only one to have built up a preconceived notion of how to fight certain opponents. His muscles were primed, though, and his fighting impulses honed to a split-second's decision. There was no need to spend time analyzing his best options. He simply knew. Many years of combat experience had seen this proven for a fact. He had the advantage in reach, and so now he used it. Crouching down, the blonde swordsman swung his Zanpakuto in a flash of mirror-bright steel. It was a lower attack than she had expected. How many people would bring themselves down to her level? Only those able to see its advantages, he thought. She blocked it, but this unfamiliar exertion of different muscles was telling in her frame. Rukia was used to swords coming at her from above, not from below. As a result of this, her footing faltered somewhat. Kira didn't smile, but his heart was beating faster, exhilaration at outthinking his opponent giving him that sharp clarity that sometimes came about in any test of skill. Now his own racing footwork closed the gap in between them. Rising to his full height, he inverted his grip, and the sword at his side came up in a backhand so fast it hummed, and cut air. With that realization came another, that someone was pressing themselves against him. It was so surprising that for a moment Izuru had no idea what this might mean. He thought she might be hugging him. Only then did he feel the leg coming around to hook behind his own, and what had seemed like a slight push now became a hard shove as she drove her shoulder into his stomach, setting her other foot back firmly and taking advantage of his forward momentum to turn herself into a barrier. This time instinct couldn't save him. His raised foot automatically came up even higher, sending him even more off balance. When he tried to hop gracelessly backwards on one leg, the effort only served to emphasize his lack of control. Just when he had been about to swing his other leg back, her palm came up and smacked him sharply on the chin, and before he knew it Kira was flat on his back, the breath leaving his lungs in a whoosh. For the first time in his life, the astonished noble found himself looking up at a triumphant Rukia Kukaki as she placed her sword at the tip of his throat. Where on earth had she learned to fight like that? Winner, Kukaki-chan. Yumi Chika Ayaskawa crowed, reclining on his back and enjoying the view. No. And now Kira did smile. I didn't hear myself surrender yet. Did you, Kukaki-sama? Her lips tilted upwards slightly. No, Vice Cap. Bakudo 69, Silver Tongue striking ASP. Bakudo 39, Arc Shield. Gray light shot from his tongue, and her empty hand came up to her face, a white disc the size of a dinner platter forming to catch the demon magic and leave it hanging harmlessly a short distance from her throat. She was much faster than before, he thought, but immobilization had never been his intent. Only distraction. It was then that the grim-faced lieutenant demonstrated his own resolve. Her sword hadn't wavered from his throat, and reaching up, he seized it in one hand, wincing only slightly as the sharp steel cut deep into his flesh. Then his own weapon came up. Raise your head, Wabisuk. The metal wavered like air over hot coals, then sprang back into solid existence, a sharp hook now crowning its tip. This he swiftly brought looping around her head before the slender maiden could even attempt to move. She clearly felt that razor edge whispering at the back of her neck, judging by the way her eyes widened and her mouth fell open slightly, as if on the verge of reciting another spell. Gazing up into his old schoolmate's face, her conqueror grinned without reservation now. Don't underestimate the determination in us men of the Third, Rukia-sama. She did not speak. Was she truly beaten, the pallid Shinigami thought as he rose carefully to his feet? Or simply looking for another opportunity? Across the way, Ayaskawa had come up as well. So, you're the first one to resort to bringing out your Shikai, Kirafukutai-ku. The way he said it irked Izuru slightly. Like it was an admission of weakness, or desperation. Of a sudden he was reminded of why fighters from this division often got on his nerves. When Momo Hinamori had asked him to fill in for her today in her scheduled sessions with Rukia, he had been loath to accept. Not on account of pride at being asked to tutor a low-ranked Shinigami. He did that every day, it was part of his duties as a lieutenant. It was because she told him that the fifth seed from Squad 11 would also be there. He had never actually spoken with this individual before, and while Yumi Chika Ayaskawa clearly differed from his compatriots on certain levels, his unbridled love of battle was not one of them. They looked down on anyone who did not take delight in bloodshed and warfare. It was on this note that Kira had come to learn long ago that there could be no agreement between him and them. He did not like to kill. Because when he did, Izuru Kira knew that there could be no forgiveness for himself. And on some level, he hated his opponents for putting him in that position. Why did they oppose him? Why did they seemingly rush onto his blade, to suffer and die, only then seeming to grasp the enormity of what their pride and hunger had cost them? He hated the way their eyes seemed to beg for something from him at the last. I am a warrior of the Godai 13. We do not teach our students to be merciful here. Begging is just the first stage of defeat. So what stage is crying and screaming, I don't wanna die, I don't wanna die. I told you to stop reminding me of that. Stop looking at yourself like you're dirty and I will. I hate it when your loathing starts to eat at you and you just let it. I can be ashamed if I want to. I have done horrible things. We have done those things together. Don't you dare try to leave me out of this. I am not a blade hanging over your head. You tried turning me against yourself that night you almost died, and I showed you it wouldn't work. I come from your soul, Izuru. I have forgiven you for what you consider your failings. Why don't you take a cue from me sometimes? Because there are worse things yet to come. So now you know the future? You're so talented, my lord. Don't mock me. Stop being so sensitive. There's a difference between Shinigami and Kami. You always have to hide things, covering up crimes. Especially those of that maniac you serve under. Whenever someone speaks ill of you, that's the first place your mind goes to. But they don't know what we've done. Maybe if you tried telling someone about it, that might help. No one knows how I feel. Are you sure? What about Rukia? What? What do you mean? Look at her. He did. Kira looked at her face. The way it denied all emotion. Or did it? The slackness in her features, like everything had been drained out of her. It wasn't the battle focus that others preferred, or even that Kami's only experienced fighters wore. Her eyes were staring raptly, with his sword still hovering an inch away from her skin. What was she looking at? Glancing down, he caught sight of his hand still around her katana, and the blood flowing out along it. Why would that? Think. Blood on her sword. Oh. Oh no. The answer was so obvious. Kyan Shiba. The former lieutenant of her division. Rukia had been forced to kill him when he was possessed by a hollow. There had been an inquiry that determined she was in no way at fault for his death, but some people said that was only due to the influence of her family. He hadn't seen much of her since then, but if she was anything like him, then there could be only one way to look at that event. She was waiting for someone to punish her for it. The same way I am waiting for my sins to rush up and bury me. Looking at her then, he realized that she was expecting the crook of his blade to pull forward and behead her. With a frightened gasp, he withdrew the gallows blade carefully from about her neck. Rukia continued to stare at his hand around her sword. He heard her whisper then. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki. Blood. Dripping down the sword blade. Around his skin. He was smiling at her. Harder. No. Harder. Stop it. Harder, girl. Do you want to die? I don't. You push it right in there, Rukia-chan. Right where I showed you before. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. It'll feel so good, there'll be blood and you'll cry at first, but it won't be long before you start to like it. I'm cold. I like you, Rukia Ajausama. I'm so cold. Where are you? Where are you? Dance. My sword? Sode no Shirayuki. You say that now. But when the time comes, you will remember everything. And in that moment, I am sure you will reach the right decision. It's so cold. We've seen what you can do, you and I. So don't tell me you aren't strong enough. I won't do this. It's wrong. Freeze him. Freeze us both if you have to. Freeze us to death. In an instant, the blade in his hands burned with cold. Looking down, Kira was surprised to find that it had gone completely white. Rukia's Shikai, he thought with some surprise. Funny, I don't recall her ever. Look out. But it was too late. It felt like every drop of heat fled from his body in a second. All of it was being sucked away into the sword. He tried to let go, but his fingers had gone stiff with frostbite. The frigid power was now flowing through the cut on his palm directly into his soul body. It was seeking his heart, robbing him of his warmth, his life. What are you doing? Fight back. She's killing you. I can't. Let go of the sword, Kira. They won't move. Won't. Let. Move. Go. It felt like his digits almost broke off when they came away from the snowy katana. Kira had just a second to bring them up before his face, trying to ascertain if there was any permanent damage, when danger registered. Moving what felt painfully slow, he dragged Wabisuk up just in time to parry the fall of the White Soul Cutter. Immediately his Zanpakuto's special ability responded, doubling the weight of the other fighter's weapon. It began to scrape down along his Shikai's edge, dragging itself earthwards, but then, as if in answer to the attack, without warning a sheen of frost spread out from Rukia's sword, effectively freezing the blades against one another with sheer cold. Suddenly his own power was being turned against him, as both soul cutters started sinking lower and lower. And once more, the deadly numbness was seeping through his veins. She's like ice. Kira, do something, make her stop. He looked into Rukia's eyes. They were cold. Dead. Her arms trembled, and she shook ever so slightly, but none of that seemed to be registering. Mist came off her skin unnoticed. She had gone far away from herself. And in this state, she was about to kill him. Freezing cold, like he had never experienced in the land of the dead, swept up through his lungs. Each breath was an icicle in his throat, leaving him unable to speak, whether for pleading or Kido spell. His skin was turning blue, frost creeping over his eyelids so he could not shut them. Before him, the face of his executioner was as blank as a hollow's mask. It would seem my sins have caught up to me faster than I expected. Mother. Father. I'm so ashamed. Kukaki-chan. Yumichika shouted her name. No response. A blast of icy wind blew out from them both, locked in that grisly duel that in no way spoke to the sheer love of battle that resided in his heart. This wasn't a fight. It was a murder-suicide he was watching. The slender pugilist didn't bother to question why this had happened. Thinking too much tended to freeze you up. Instead he lunged forward. Both Rukia and the gloomy Gus lieutenant were freezing to death right in front of him. Her power was killing them. Reaching out, Ayaskawa grabbed the girl's shoulder, intending to try and yank them apart. As he did, his arm went numb, and patterns of frost traced over his skin and into his muscles. With a hiss, he snatched his hand back. The contact apparently got her attention enough to give Kira a chance to pull his frozen fingers away from her sword. But then the two blades clashed, and there was no harmony to be found in it. Both figures were turning to ice statues before his eyes. Standing a few paces away from this chilling sight, Ayaskawa nursed his fingers and thought. Oh, no. Not a chance. I won't have any part of that idea. She'll die if I don't. They both will. Can't we just drain their energy? I'm willing to bet they wouldn't notice anything. If we did that, we're the ones who'd be turned into icicles. I'll admit, I'm offended by what's taking place here. But what you're thinking is just so repulsive. Give me a few minutes to prepare myself, will you? You've got until I draw you from your sheath. You crass slob. With that, the fifth seat ripped his blade from its scabbard and shouted, Bloom. Don't say it. Fuji Kyojaku. I hate you so much it isn't even beautiful. The wicked scythe sprouted from a point just above the handle, a long sharp fingernail reaching up to the sky. Drawing between the pair of dying figures, Yumichika raised it on high. Sorry about this, Rukia-chan. His furious soul spiked, reaching its maximum at this level, and without a sound, the death god brought his weapon smashing down on Sode no Shirayuki. He heard something crack. But the white blade held. Open. Ayaskawa roared. His sword split into 4 identical scimitars, 2 above and 2 below Rukia's Shikai. Close. I am so sorry, my dear. The shafts slid back together. And caught between their fierce grip, Sode no Shirayuki snapped in half. A shriek sounded then, and he realized that it was coming from Rukia. He turned to see her falling backwards, the cold death loosing from her and Izuru at the same time. They were both toppling over. Now that the danger had passed, only one question remained, how to make this scene beautiful. Well, that one's easy. With that, he swept forward and caught the little princess in his arms before she could touch the earth. Cradling her against his chest, Yumichika remained in that pose for a few seconds, savoring what he knew must be an absolutely heroic and dazzling sight. A shame no one was there to witness it. The splendid moment was marred by the sound of Izuru's body impacting against the dirt with an unpleasant thud. Some people just had no sense for artistry. When Rukia came to, it was to find herself moving while standing still. Weird, she thought. After a while, a few things began to come clear. For starters, she was having difficulty opening her eyes. Eyelids must be heavy, she thought. But there seemed to be something warm pressed up against the front of her body. Her legs were wrapped around it, and she felt what she could swear was a pair of hands underneath her thighs. Coupled with this was the sensation of moving up and down. If I keep going like this, I might not like what I find. Okay. Give it some consideration. You're upright, apparently. And I guess, we're going somewhere? It finally dawned on her that she was being carried on somebody's back. There was a buzzing going on nearby. Focusing on it, she managed to make out a conversation taking place between two people. Now, if I can just hear what they're saying. Still don't see why you don't carry her. I'm not exactly feeling my best right now. I've got my hands full. And besides, this way you two get to share body heat, which is something you're both desperately in need of. Got anybody waiting at home to provide you with a more intimate version? Wadash. How is that any business of yours, I wonder? Just making conversation. Make it with somebody else. I'm still your superior officer, I could just order you to carry her. Ah, so you will attest to Byakuya Kukaki that you ordered me to drape his unconscious sister over my warm manly body, wrap her legs around me and proceed to. Stop right there. I thought not. Try to keep up with me, it'll be good for your circulation. There was silence for a time. Then, Yomishika-san, thank you. For what you did. No response came back. I know it must have been difficult for you. You have no idea how much. Her sword is an absolute joy to behold. Breaking it is something I will not forgive myself for any time soon. What? Struggling against leaden lids, Rukia finally managed to open her eyes a crack. Bright light. Moving objects. It was certain now. She was being carried piggyback. And by the sound of the voices, it must be Kira who was doing all the work. Then that means the black blur off to my left must be Yumichika. As if to confirm this discovery, her eyesight sharpened. It really was her dear drill master, trotting along beside them, reverently holding out before him the pieces of her sword. You broke her, she thought accusingly. Kukaki felt like she might cry. What happened? Reaching out, she sought to make contact with her guardian spirit, dreading that she might know the result. So no Shirayuki? She found herself back in the moonlit snowfield. Slumped on the ground before her was the spirit of her Zanpakuto. Before she could even cry out, Shirayuki raised her long trailing sleeve, the fingers hidden within it. Hello. Rukia knelt and took her hand. Are you, all right? Now isn't that a stupid question? We almost killed each other, and then I was broken in half. Why weren't you listening to me, you silly girl? I was screaming at you to stop. I don't know, the wielder of the blade almost sobbed. I don't know what just happened, I only remember voices, someone was right there speaking to me, and I was so afraid of what they were telling me that I had to stop them. No matter what. Head bowed, face hidden in the depths of her hood, the semi-trapped dancer flinched. I didn't hear anything. It was like you were speaking to a part of yourself I couldn't reach for some reason. I could hear you, but you plainly couldn't hear me. Can you? The sword's mistress swallowed back her fear. Can you still move? Are you broken for good? So no Shirayuki glanced down at her legs. It's unpleasant, let's put it that way. But I do know that this is not permanent. In time, I will be restored through your spirit, and then I'll be good as new. I'm not of much use to you right now. Hardly worthy of being called a sword anymore. You might want to see about finding a replacement for a while. Don't ever say that. Her shout caused the white reflection of her soul to glance up in surprise. You are my sword, my partner. You never let me give up, and I'll be damned if I don't extend you the same courtesy. Broken or not, I will find a way for us to still fight together. She could hear Shirayuki's hidden lips curve up in a smile. You going to fling my hilt at your enemies? Or maybe put the blade in between your teeth and charge at them? I don't charge at my enemies, Rukia informed her coolly. I dance, remember? With that, she reached beneath the spirit's arms and lifted her up on her feet. There was no sense of weight at all, she might as well have been holding a single snowflake. The two of them stood there, face to hidden face. Heh. Fine. We're clever, we'll try to work something out. But honestly, even if a solution does present itself, I hope that we'll never have a reason to use it, now or ever. Just you watch, Sode no Shirayuki. I will dance with you, and before you know it. The sense of this place was fading away from her. She was going back to reality. I'll try to think of a good name for it. Something wrong, Ayasukawa-san? No. I suppose not. I could have sworn I felt her sword warm there for a second. Maybe that means she's all right. I certainly hope so. Agreed. Rukia stirred slightly, and she felt Izuru take a firmer grip on her. She was just starting to close her eyes again. With her cheek pressed against his back, the exhausted enchantress glanced up for a brief moment, a thought occurring to her. This felt familiar somehow. Like she was used to being carried like this, though she had no particular recollection of it. But the sensation was very strong. Watching the blue and white picture high above her while being slung against someone's back, and curiously reaching up to try and touch their hair but never quite being able to reach that far. Not blonde like Kira's. She couldn't recall exactly why that mattered. Could this be a memory of someone from her distant childhood? Before she could find her answer, Kukaki Rukia was asleep once more. To be continued. Chapter 13, Mortal Realm, Meet Your Match. She returned the waves of 3 guys from the 10th who walked by, then looked back at him. Yomishika-san. I met him for the first time during the disturbance at Hollow Bug a few years back. Okay. That makes sense. Watching him out of the corner of her eye, Rukia seemed to be about to ask him something, but then reconsidered. Renji just chugged his drink. The low flickering light of the candles was serving to make him feel loose and mellow. Or maybe that was just the amount of alcohol he had ingested. Whatever. It's all good. They were sitting on a stack of crates, surrounded by animated discussions, impromptu tests of strength, ribald singing, and a fair amount of intimate behavior. Exactly the sorts of things one might expect to find in any party. But the person for whom this was all being held was not exactly getting into the spirit of things. Because of this, he was concerned. So, Abarai began, striving for something to follow that archetypal conversation starter. Here we are. Another classic hit. Some of us more than others, she responded flippantly. Was that a reference to him having consumed 10 times more sake than her tonight? Joke's on you, Rukia, I'm still sober. Before he could put that fact into words, she was talking once more. Is this the sort of behavior expected from the 8th seat of the 6th division? Ah. There's a good way to strike up a dialogue. Didn't anybody tell you? Renji drew himself up smugly. I got promoted over a month ago. Beat the 7th seat in a duel, and the 6th got eaten by a hollow. Or something like that. Anyway, you're talking to the new 6th most powerful fighter in Division 6. Wait, we're still shopping for a new lieutenant. Make that the 5th most powerful fighter. She turned a surprised look on him. Why didn't you tell me? Oh. Suddenly things were getting a little too revealing for his taste. After a few moments of ruminating and staring into his drink, he finally came up with, I'm not where I want to be yet. Then he added with a smirk, but I'll let you know when I am. Now Rukia just stared at him. Did she seem sad? Hell, if you want to say something, just say it, girl. You want to go sing at the bar? Be my guest. Wanna paint the whole Kukaki Manor pink? Hand me a brush. You want to get out of this place forever? I'll lead the way. But if not, there are a few things I have to do before I'm ready to really approach you again. Hey, speaking of good news, Rukia, what's the big idea keeping this to yourself? It's your first time going into the world of the living, am I right? How come I had to get this information second-hand from Can't Keep a Secret Kotetsu? That brought a smile to her face. It's my second time, actually. And I was going to tell you earlier, but I just kept putting it off. His response was a frown. Why? You didn't want to talk to me or something? Rukia went very still. You've been distant lately, Renji. I hardly ever see you, and when I do, you're always running off somewhere. Hey, seated officers are busy guys. He snapped, automatically looking for something to divert her suspicions. Not that you would know anything about that. Oh, sweet Siritii. Did I just say what I think I said? The expression on her face told him he had. Rukia stood up then. I'm going to go talk to the captain. Don't go anywhere, okay, Renji? I'll be back in a bit. The tattooed death god turned his face away, to hide the shame burning in his cheeks. I'll be right here. Take your time. She moved off. Watching her go, he cursed himself for a fool. You are just that, brother. All this work, trying to better yourself, and here we find. You're only qualified to be the captain of the fools. With a groan, he let his head hang forward. What miserable sin had he committed in his life on earth to cause him to have such a disturbingly big mouth? The mouth wouldn't be a problem, if the brain was big enough to go along with it. Shut up. Both of you. Let me get drunk in peace. So that you can embarrass yourself even further? No. Thank you. We might owe ourselves to the repercussions from a night of drunken debauchery, but if you think you can drink us away, you are sadly mistaken, brother. Have I ever told you what a pain it is when you finish each other's sentences? Do we sense a lack of appreciation? You don't seriously believe that you could have made it to 6th seat in the 6th without us? Not to mention all that training to achieve Bankai. It was only after that fight against the Arrancar woman so long ago that you began to see some progress. Everything since then is owing to what your soul endured in that fight. I know, so you keep telling me. Man, sometimes I wish there was someone I could trust to really talk to about that. Am I part hollow now or what? I don't know. What I'd like to do is... Suddenly, Renji stopped. Blinking, he pushed the extravagant and costly shades on his forehead up a notch further, as if to ensure that they were not interfering with his vision. Had he just seen right? It seemed like too much of a coincidence at this time. Maybe his imagination was playing tricks on him, because he could have sworn he just saw standing in the crowd. There. Right there. Isn't that her? The inebriated redhead climbed to his feet, swaying slightly before pushing himself forward. He scooted by several people, squeezing his way through the press. The lighting was low in this warehouse. And he was drunk. In addition, her back was turned. But something told him he was right. He had just caught a glimpse of her face. The person he was thinking of had only been in his life for one day, yet in spite of all that, Renji was not about to let an opportunity like this slip by. He had talked to dozens of people in the fourth concerning this, but none of them seemed to have a clue what he was going on about. To the point where he wondered if it hadn't just been a dream brought on by his injuries. But as he got closer, this right here seemed like the real thing. Her hair came undone down to the small of her back. She was completely turned away from him now, dressed in a simple yukata of dark dye with tiny glimmering lines etched all over it, apparently absorbed in watching a man and woman giggling and kissing drunkenly a few feet away. He couldn't be certain. Seemed just a tad taller than he had estimated from back then, but that brief memory of her half-seen profile wouldn't let him stop. So intent on his quarry was he that Renji failed to notice how the noises and talking in the room had suddenly started to die down. Before he could stop to ponder the merits of his actions, the eager adventurer grabbed the lady by the arm and spun her about. Hana-chan. He blurted hopefully. Emerald eyes stared up at him stonily. The haircut was wrong, he realized. For that matter, this girl's face was significantly younger, and rather unexpressive. There was a resemblance, to be sure, but none of the care and heart's ease he had been hoping to see reflected in her dispassionate gaze. This isn't her. Sorry. Broken-hearted, he let her sleeve drop. Thought you were somebody else. The young woman only stared back at him. Feeling distinctly unmanned by this escapade, Abarai mumbled again, "Sorry," and turned to beat a hasty retreat. Before he could, a hand grabbed his shoulder, and spun him about with astonishing force. The next thing he knew, the dead-eyed girl had leapt atop him, wrapping her arms around his neck, legs somehow encircling his waist. Renji had just enough time to gasp in a surprised breath, before she darted her head forward and seized his lips with her own. It was a most aggressive and oddly untutored act, totally at odds with what he had been hoping for. But in spite of all that, Renji found himself returning the kiss. And as he continued to taste her lips, drinking them in for all they were worth, she seemed to grow more cognizant of the pleasure involved, mimicking his own actions to such an extent that he seemed to be giving her a lesson on how it was done. This went on for about a minute. And when he finally tore himself away from her, flushed and panting, it was to find that the two of them had somehow become the center of attention for the whole party, which had gone totally silent. Renji was just starting to wonder why that would be, when a small whimper came from off to his right. When he turned his head, the answer presented itself. The noise had apparently come from a really tall girl with short silver hair dressed in a finely woven turquoise kimono. She was rather beautiful, and even more scared stiff. The reason for that was standing not 2 feet away from him. Renji's brain picked out a white haori, and the most disturbing grin that could ever exist on a man's face. With that, the captain gazed up at him and said, "And what exactly is the meaning of this?" Still struggling under his nameless partner's weight, Renji Abarai found himself pinned by the gleaming disturbed gaze of Mayuri Kurotsuki. Before his wine-soaked brain could think of coming up with a response, tall girl spoke plaintively. "Nimue-san, what are you doing?" With her cheek pressed against his, the one called Nimue then said in a droning voice, "Ni-san told me to let my hair down and participate in the party." Fingers dug into the silvery scalp as her Ni-san doubled over like she was in physical pain. "I didn't tell you to mount anybody, Nimue-san." At this point, Renji's mouth started working once more. Unfortunately, it seemed his brain had yet to catch up. "What can I do for you, Captain Kraz?" "I mean, Kurotsuki." Bulging golden eyes stared up at him out of a harlequin's face. The nostrils flared somewhat, as if scenting everything in the room at once, from fear to drunken fear. "I'm just here to pick up my daughter. That's the one hanging off your tattooed neck right now, in case you were wondering." And now the brain was back to working capacity. Merciful heavens. "I just made out with the daughter of Mayuri Kurotsuki. Run away. That's it, I'm dead. They'll find my dissected pieces scattered all over the court of pure souls by tomorrow morning." At some unspoken sign from her parent, Nimue detached herself from around his trembling body and moved to stand at the captain's side. Any hopes that this would be the end of the affair died when Mayuri suddenly took a quick step closer and thrust his metal-capped jaw up under Renji's chin. "What's your name, lowly worm?" His scratchy voice lilted. "Izuru Kira, pleased to meet you, sir." "Say it." Everything was now back to working order in Abarai's brain. Tragically, this was not followed by his head exploding in a quick death, although judging by the look on the mad scientist's face, that option was certainly within the realm of possibility. Being once more in control of himself, however, the assured science experiment resolved to pass on with at least a drop of dignity. "Renji Abarai, from the 6th Squad, Kurotsuka Teiku." Mayuri continued to inspect him closely, like a man at the meat market eyeing a prospective steak for dinner. He reached up and gripped Renji's chin, turning his head from one side to another. "I hope he doesn't ask me to cough next," the exhibit thought. "Where in the 13 divisions is Captain Yukatake? Didn't I see him not 10 minutes ago?" At last the head of the Research and Development Bureau seemed to conclude his evaluation. His hand fell away, and they now regarded one another, Renji in a cold sweat, Mayuri with no evidence of a recognizable human emotion. Of a sudden Kurotsuka grinned, in a manner that was distinctly lacking in reassurance. "I'll keep you in mind for mating purposes." Several people were heard to cry out at that. And it was then that Renji made the dumbest move of his life. Opening his mouth, he said, "For you or her." Everyone in the immediate vicinity, excluding Nimue but definitely including Abarai, now went white as a ghost. But the captain only snickered. Either way, I'll be watching. Candyman. A small pink blur flashed in from the left, and in the next instant Lieutenant Yachiro Kusajishi was swinging from the hilt of the sword protruding from between the captain's legs. The graphic implications of this act caused Renji and several others to consider heaving all over themselves, and he was forced to choke back his own upchuck. As for Mayuri, this predicament seemed to cause him only mild distress. He swatted irritably at the laughing child, and when this failed to dislodge her, turned to his offspring and snarled, "Remove this pest from me at once." "Yes, Mayuri-sama," Nimue responded, and then knelt to grasp the offending infant and lift her up, cradling the girl against her chest. "Nimue." Yachiro laughed delightedly, and flung her arms around the impassive Shinigami's neck. After a moment, she turned back about and directed her eager gaze back upon her original target. Candyman, Yachiro wants candy. Did you bring any with you?" He gazed at her unblinkingly. Then, to the surprise of virtually all, Captain Kuratsuka slipped a hand into his robe and re-emerged with a strange colorful swirl of some kind on a stick. It was capped by what looked like a screaming human head, frozen in all the colors of the rainbow. Before anyone could think to voice an objection, Yachiro snatched it from his grip and proceeded to suck upon it delightedly, humming and kicking in Nimue's embrace. With that, the psychopath turned on his heel and stalked off. His lieutenant bowed to Renji, and then followed in her captain's wake. Kusajishi squirmed about and waved at him as they departed, popping the abomination out of her mouth long enough to shout, "Hey, Hawaiian Punch! See you at the meetings." There was no time or energy to ask what the lieutenant might be referring to with that comment. The woman with silver hair gave him a stricken look before fleeing for her life. She looked familiar. Come to think of it, her voice was ringing a chord in him as well, but he simply couldn't place it. Too drunk, he supposed. Not drunk enough, after that, you mean. Take our advice. Get hammered. With that crisis averted, things started to pick up once again. Unfortunately, in his bleary and somewhat terrified frame of mind, Renji Abarai concluded that it would be wisest to abscond from the party before Captain Kuratsuka changed his mind and came back with the scalpels and meat cleavers. As a result of this decision, he did not get a chance to speak with Rukia again that night. The next morning, Momo Hinamori and Izuru Kira brought him the news that he had been made lieutenant of Division 6. By the time he learned of this, she had already taken up her new position in a region of Karakura town on the island nation of Japan. Nilil Tuadolshvang rolled over on the bed in her windowless room. His hand came up and touched the freshly inked tattoo on her back. It still stung slightly. "How's it feel to be in the top 3 now, Nilil?" She turned to regard him, lying naked and relaxed under the sheets. "Oddly, it feels different, Ichimaru-san." He smiled at the revelation, eyes veiled by heavy black lashes. She wondered sometimes why those hairs were the only ones on his body not silver. Owing to their relationship, Nilil was the sole member of the Espada qualified to make that judgment. But questioning Jinichi about anything personal, even something as innocuous as whether or not he dyed his hair, hardly ever yielded an explanation. He was a man composed of equal parts secrets and lies. She was one of the former. It had begun years ago, back when she had first presented herself to the man whom they whispered about in the barren glades of Hueco Mundo. The Shinigami who walked among the hollow, and spoke as one of them. Her first impression of Ichimaru was that he was supremely dangerous. Worthy of a warrior's respect. Gazing out at him from the safety of her horned mask, she had admitted to being made somewhat uneasy by his mannerisms and demeanor. But this was not enough to prevent her from approaching him. And that had apparently impressed him sufficiently to escort her into the presence of his secret master. One whose existence was something of a legend among her kind. El Rey de la Luna. The King of the Moon. Upon meeting Aizen Sosuke in person and speaking to him, the Arrancar felt something shift in her worldview. Always before, there had been only struggle in her life, the sole goal of which was survival. From enduring as a single hollow, to conquering the conglomeration of Minos Grande she was absorbed into, to refashioning herself from Jillian to Aegis. There had seemed no other purpose worth fighting for. Because of this, Nilil had developed a selective attitude towards battles. It was not necessary to prove herself in every single little skirmish. Sometimes a simple demonstration of her clearly ample strength was all it took to drive any prowling beasts away from her. As a result, she found enough time between hunting and defending herself to develop other interests. Namely curiosity, which was what had compelled her to seek out the Shinigami in the first place. But when that man gazed down on her from his solitary seat, she had felt herself being stripped by his gaze. And oddly, empowered. His soft voice caught her attention, asking for her name and what had brought her before him. She answered all truthfully, hiding nothing. And he returned the courtesy. Aizen offered her his name, his trust, and his ambitions. That was where everything had changed for her. Udalshvank felt as though blinders had been removed from her eyes. Suddenly possibilities sprouted at every angle, and she found herself being welcomed into something much larger and grander than what she had previously known. The world no longer seemed a barren place. Now it had potential. Just like herself. This soul, this noble figure, stepped down and offered her his hand. She was almost scared to touch it, half afraid that those fingers would prove as immaterial as moonlight, revealing him to be something much more than Shinigami or hollow. They were real, though. And so was he. Sosuke Aizen. The man who would be God. On that day she pledged her fealty to him, and was accepted into the ranks of his chosen company, as the Quinta Espada. Jin was present less often than Aizen. But whenever he was there, she always found herself encountering him. Running across each another in one of the corridors being constructed, or finding him waiting after she returned from a mission. The silver-haired phantom even showed up at her mask removal procedure, when both of them got a look at the face which lurked just below that ibex skull. He sat with her while she was recuperating. They talked. She had not expected Jin Ichimaru to be gentle. When they first made love, Nilil had half thought she would need to bring her saber Gamuza to bed just to stay alive. But his thin fingers brushed through her thick green hair with unnerving delicacy, and his mouth against her skin was superbly skillful at arousing passion. Any pain was kept to a minimum, and that too was somehow keenly applied to leave her sobbing out in ecstasy. Nilil pulled his lean, slender body into her embrace, wrapping herself around him and eagerly welcoming their union, each sharp thrust leaving her fiercely quivering body demanding the next one even more. They had spent hours together, locked in something she had forgotten even existed. She just didn't know what it was called. He didn't love her. That much the Espada was sure of, any more than she loved him. His real reasons for seeking her out would have to remain a mystery, though, since neither of them ever spoke about it. Not that she wasn't curious. Nilil simply felt she understood Jin's nature well enough to know that he would never reveal that much of himself to her. When their bodies were together, they took something from one another, and that passion was something she found herself looking forward to in the times that her lover was not around. But this sandy-eyed beauty was a perceptive and intelligent person in her own right. And on her own, she had come to believe that she reminded Jin of someone. Who that was she didn't know, but clearly they were beyond the smiling sociopath's reach now. So to appease his desires, he had sought out Nilil, and brought her in to fill his need. "You're daydreamin' again, Nilil." The Tersera drew herself back. As Jin continued to lightly stroke the tattoo he himself had bestowed upon her, she traced her fingers down his arm, coming to rest against his firm chest. There was a heartbeat there, in spite of what others might think, and a small selfish part of her relished the idea that she alone could touch it. That much, she allowed herself. "It occurs to me that we won't be able to move about so freely, Jin-san, now that Contra Corriente is dead." He smirked, resting his head on one hand. At the extent of your concern for our dear departed Nadala? I already told Aizen Teiku about it, he didn't seem to mind. So why should you? Would he respond with the same nonchalance were she to meet her death in battle? The thought made Nilil curious enough to risk asking a question. Not that one, to be sure, but one that had been on her mind lately. "Ichimaru-san," she began, testing the waters with an honorific. He always referred to her intimately when they were together, but she was not so certain of herself to risk it, on the grounds that she might slip up in public and their little secret might get around. "Do you believe in Aizen-sama's objective?" "Which one?" "He's got so many." Jin yawned. "Weaken the Goti 13, cause upheaval amongst the nobles, raise up the hollows, find the Vastolord." He touched her face then, running a finger across her war paint. "Speakin' of which, nice job on locating our first there, Neelil." He hadn't answered. But then, she hadn't really expected him to. The warrior maiden took his hand and drew it to her chest, letting his fingers stroke and pinch the large breasts as was his wont. And then he surprised her. "You wanna know what I believe in, Neelil?" Her eyes clapped to his. Something about his tone gave her the impression that this was not the facetious wordplay that he normally engaged in. Acting on this observation, she responded firmly, "Yes." Jin slowly levered himself up. Sitting there, his bare skin gleaming in the faint glow of the blue lights, the master Shinigami crossed his legs, propped his hands on his knees and spoke one word. "Home." She thought about this word as he said it, wondering what it meant to her, and to him. As if reading her mind, a power she was not ready to admit he lacked, Ichimaru continued. "It ain't just where you hang your hat." That part was lost on her, so she did not inquire. "More than anything, it's the place where you want to get back to when you find yourself away from it. Home's less of a location, and more about peace." "Not even that, really. It's the people you find there. The ones you put your trust in." Her thoughts went automatically to her Fraxion, Pesha, and Dondokaka. Aizen as well. But they lived in two different worlds. So where did that make her home then? For that matter, where was Jin's? He didn't have to say it. Neelil knew, without even asking, that Ichimaru did not consider this place his home. The people he cared for were elsewhere. And she would most likely never know them. However, the most important thing that she had gained from becoming a member of Aizen's army was not power. It was hope. The hope for a better life than what others could offer her, or even just what she could accomplish on her own. No fighting or killing. She was beholden to him for that. And in a way, she was grateful to Jin as well. Because he had been willing to share something gentle with her. "It won't last," she told herself. "But I will take from it what I can." And with that in mind, she crawled forward and kissed him softly. He drew her back down upon the bed. Apparently, they were not finished yet. Rukia Kukaki World of the Living Journal. Entry number 26, I am still becoming accustomed to the differences between our world and this one. While there is little to interest a dedicated god of death, certain basic information must be kept in mind regarding locales and civilians. When I moved to cross a street this morning, apparently a spiritually sensitive individual spotted me and shouted to stop. The oncoming conveyance passed through me, of course, but still, it came as a surprise to be noticed. I must be careful to affect this world's normal routine as little as possible. That's a hollow? According to the communicator, yes. So no Shirayuki's surprise was reflected in her own. The creature inching its way across the cleared space below them could have qualified as one of the crushed animals that littered the roads of this town, so flat and small was it. More like a puddle with a mask on it than anything else. But measly or not, it was still fair game, and her responsibility. Concentrating only on the big fish meant the little ones were free to do as they pleased. And that did not sit well with her. Rukia had picked up on areas like this as being particularly tempting to hollows. Apparently, such structures were houses of healing, similar to the offices of the fourth back home. While she could not speak as to the quality of their care, such a setting served as the perfect feeding ground for demons. The already fragile humans who were brought here for treatment were weak and especially susceptible to having their souls sucked out. Detention facilities were other easy targets where deaths attracted no attention and were cleaned up quietly without a fuss. Some hollows actually went so far as to attack and kill their quarry in full view of others, relying on human ignorance to explain away what they could not understand. As for this one, it was not so brazen. She had lain in wait for almost an hour. The creature's strength was so ridiculously weak that it barely registered to her senses. As a result, it spent most of its time in between worlds, preferring swift sneak attacks on defenseless prey like children or the elderly. Sitting in an odd contraption that was apparently a chair on wheels, a small child was being allowed outside the healing house, ostensibly to get some fresh air. The boy had a towel wrapped around his head, and strange threads running out of his ears that connected to a tiny device in his lap. His eyes were closed, head swaying in time to some inner rhythm, and he clearly had no idea of what was creeping up behind him. The nameless hollow slithered across the grass. As it drew closer, the mask began to rise up out of it, ascending on a long glob of jelly, until the vaguely kabuki-like face loomed twice as tall as its intended victim. It might have grown higher, but just then Rukia swept in and cut its head in half from behind. There was a brief gasp, followed by a butterfly bobbing off to find its new home. She watched it ascend away. "Don't talk back." That came from the child. His savior gazed at him, wondering if perhaps he had seen her. But no, his eyes were closed. He couldn't have seen anything. "Don't talk back." Something about the way he said it made her curious. Drawing closer, she pressed her ear against his. The contact could not be felt by this human, but much to Rukia's surprise, she found herself suddenly able to hear. Well, she supposed it must be music of some kind, but certainly like nothing else she had heard before. Intrigued, the Shinigami remained bent over her charge, moving her head in time to his to keep that weird blend of words, beats and instruments available to her. At some point, the unseen musicians would repeat themselves, at which point the boy always took his cue and called out with them. His companion remained enthralled by this new discovery. It was very, very strange. A hand came down and touched the kid's shoulder gently. Both he and his invisible guardian glanced up together. A middle-aged woman in one of those uniforms that looked vaguely like a Shiakusho smiled down at them. "Time for your next round, Kameo." "Okay." Rukia stepped away as the attendant rolled her charge back towards the building. She watched them go. The pair passed a white-haired man with glasses wearing one of those unusual styles of dress that seemed so foreign to her eyes. He was talking on a cell phone, but paused to nod greetings to both of them before continuing on his way. She remained where she was until the sickly youngster was once more in the house of care where he would be safe. For some reason she had never been able to fathom, hollows were never inside this complex. Others, yes, but not this one. Perhaps the house boasted a charm of some kind that prevented any of the monsters from getting in. Apparently such things were known to exist in the living world. As she was pondering this mystery, the man moved to within a foot of her. "Thank you." "Hey. That was for you." "What?" Surprised, the black-haired ghost looked up at the mortal, but he was already turning away from her. "No, Shinji, I wasn't talking to you. Forget about it, and enough of your excuses. I want those cases delivered to my hospital by tomorrow morning at the latest, or I'll have you dragged into my office by the afternoon. Do you understand?" She thought about speaking, just to see if he would respond, but by this point he was already well away from her. As he moved, Rukia noticed an odd medallion dangling from his wrist, shaped like a five-pointed star. Did most men wear such things? There was no one to answer her, and so she put it from her mind. Entry number 38, here, in this place, I can finally do some real good. All my years of training are about to be put to the test. I know that I may die out here, but that threat holds little fear for me. Until I meet an opponent that can match me, I will think only about how to achieve victory. I have been blessed with some of the best tutors in the afterlife. Hopefully, I will be able to thank them upon my return to Soul Society. For some reason, I do not feel alone. Her sword was at the ready. Rukia moved slowly in a circle, keeping the prowling creature in sight. The hollow was composed largely of a great white mask that boasted 3 different faces. A twisted arm sprouted up out of one side, and a leg from the other. Fingers like knives trailed gossamer scraps of webbing. It hopped around her, swinging from one appendage to another without visible effort. Nothing much to look at, but all the same, dangerous. The records identified it as Triple Hate, and its bounty was the first one she had seen in the last 3 days, making the rest of her kills seem like small fry by comparison. It was smarter than most, refraining from blithely charging in or even roaring as most undead soul eaters seemed to prefer. It had sensed her coming and apparently decided to wait within the dilapidated building that was its lair. There had been a web set up that it had sought to lure her into, but she had simply lobbed a fireball into its midst. A good thing, too, because as the flames spread all around the area, she had realized that not all of the lines were visible. Had she simply gone wandering in, no doubt she would have become entangled. If the enemy expects you to behave in a certain way, don't oblige them. Good advice. Thank you, Izuru. Now out of its burning dwelling, Triple Hate proved more willing to fight. It had apparently conjured more strands of webbing that hung from the sky, scuttling up them with both hands. Some were visible, others were not. From that position it was agile enough to evade her demon magic. She could have sought to torch this webbing as well, but they did not seem connected to one another, so hitting one did not mean getting them all. A dance might be enough to finish it off, but she preferred to use this opportunity to test the full extent of her capabilities. Moving from the spot she was standing in meant she might risk encountering some of those webs and becoming trapped. So now Rukia was crouched down on one knee, waiting for it to make its move. She had a plan. That last spell you muttered was a dud. Afraid, little girl? It could talk too. She hadn't bothered to converse any more than she was willing to look at it directly. Her info had revealed that looking into any of its eyes temporarily paralyzed the victim's muscles. Instead she kept her gaze off to one side, studiously moving it whenever the creature swung from one vine to the next. Not nearly enough. Come on, quit talking, come and get it. A nice fat meal for you, you ugly. Rukia didn't get to finish that thought, as between one swing and the next the hollow scampered up the lines and vanished. It went into a gargantat, she realized. Might come at me from the front, so I'd better keep my eyes down. I can counter if so, but in truth, I think this thing prefers to attack. From behind. Die, Shiniguruk. Jumping down at her back, Triple Hate had landed right on top of Bakuto 18, Stare of Starlight. You're not the only one who can make invisible surfaces. Thank you, Momo. With that, she spun about and flung her sword right at the spot where she had heard it. The blade swept up and took the beast right between two sets of eyes. It gasped, mask crumbling into fragments, and then broke through the fragile stare, collapsing at her feet. Barehanded, she watched it start to dissolve. Perfect shot. Thank you, Yumi Chika. Rukia didn't bother looking at the human faces that were revealed then. Instead she moved to retrieve her sword from where it landed. From out of the earth there sprang a massive portico, its surface flanked by a pair of skeleton guardians. She jerked back in surprise, raising the sword in her defense. The gates creaked open, and a force made itself known from just beyond it. The sensation this endeared in her was by no means pleasant, but at the same time, Kukaki felt no threat towards her life. It was only this intuition that allowed her to refrain from firing her second dance when a titanic red arm snaked out and picked up the howling hollow in its talons, retreating back down into what could only be described as hell. The portal vanished. Well. That was informative. Yes. Much more impressive than any lecture or recording. The gates of hell are most imposing. Well, we've seen the worst that can happen now. Might as well jot this moment down in the journal. I suppose it's worth a paragraph or two. It might seem strange to say it, but this is really easy. I thought it was going to be like back at Hollow Bog. A total nightmare. Is this really all they have to offer us? Maybe we've been assigned to a light area, though why I can't imagine. No, I think it's just a matter of strength. You've got it, they don't. Thanks for the vote of confidence. My pleasure. Entry number 47, I am starting to feel more comfortable here. The Spirit Hostel is most accommodating, and as a bonus, it turns out that my old allies are residing in this area. I noticed the shop just the other day. I have resolved to seek them out after I dispatch last night's interlopers. It's quite exhilarating to think that I should find such quality companions right in my own backyard. Almost as if some invisible hand was guiding me to be with them again. I am looking forward to renewing our acquaintance. No doubt the next entry I make in this journal will be a memorable one. The communicator in her pocket began to beep once more. Bringing it out, she called up the info. Both of the hollows that crossed over last night were in the vicinity. Close by, too. Kukaki sprang up, reaching the roof of a nearby building. She ran lightly along it, jumping from one to another. These forts were getting much taller as she ran, composed of stone and what she had come to know was glass. Instead of aiming for the rooftops of these monstrous structures, she simply leapt through the walls, passing with ease through the transparent windows and dashing unnoticed through strangely dressed mobs of humans sitting at desks and performing odd functions, none of which she bothered to pay much attention to. In less than 5 minutes, Rukia had come out at her destination. People were running and screaming far below her. Looking down on the street from her position inside one of the towers, she spied the beast in question. It was an insect type, and its prey was apparently the ghost of a small girl crouched sobbing on the sidewalk. Withdrawing her sword, the Shinigami maiden passed through the pain and swooped down on her howling target. She paid no attention to the mortal boy standing nearby. A few seconds later it was finished. Rukia glanced behind her, wondering if there was enough time to perform Kenso for this bound spirit. Almost immediately she dismissed the notion. Her comm beeped a warning, informing her that the other target was moving away. It had probably sensed the death of its comrade and was unwilling to risk the same fate. She took off in hot pursuit, eager to put a stop to any more loss of life. For all her determination, the second fugitive proved untraceable, disappearing shortly thereafter back into the realm of the Hollows. Irritated, the resident death god went back to patrolling her territory. That evening, she went to perform a Kenso on a spirit located in what seemed to be a type of small healing hut. An hour later, it was reported that Rukia Kukaki had missed her scheduled check-in time with the home office. Aizen settled back in his chair and regarded his comrade speculatively. Toshiro Hitsugaya. The latest wunderkind from the academy, Jin drawled in a careless manner, examining the screens before them. Yamamoto Teika wants me to collar him just as soon as he's welcomed into the 10th and bring him before the old man, to discuss something very important and secret which no one here has already guessed. I knew the name from Hinamori before he ever stood out at school, actually, so Sukame used. They grew up together. She told me that she planned to meet someone from the new class today. If you want to find Hitsugaya, you could probably just follow her. Thanks for the heads up, Aizen Teika. The king of Hueco Mundo regarded his subordinate out of the corner of one eye. Even this close, there was nothing to indicate anything being out of sorts with Jin. Yet still, he was concerned for the younger man. There had been quite a lot happening recently. Ah, look there. He's going for it, just like you thought he would. Diverting his attention to one of the screens, Aizen witnessed a tall, stick-thin Aaron car with limp black hair and a tremendous half-moon blade falchion approaching a figure dressed completely in white. Oi! The spindly maniac shouted. Shithead! I'm talking to you, you frilly-coated fuck. It's your superior lookin' to have a word with you. The other one turned. From out of the bell-shaped white mask, a deep voice told, Are you addressing us, by any chance? A child's piping tones concluded. You deaf as well as ugly. The aggressor moved in closer, a crazed gleam in his single eye. Think I didn't hear what you said earlier, eh? Think I didn't hear you talkin' shit behind my back? You got a problem with me, you put it out in the open. You don't go whisperin' while I'm getting my new position assigned to me. That's how things work around here now. Now. There was curiosity in its words. Do you mean, now that you are no longer below us in rank? There's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Sexta Espada Neutra Gyriga. Suddenly the lanky misfit's crescent-shaped battle-axe sprang forth, its edge hovering right up against the white mask, scratching against it faintly. Dem Skippy, ass munch, he breathed. I never showed you what I was capable of before, 'cause you were just one level below me. Wouldn't have done me much good to take your blubbery little ass down. But now everybody knows what I'm talking about, and it's not gonna end here. You keep those two tongues quiet inside your dome, you won't get what she got. And maybe you might live long enough to see me made primera. Slowly, one gloved hand rose up to lightly rest upon the bared blade held at its throat. We doubt that. Very much. On that sword point of a face, those huge teeth exposed themselves even further. Guess with two mouths it's twice as hard to keep 'em shut. Lemme give you a hand with. There was a high-pitched whine, and the enormous warblade shattered, dissolving into sparkling fragments to leave the dumbfounded Sexta holding what looked to be a truncheon in his hand. Forgive us, his opponent cooed sweetly. Did we never mention we had that ability? It's a one-time a-night trick, and only if we can touch with our left hand. We picked it up at the same time. that we acquired this. His own sword came out, and from behind that pockmarked helm a new voice shouted, one that both the observers recognized. Rankle the seas and skies, Nijibana. A crystal blade trident flowed into being, and in the next instant it drove forth, hooking the big fighter around the throat and driving him back with a deluge of water, impaling its points into a wall. The sharp edge screeched against adamantine skin, drawing no blood, but all the same, its victim coughed and gagged, legs jerking back and forth. Standing before the pinned berserker, that hidden face could be heard smiling now. I know what you all think. I'm easy pickings since I'm just a Jillian under all this. But let me remind you of something, tough guy. I've been with this crew longer than any of you. I don't really care how you go about winning prestige, Jiraga, whether it's licking ass or chopping people in the back while your queer little sweetheart distracts them with a magic trick. And even without a weapon right now, maybe you could still kill me. Stick-like fingers gripped the trident's tip and thrust out, breaking it loose from the wall and driving his attacker back. The water god gave ground, sliding back on his heels with the weapon angled diagonally before him. But I want you to keep one thing in mind here, that relaxed, easy voice continued its disturbing litany. I might just be Septima Espada now, but my duties remain the same. Information synchronization. Sound familiar? Even if I die, I can still transmit to everybody and his mother for leagues around about how Neutra Jiraga just lost his resurrection, and won't be getting it back anytime soon. There's 3 other Espada below me who might take a page from your book and decide to cash in on this rare opportunity for advancement. And don't forget all the potential Espada just waiting in the wings, looking for a seat to open up and let them in. How long you think you'd last if I did that, Sexta? How many people would kill you based on personality and looks alone? A man with no friends has no shortage of enemies. So I think you're the one who needs to keep his mouth shut, at least until Santa Teresa puddles back together again. And who knows how long that's gonna take. With that, he turned his back on the trembling bare-handed fighter and sauntered off, the trident draped over his shoulder. Watch your back, Top Espada. I'll see you at the next meeting. Apparently the excitement was over. Reaching out, Aizen flicked the monitor off. Jin cast a look over at him. You're not going to watch and make sure we don't lose another man so soon. No need, the aspiring deity steepled his fingers together. I know them both well enough to recognize what will happen next. Quite a busy day, to be sure. Leaning against the controls, Ichimaru peered down at Aizen. Lots of big changes come in our way. Numbers shifting, and 2 super powerful Vastolord in the ranks now. You think this is the time to allow indiscretions to go unpunished? To which are you referring? That pink-haired poodle got pretty shitty with you back there when you told him he could come back in his Octava. Whining about how he used to be Septima. You sure you wanna let him rejoin? He already failed to meet your exacting specifications before, Aizen Teiko. He's proved his usefulness, the elder captain responded. Once more we have a means of masking hollow signatures completely. They can travel freely again. That should be of use to us. And besides, he knows now that there will be no further advancement for him. He will live and die as Octava or lower. Nothing better. Aizen glanced up at his silent accomplice then. We are planting a garden, my friend. More than one, actually. For the seeds to bloom at their best, they sometimes need to be weeded, so the flowers can flourish. You should try to convince me now if we are not of the same mind. Do you agree to this arrangement, Jin? This provoked a shrug. Got no reason to gainsay your decisions, Aizen Teiko. What's next on the agenda? His master stood up and moved towards the door, the servant following close behind. 2 is nice, but 3 would be even better. Perhaps it's time we renewed our efforts to locate that elusive fallen angel. You wanna take another stab at hooking the mermaid? She wasn't exactly thrilled to see that last party we sent out. Now that Baragon has bent the knee, I think she might be more amenable to our entreaties. The door slid open, and they moved into a hallway whose ceiling was lost in shadow. And besides, she wasn't the only person of interest who popped up on that day. What we need is still being denied to us, after all, thanks to its creator remaining on the loose. Asking the Vastolord to refrain from removing their masks until we have it in our possession is something of a blot upon my reputation. I would like to see that stain removed at the earliest opportunity. He glanced back over his shoulder. After you get back home, you might want to see about having a conversation with the Kokaki girl once more. Finally, something to look forward to, the Kitsune grinned in a most feral vein. They came to a crossroads, and drew to a halt. Sosuke turned a frank look upon his lieutenant. Jin returned the stare. Jin, the revolutionary spoke softly, we can send out a search party. It wouldn't be difficult at all to locate her. In response, Ichimaru waved dismissively. She wouldn't thank us for it, and I don't blame her. The lady's better off rotting where she lies. No sense crying over spilled milk, I say. Aizen turned away. I see. Well, I'm off. See ya later, Taiko, don't stick around here too long. Your double can only hold out for so many days. The third squad captain then strode down the left-hand path, raising a hand in farewell without looking back. Jin. That enigmatic figure stopped and turned around, raising one silver eyebrow in question. The king crossed his arms. Refresh my memory. Back at Neutra's investiture, who was it that Araniro was conversing with when he got our prickly new sexta so riled up? Standing in the shadows, Jin Ichimaru smiled wider. Why, that'd be me, I reckon. Aizen watched him take his leave then. As he did, a certain phrase came unbidden to his mind. God, know thy work. Jinrei Kokaki was seated in the chair on his lawn. The last tiny slip of the sun had just passed below the horizon. A wind blew at his back then, and the drowsing man stirred fitfully. Hello, old friend. The eyes came open blearily. With an effort, he turned his head, feeling the strain and pop of his bones. On the edge of his vision, he caught the flash of a white robe. That voice spoke again. I felt you becoming restless. It would seem that your medicine is starting to wear off. I wonder if maybe you haven't developed some resistance to it. The figure moved around behind him, crossing to the table laden with a selection of choice drink. Jinrei tried to move his head to follow, but found it too painful to do so. Tears came to his eyes, then, and he wept at the outrage he was forced to submit to, though it shamed him even further to do so. There, that's better, the intruder sighed. All taken care of. There was the sound of a cup being filled, and a moment later he felt it pressed to his lips. Drink it. Don't make me force you, we both know you're no match for me at this stage. Save yourself some dignity. Though his pride screamed away, eventually the fallen head of the Kokaki clan allowed the cup to tilt forward. He opened his mouth and drew in the enchanted drink, feeling it dribble down his chin, remembering a time when he had spat it out in fury. And what the monster had threatened to do if he did not relent. Swallow, my lord. He did. It tasted too good to be harmful, one might think. But he was experienced enough to know better. Blazing grey eyes then turned upon the architect of his downfall, hatred lashing out from the deepest reaches of his soul. I know you, Jinrei whispered. I knew you first. That figure began to clean up the area, removing any evidence that they had been there. I found you attempting to spy upon me. You and your daughter-in-law. Is that what still rankles you? There was nothing I could do to prevent it at the time. Be glad that you didn't meet the same end that she did. And anyway, her son avenged her long ago. Why still hate me for a crime that has been redressed? The taste in his mouth now had nothing to do with drink. It was bile, and shame. You are a murderer. There was no warmth in the eyes that turned upon him now. Murder? You mean the type that your son the judge condoned, against men and women who had broken no laws? Or perhaps that advocated by your fellow nobles, which is all well and good so long as no one knows about it. Have you forgotten, my captain, that I am a noble as well? Before you, I knew honor and pride. Yamamoto probably thinks he beat it all out of me long ago, calling it impertinence and disrespect. But I stayed strong, in spite of all the efforts to bring me down. And now it is almost time. The seeds I planted long ago have grown to fruition, even without my hand to guide them. Everyone knows my feelings about combat. It's well documented, practically a part of history. I have lost much to get here, but no more. From now on, this precious elitist world of yours will bleed, as I have bled, until it has been drained of every last drop. Your rule will die. Your king will perish. And a new one will arise. After which time, we will bring about paradise for all worlds. Even you will have cause to thank me then, Jinrei, even you. Before the ailing ancient could muster a retort, their mouth came down to his ear, and an incantation was spoken. With that, the Kukaki elder sagged slowly in his chair, falling back into blissful, dreamless sleep. The spellcaster stared down at his sleeping form. Talk around it all you want, old father. They won't understand your warnings. Not your grandson Byakuya, and certainly not our precious Commander General. The only words he cares for are his own. I will take care of them all, don't you worry. Perhaps next time I visit, I'll even bring Byakuya's darling little sister with me, so you can finally meet her. It's a kindness, one you hardly deserve. They turned away then. 1. The noble in white paused. Jinrei Kukaki's lips were moving. Curious, the intruder bent down to listen. It came faintly then, like the breath of a dying man. 1. Born, from my house, will grow to be, your bane, demon. The listener drew back, astonished. Their hands came up slowly, trembling, twisting into claws as they reached for the old man's throat. Kukaki gave a sigh then. And the arms fell back to their sides. I am a god, that hidden soul declared. Gods do not die. Then they turned to the sunken sun. I will not die. Do you hear me? I will not die. The white shadow left that estate, disappearing into the fall of night. To be continued. Chapter 14, Aftermath, to show our thanks. Hirako Xiaoman sat in the second row, third seat from the end, on the far side of the room. This meant she had an excellent view of everyone who came into their chamber. The rest of her colleagues were as punctilious as she was about their meetings. In her first few weeks, in spite of being cognizant of the gravity and seriousness of their duties, the new assemblywoman had entertained herself with little games. Small things, and entirely kept to herself. There had been a great deal of speculation prior to her joining the ranks of this august body. Curiosity was a trait she personally found disrespectful in others, but in regards to herself it was more in line with ascertaining information about what to expect from day to day. So on the first such morning, one that began at a very early hour, Hirako arrived 20 minutes prior to the recognized start period. There were no servants to be seen, but tea had been laid out, and she got the distinct impression that the room had been cleaned since her departure yesterday. Good to know. She appreciated cleanliness, almost as much as she valued not having seen any of the menials who performed these duties. Assuming there even was such a staff, and it was not the result of powerful spells known only to this select group. However, more noteworthy than this was the recognition that she was apparently the last person to arrive. All Xiaoman's equals were sitting quietly, almost as if they were waiting for her, and not in a benevolent fashion. Although no words were spoken, the sense that she had fractured some unspoken rule remained with her throughout the day. This did not stop the fledgling magistrate from exercising her voice and opinion throughout the proceedings. Senior members though they might be, this middle-aged seeming woman was not about to blend quietly into the shadows of their admittedly shadowy body. The fact that she was one of only 3 females in attendance was not lost upon her. It would not do to comport herself in an outspoken manner, but neither was it advantageous to fail to assert herself. Moderation. That was the key, one that had marked her career up until this point. She suspected it was partly due to her tireless dedication to this virtue that the offer to join their ranks had been made. And Hirako was ready to prove the merit behind that decision. Still, the following morning, Xiaoman arrived an hour early. To her discomfort, she was once again the last person to take a seat. All right. Tomorrow we'll see about 2 hours. Thinking this as she lowered herself into her chair, taking care to mask any signs of advancing age, the former soldier had to wonder just how much sleep these people actually got. Their lives were shrouded in mystery, to be sure, but even they had to seek repose, yes? Over half of them looked to be on par with the Commander General in terms of age, and she knew for a fact just how frequently he tended to doze off. In spite of this, as the years went by, though she kept a watchful eye upon everyone she had in her field of vision, never once did Hirako catch sight of any head bobbing, snoring, or failure to take note of items of interest. That was gratifying, in a way. It showed that the prestige afforded this council was well placed, and she was right to be a part of it. Certainly, this sort of thing was borne out mainly through their display of judgment, but still, the maintenance of appearance was not to be underestimated. I wonder how my old squad is doing, Xiaoman thought as she sat down that morning. It had been almost 4 years since her last encounter with anyone from that division. Reports were easy enough to come by here, but they could only tell you so much, after all. A first-hand account was much more illuminating. And in spite of her vague mistrust in the beginning, apparently her replacement had lived up to Yamamoto's confidence in him. Very young, to be sure, but clearly powerful. Only a fool would discount that. It came as no real surprise to her when she got wind that Rashomon had lost his position as lieutenant. What did give her some discomfort was to learn that it was the 5th seed who had been chosen to take his place. That was something she had often sworn would not happen as long as she was head of that company. And, she thought with regret, apparently her oath had been held to a very strict interpretation. The new captain seemed to enjoy uprooting the carefully tended garden of martial discipline she had nurtured for over 60 years. He had even gone so far as to demote poor little Sachiko from her position as 3rd down to 5th, to take up the other woman's place. While it was true that Fugunashi had not been fit for anything other than paperwork since that disaster at the trials several decades back, still it had seemed undeserving to Hirako's sensibilities to strip her of that rank. It would have no doubt been considered cold. Obviously the new captain did not share her way of thinking. Icy behavior came naturally to him, it would seem. Hideaki Rashomon was demoted 3 more times, and then lost his life in an engagement with the Hollows. After this, her most trusted avenue of information was cut off, and Hiruto determined that this was a sign she should no longer concentrate on such mundane affairs. While the status of the 13 Imperial Guard squads was paramount to the continued safety of Seoul society, her own contributions were not to be belittled, now that she had ascended to a level even higher than captain. Her word carried more weight than any noble or division head. This pleased the lawmaker greatly. Keen senses once honed to a diamond-like precision on the battlefield were now put to the test, tackling some of the most distressing and harrowing issues to be faced by any ruling body. Judgments were handed out, matters of law and protocol were dissected and discussed vigorously over days and sometimes weeks of debate. There were no vacations to be had. Ever. This gathering was not some pack of paltry elected officials eager to line their own pockets at a minimum of effort. Their inclusion on this council was purely a merit-based honor. This was borne out by the sagacious wisdom affixed to every ruling like a stamp. Justice was rendered entirely at their discretion, afforded by the abundance of wisdom and knowledge they alone were privy to. While some ignorant souls might decry their decisions as harsh, even unwarranted, being so well informed about all matters of pertinence in their society allowed Xiaoman to go to bed with a clean conscience, assured of having passed down the most appropriate and meritorious sentence possible by any god or mortal. The case of Rukia Kukaki had consumed their efforts for over a week. Though a termination order had been given should the deserter in any way resist arrest, the final ruling had necessitated a much more thorough examination of the facts. This was done to ensure that when Lord Kukaki did put in an appearance to champion his adopted sister's defense, there would be no recourse or avenue he might offer up that had not been sufficiently explored. They owed the head of the most powerful clan in Siridi that much, at least. The laws were clear, as was their duty. And they performed it. When sentence of death was laid out on his sibling, Byakuya Kukaki did not so much as raise his head. He only waited for them to finish the official proclamation, and once that was complete, the man just said, "I understand," before taking his leave of them. That irked Hirako slightly. It was as if he had discounted all the effort they had made to render a fair and lawful verdict. Not even so much as a "by your leave." Arrogant, she concluded from behind the judicial mask she wore now. Though they had once served together as captains, she was now free to admit to herself that she had never particularly liked Byakuya. There was always some measure of disdain in his bearing towards everyone he met, if not everything. The man observed the rules of their world with impeccable grace, after having learned his lesson from that horrific excuse for a marriage, and the shame that his wife's dying wish had bestowed upon him, at least. There was no one more dependable when it came to preserving justice. However, his former colleague and current superior was not unmindful of certain events in the past. Once before, this very room had been invaded, its security breached, and 2 criminals were freed as a result. The offender responsible for this fiasco had been the heir to the Shihoan fortune, and it was well known their ties to the Kukaki. And while nothing had ever been proven to implicate that most Paramount House, suspicions lingered among her assembled cohorts. It almost would have been a relief for the man to have lashed out at them with bile and rancor. Or make some misguided attempt to mitigate Rukia's sentence, perhaps even going so far as to try and help her escape. Just to have those concerns finally laid to rest. But the exact opposite was the case. Byakuya actually prevailed upon them to decrease the stay of execution, down from the regular 35 days to 25. They refused to go any lower. Then, citing laws so ancient they had to be dredged up from the archives to be confirmed, he convinced them to have the execution method be nothing less than the Sokyoku, something usually reserved only for captain-class offenders. Xiaoman was doubly perplexed by that. As a result, Captain Kukaki himself, along with every other division head including the Commander-General, would be forced to attend this event. Otherwise, there would have been no witnesses permitted, and Rukia Kukaki would have died alone in a small chamber reserved for such disgraces. Perhaps the lofty lord wanted to make certain with his own eyes that his low-born charge was truly put out of his misery. A little disappointing, she admitted to herself at the end of the day. But it was no use dwelling upon such things. The order had been given. The girl must die. This week there was new business to discuss. Hirako Xiaoman, one of the 40 distinguished council members who composed the central 46 chambers, was listening to one of her fellows speaking about the matter of rezoning districts in the southern Rukanga, when she noticed something. She had a good seat, after all, so when someone stepped into the opening to this room, it caught her attention. And then the intruder spoke. "Gentlemen, ladies, forgive the intrusion. I must beg your forbearance on this morning." Aizen Sosuke smiled as he stepped slowly down the stairs into their presence. What was he doing here? "Sosuke Teiku, what is the meaning of this?" One of the 6 judges spoke clearly from his seat in a recess behind her. "You have not been called upon to appear before us. It is against the law to come unbidden into our chamber." The captain of Squad 5 continued to stroll casually down the steps, looking relaxed and handsome. Whispers came from several of the other councilmen, but were quickly silenced. A quarter of the way from the bottom, he started speaking again. "It is the law that I have come to speak to you worthy folk upon." Dressed in his white robe, hands tucked away in the sleeves, Captain Aizen now stepped down onto the same plane as them. "Once, many years ago, a young woman sat me down and spoke very passionately about our positions here in the afterlife. She argued against a ruling she felt violated our most sacred precepts. In fact, she did so with such heart, such conviction, that I found myself motivated to place my own best interests at risk. It was that moving, what she said to me." Hirako glanced around. None of her fellows seemed distressed by this unprecedented occurrence, but neither did they appear aware of how to respond to it. Having known Sosuke for years, and sensing an opportunity to distinguish herself here, she leaned forward and affixed her eyes upon the young man. "We are not amused by your behavior, Aizen Teiku. You know full well that we make no decision lightly in this room. But once it is made, there is no refuting or amending our verdict." A flash of inspiration came to her then. "If you think that your position of authority will have any effect on the fate of Rukia Kukaki, you are blind to your own worth. It would be best if you left at once." He stood before them. His head turned back and forth slightly, as if he were getting a feel for the room and everyone in it. The smile on his lips never faltered. Then in one swift movement, Aizen Sosuke drew his sword and flung it into the air. The gleaming blade spun end over end, flashing in the light, before finally embedding itself point first in the cleared space reserved for prisoners at the center of the room. It swayed back and forth gracefully, emitting a soft warbling note. Several of the assemblymen sprang up, shouting angrily. Even Hirako found it hard to keep from coming to her feet, shock and dismay blossoming suddenly in her chest. She knew him, and more than that, she knew the rules. There were no weapons allowed in this room. To draw one carried an edict of death. Had they just lost another captain? A sense of cold certainty now paired with the distress. If he knew the seriousness of what he had just done, Aizen gave no sign. He held his bare hands out to them, palms upward, like so many penitents before him. Now I do belong here, Xiaoman Dano. I am a criminal. And criminals are judged within these halls. I am also a witness to the crime. Shall I inform you all what led up to it? Aizen Sosuke, that is enough. The eldest of their group remained in his seat, fingers steepled together. The bald head did not even deign to look in the direction of the offending party. Clearly you are drunk. We will not call the security forces to take you away, nor will we seek to punish you for this fiasco. Whatever reason you might have, it will remain with you, if you see fit to leave now. During this speech, a thought drifted into her head. The security forces. The specialized division assigned to their protection. They should have confiscated his weapon before he entered the building. At the very least, we should have received a notice of his approach. For some strange reason, Hirako found herself reaching down to the empty place where her own Zanpakuto had hung for so many years. Right then, she had never missed its presence more. While this realization was being born, the brown-eyed elite soldier had made his way down to the prisoner's pit, passing with ease between the rows of venerable scholars and esteemed noblemen. Upon reaching it, he sat down without any appearance of discomfort. His back was to her, and she could see the symbol of his division clearly inked out upon the snow-white Haori. I have found myself many times in my life believing that I know everything there is to know, Aizen said. The number of instances where someone actually surprised me, I can count on one hand. One of them was when Byakuya Kukaki, the 28th head of that house, married a common woman from the slums of Rukanga. Another was when he adopted a penniless Shinigami outcast as his sister 6 years later. And a third was when that same girl came into my quarters in the middle of the night and begged me to save the life of a friend. No one spoke or interrupted. It was as though he were putting on a performance, one of such sincerity and clear passion that they could not help but hear him out, regardless of the outcome. Even Hirako found herself succumbing to the spell. She would have done anything for him. I know that. If I had demanded she strip naked and give her body up to me, to use however I might like, she would have done it. Had I called for her to bare her neck and receive the edge of my blade, her head would have been rolling across my floor within a minute. That night I saw bravery of a caliber that dwarfed anything I had ever shown on the battlefield. Whereas I spend my days holding my tongue, walking from one lie to the next, she found the courage to challenge me, this society, and her own royal family. The realization of her strength was enough to sway me into letting my own mask slip, if only for a little while. I changed plans that I had been crafting for over 100 years that night. Because of her. He paused to take a sip of tea. The warm nourishing aroma of it seeped into her nose. For only a second she stopped to wonder, where did he get the cup? Then the master orator was off once more. She spoke of worth, and in doing so, displayed her own. Her name was Rukia Kukaki. And 2 weeks ago you sentenced her to death, for the crime of granting her powers to a human. Another drink, and she could hear him smiling now. Please understand, I'm not here asking you to revoke your decision. That wouldn't be proper, after all. I, more than anyone, know that any edict passed down by the Central Chamber of 46 can suffer no appeal. Once they have weighed all the evidence and pronounced sentence of death on someone, no matter their status or birth, that person will perish without fail, in a most stately and orderly pace. And it is only fitting that this tradition remain unbroken, for so long as this body exists. Aizen ran a hand through his thick curly hair. In point of fact, I am here to help you with that. 100 years ago, a verdict was proclaimed but never carried out. Much like with poor helpless Rukia, there was no chance of an appeal. The 2 men involved then escaped out of this very chamber, with some help, of course. I know of it, because I testified before the hearing. And I hereby give you my word, noble sirs and madams. Before this year is out, those 2 fugitives will have their ancient convictions upheld. And more. Xiaoman felt a tickling at her mouth. She licked her lips surreptitiously, trying not to attract attention. But as for my little Rukia Kukaki, her tongue split in half. Blood spattered her chin and down the front of her judicial robes. Something then jerked between Hirako's teeth, causing her head to crack back against the seat. I regret to inform you that there can be no execution allowed on that score. The woman gasped, swallowing blood and air. Her jaws clamped down on what could only be cold sharp steel. Xiaoman's hands came up, flailing and grasping to find the attacker. They caught hold of cloth, fabric, and beneath it 2 arms thin and hard as branches. Howdy do, Captain Xiaoman. That voice. Suddenly the short sword lodged between her teeth like a horse's bit pulled backwards, and she could smell, taste, and feel as it cut her mouth even wider. Hirako screamed and screamed shrilly, pinned to her seat. She strained with all her prodigious strength to force that Wakaizashi out. With no success. The hands that held it did not budge even a fraction. She couldn't stand up. Couldn't escape or call out Kido, or even for help. Someone help us. I am somewhat pressed for time, good councilman, so I cannot elaborate any further. Suffice it to say that owing to the marvelous quality of that girl's soul, it would not be imprudent to think that several other captains might share a desire to see her safe. After all, that is what we do. Save souls who are in jeopardy. Much like the gods we call ourselves. And I believe that, given the right evidence, I can bring them to question the veracity of your sentence sufficiently to have them scrambling to stop the execution. Aizen Sosuke remained sitting with his back to her. The other members of the chamber regarded him with varying levels of aloof coldness and stern judgment. Their faces retained that expression of reserved superiority she had spent several years trying to emulate. They did not react to her plight. By no indication did they even seem to notice she was being assaulted. Tears were streaming down her face, mixing with the blood and spittle erupting from her clenched jaws. Hirako, what's going on? Where are you? I don't know what's happening. Find me, please, please, he's killing you. The voice of her soul cutter faded, as that same lethal amused tone whispered in her ear once more. I dislike you a lot. He drew the sword side to side slightly like a saw, and she gagged on her own fluids. Not too far off the mark to say that I despise you. I could tell you why, but... Nah, why bother? It isn't as though you've got time to repent or nothing. And asking for forgiveness wouldn't work, 'cause it wasn't me you offended. Still, if you wanna give it a try, I'm all ears. Are you sorry for what you did? He jerked the sword in her head forward, then banged it back hard. The rear of her throat was now laid open, and hot blood poured down her trachea and esophagus. You are? Ah, that's just so sunny. Brightens my day. There's hope for all of us, I guess. The mutilated lawmaker's nails were digging into his skin beneath the silken fabric, but he seemed to pay it no mind. Instead her attacker began the slow, inevitable pull back towards him. Thank you all for listening to me this morning. I know that you are very busy, important people. But I have been waiting to address you like this for some time. Ever since I was a little boy, actually. It's been something of a dream of mine. And today, I have finally had that wish fulfilled. Thank you, all of you. You have no idea how much this means to me. Through the terror, through the haze of blood and hate and confusion, something flashed over her vision. For just a few seconds, it was like there were 2 scenes in front of Hirako's eyes. In one of them, the members of the council were sitting peacefully, watching this inscrutable man's story play out. They were majestic, and dignified, and noble. The very picture of wise judicious sagacity. Truly, these people were gods. And in the other it was a bloodbath. Every person off to her right, from one side of the room to the other, had been slaughtered. Throats cut, heads split open, the closest still had their hearts pumping liquid carnation all over the table. They remained sitting in their seats. Not even one of those corpses seemed to have tried to flee. Like they had been entranced while being massacred. In that scene, Aizen Sosuke was not sitting down on the dais. He was moving amongst the council members, casually murdering them. Between each execution, the gallant captain would stop to clean off his sword on their robes. When this was done, he moved to the next and laid them open. And he cleaned his saber again. They just sat there, staring down at the floor. Some of them would look at one another, shaking their aged heads condemningly, little realizing that death itself was approaching them on sandaled feet. It was the coldest, most casual butchery she had ever seen. A twist of the knife brought Hirako back to her own predicament. Her faceless attacker clucked his tongue in an aggrieved fashion, and spoke. "Well, it's been fun, but I got a lot more work to do here. Better pick up the pace before Aizen Teiko scolds me. I'm glad we could chat like this, Xiaoman Teiko. It's been a real pleasure servicing you today." Then Jin Ichimaru drew Shinso towards him, listening to the last scrape of her back teeth come off its blade, to be replaced by the sweet sound of bone being cut. He proceeded on through the rest while the woman's feet lashed out in every direction and her fists beat against his arms. Jin was careful not to cut his hand wrapped around the Zanpakuto's admittedly short blade, which was why the process took so very long. You had to be cautious when executing this sort of maneuver, after all. When the top of her head came off 20 seconds later, Hirako Xiaoman had already been dead for 15. Ichimaru came strolling over to where he sat cleaning off Kyoka Suijutsu. Looking up at his blood-spattered accomplice, Aizen let a hint of mild reproach come into his face. "You're somewhat of a mess, Jin." "Couldn't be helped, Aizen Teiko," the killer smiled happily. "Although I notice that you don't have a spot on you. Quite a feat, that." Caramelized did not bother to verify the truth of that statement. "My condition is not important. From this day forth I will be living in this enclave, maybe as long as a week, with no one to see me. You, however, must make yourself presentable until such time as my research is complete. Anyone who saw you right now would be compelled to wonder just what you had been up to, my friend." "They're always wondering that," Jin shot back. "Don't worry," and in one swift movement he peeled off his blood-stained robe and draped it over one arm. "I brought along a change of clothes. The smell might linger, but I'll get home fast and take a quick bath. Gotta go pick up my lieutenant for the show, after all. Want me to check on yours too?" Aizen only smiled. "My lieutenant is right in front of me, and he seems more than capable of handling himself." Ichimaru raised a two-fingered salute to his silver crown, that fixed smile not faltering one whit. No reason to expect any different. If he was not used to Jin's personality by now, he never would be. With this final thought, Sosuke finished cleaning his closest confidant and returned it to its scabbard. He then stood up. "The chamber will presently be sealed. No one will disturb me. I'll issue advances on Rukia's execution date depending on how quickly I can find the information I want. You'll have to excuse me now, I have a veritable mountain of archives to comb through. And there doesn't seem to be anyone leaping up to offer a hand in that respect." His ally cocked a grin at that, then turned and departed, picking his way through the field of corpses littering the room. The soon-to-be officially deceased captain of the 5th Division let his gaze wander over that grim environment. The sound of blood dripping down into pools was the only noise audible. Even the death rattles had finally come to a halt. He gazed upon the faces of several men and women he had known and served with. They had looked upon him as a friend and ally. Some of them had ruled this world for over 1,000 years. Aizen turned away. "It's the end of an era. An era of fools. I will send you soon to act out my murder for them. I am eager now to put on that show." This performance was thrilling. Truly a magnificent undertaking, keeping them from even recognizing their own deaths till it was over. "I tell you, I have never felt so inspired as at this moment. You used me well. Thank you. Yours is the praise I always value the most. Your man could have soured it, though. He took his time killing that one woman. My art almost failed because of it. Give Jin his pleasures. He is forced to wear a mask at all times. I know how trying that can be. I am not as forgiving as you are when it comes to my designs. What I do is art. It does not suffer the influence of amateurs. Fortunately, you always have me to come up with another canvas when one proves insufficient. I am honored to hold the brush that would produce such masterpieces. It pleases me to contribute to your genius, in my own small way. Flatterer. You needn't stroke my back so. I am not a cat that craves attention. Mine is the quiet creation of splendors that must go unrecognized, lest they lose all value in the viewing. One day I must put you away, though. For the good of all. Yes. I am a sword before I am a brush. I know your heart. And it is just. Eisen paused, letting his thoughts drift back to the scene of their latest creative effort together. They called what they did justice too, you know. They are dead. Why give their notions any more time? I spoke the truth before. I have been waiting for this since I was a child. But sometimes I feel as if I do not even know my own heart. Not completely. I have thought long upon this, and still I can find no clear solution. The great question always looms. You mean, why? Yes. That is the difference between us and them. They no longer questioned why. We still continue to ask. And one day, I am certain the veil will part, and the truth will reveal itself to us. When we view the world through the eyes of God, he spoke out loud. Exactly. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. With that, the discoursing deity made his way into the secret chambers of the slain bureaucrats. Will there be anything else, Ajausama? Sitting before her guests, Kukaki Rukia turned her head to address the black-clad servant. That will be all. You may go. He gave a crisp bow and backed out, remaining in this humbled position even when closing the door. Returning her attention to the trio sitting Caesar on the polished wooden floor, she found herself confronted by some very shocked expressions. Kukaki-san, the lanky academic breathed incredulously, your royalty. It was rather nice to see that usually stiff and hostile face worked into a semblance of earnest befuddlement. He was probably flitting back through his fabulous memory, reviewing everything he had ever said to her and finding it horribly insulting. I really should let them know that I was only adopted. No. Don't. Let's you and I enjoy this moment. Well, all right, if you insist. For perhaps the first time in the last 40 years, Rukia found herself pleased to be a noble. Ah. This came from the person seated in the middle, a curvaceous nymph with flowing orange locks and dazzling eyes. Right now those orbs seemed even larger than usual. Had they truly been gems, their value would have doubled in the last few seconds. That means we're each a princess. The girl exclaimed. And with two princesses opposite him, even using division that means Kurosaki-kun has to be at least a prince. It's such a perfect equation that way. That made absolutely no sense. Good. This means she has come through this experience with her essence intact. Thank heaven for small miracles. I threw you. The muscled oak tree was clenching his fists so hard they might break. You're like a queen, and I threw you into the air the first time we spoke. Eyes wide but otherwise showing only an impassive surface, he then asked, is your family going to kill me for that? Rukia laughed lightly, an affectionate smile lighting up her whole face. Actually, there's no need for anyone else to know about that incident, Yasutura-san. It can be a secret just between us. Sitting in a hall in Kukaki Manor, the three Ryoka, Sato Chad Yasutura, Oriamanu, and Urayu Ishida stared at their hostess and former schoolmate with newfound wonder and respect. You should have had M. Kowtow, just a little. Glasses boy, at the very least. I would have liked making him squirm. That will not be necessary, thank you. Oh. Have the family guards all glare at him and make threatening gestures when nobody's looking. That'll really put the fear of death into him. You go back to plotting, and let me speak to my friends. What did you call them, princess? So no Shirayuki's presence removed itself then, leaving her mistress feeling just a little regretful. She had almost cried when her sword had spoken to her once again earlier today, for the first time in months. At that moment, she had known that she would really be all right. Less than a month ago, Rukia had been brought back to Soul Society a prisoner, accused of having bestowed death god powers upon a human. For this, as well as other incidents in the past, she accepted the death sentence their ruling body had eventually pronounced upon her without protest. The next few weeks had been spent in hopeless misery, wondering how her wretched existence could possibly serve to bring more shame and pain upon the people she cared about. About halfway through the grace period before her sentence was carried out, she had received word that the Siriti had been opposed by a quartet of intruders. At the time, the news had seemed preposterous. Who could possibly be crazy enough to challenge the captains of death, with all their war apparatuses and prodigious soul power? The answer was, these three fools before her. Along with one other. I can't believe they're still alive. And, for that matter, so am I. Really gives a person something to think about. Oh, wait. I was just getting to that. With that, Rukia Kukaki bowed forward until her forehead touched the ground, her purple silk kimono making not a sound. I would like to offer my most sincere and humble thanks for the efforts you made up till now. I deeply regret any injury you suffered during this escapade. As a token of my gratitude, please accept the comforts of my home during your stay in Soul Society. So long as you are here, consider yourselves the honored guests of the Kukaki clan. If there is anything you might need, you have only to ask, and it will be provided. The tiny noblewoman straightened up then, and her cheeks were wet with tears. All of you. Truly. Thank you. They fell over themselves apologizing to her. Kukaki-hime, please don't think you need to thank us. We were only. I could get in real trouble. Are you sure you won't tell? Real purpose for being here wasn't for your sake. I had a score to settle with. She listened to them go on, remembering a scene much like this one, when it was just the girls sitting under a tree, arguing about boys and other unnecessary nonsense. Unnecessary? I was so completely wrong. I am more than a Shinigami, a dead girl who sends souls to the afterlife. I have a home. Right now, Soul Society had never seemed more like the paradise it was always meant to be. In the span of a single day, her greatest fears had been lifted. Aizen Sosuke had fled the Siridi in company with his two fellow traders, Jin Ichimaru and Kaname Tissen. The enormity of what the 5th Squad captain had done to her, his lieutenant Hinamori, and everyone else was still shocking. But even after the revelation that this seemingly gentle and worthy soul was in truth a blood-soaked sadist, what counted at this precise moment, and what she almost wanted to thank Aizen for, was that he had taken Ichimaru with him. He's gone. Even now, as she sat in this room, the idea filled her with the most transcendent peace. That evil smiling man is not in Soul Society. No more turning a corner to find him standing there waiting for me. No more seeing him coming a mile away and wishing I could run but knowing that wouldn't happen. No more being forced to keep still and let him touch me and smile at me and talk to me like we're old friends and there's nothing wrong. Never again. If he ever shows his face in this world, he'll be hunted down and killed. He has gone rogue, and if they were willing to kill me just for giving my powers to a human, then he should surely be slain. Were they really going to kill me? Or was it all just another lie? Lies. All around me. That was the second source of her solace, to find that her oldest fear was based upon a lie. Byakuya Kukaki did not hate her. That eerily calm face that she had dreaded displeasing for the last few decades bore her no ill will. In fact, he had been her brother for years before they ever met, as a result of marrying a sister she never knew she had. Hisuna Kukaki. Strange to think that at one point, she had actually had a family, and not one she had needed to be invited into. Perhaps therein lay the difficulty in accepting it, the idea that she didn't have to strive or prove herself to earn that honor. Instead it was something she had possessed since birth. Rather dispiriting to learn that she had lost it just as easily, one day 6 years before she came to live in this house. What kind of person was my sister, she wondered. Saint? Sinner? Something in between. Rukia knew that her older sibling had abandoned her when she was an infant, but found it hard to hate the dead woman for that. She was used to hardship. Would she have been a better person, or even a happier one, if Hisuna had stayed with her? I suppose we'll never know, right? Before her guardian spirit could respond, another voice chimed in. Rukia-hime. Looking up, she found a clearly flustered Orium. Okay, before anything else happens, let's get one thing straight. Inu-chan, Rukia spoke gently, you needn't refer to me by Hime. I was Rukia-chan back on Earth, and nothing has changed since then. But it has. That awestruck look on the teenager's face was starting to make her feel unaccountably guilty. Mercy, will I never be able to feel comfortable in my own skin? Everything's changed, so much has happened. You almost died, that dead man turned out to not be dead. Well, actually, I suppose he is dead, just like you and everybody here, but he was dead, and now I suppose he's back to being just dead again. And one minute we were criminals and the next we're heroes, and I got hit in the head I don't know how many times by I don't know how many different people, and then Kurosaki-kun just beat the crap out of that beautiful brother of yours. And you're a princess. Well, actually, summed up like that, there had been a few changes in her life. While she was engaged in pondering these developments, Ishida Uriah spoke up. Kukaki-san. He paused when Orium shot him a scandalized look, and Rukia found herself amused by the flustered expression the stoic archer adopted before finding his voice again. I appreciate the offer, but accepting your hospitality might be politically indiscreet. I am a Quincy, after all, in blood if nothing else. And Seoul society has a policy regarding us. It might be for the best if I found other accommodations during my visit here. Actually, Ishida-san, and in that moment, the three humans felt a distinctly cold breeze emanating from their regal host. The others are free to decline if they so choose, but in your case, I am going to have to insist that you accept my offer. That got his attention. I beg your pardon. Every inch the lady of the manor, she fixed him with the same look that Byakuya reserved for errant servants. It seemed to have some effect, which was more a testament to her acting skills than any real danger. You are going to need all the protection you can get. I have been informed that you severely wounded Mayuri Kurotsuki, the captain of the 12th Division. Although he has made a complete recovery, this is not a man who forgives injuries. With the Central 46 of Seoul society obliterated and so many captains and lieutenants defected or bedridden, there is sufficient chaos in our world now that were you to disappear, it might be some time before anyone notices. And regardless of your feelings towards Shinigami, or whatever lame excuse you have concocted in your head, you risked your life twice now in my defense. I will not allow you to be harmed any more than you already have. As he was opening his mouth to respond with a clearly haughty remark, she narrowed her eyes and said, 24-hour sewing store, indeed. Judging by the slight flush that crept into his cheeks, it was clear this last remark had done its work. The other two were looking at them both with bemused expressions, but it seemed that the archer had conceded. Very well, Kukaki Rukia. He stood up then, and bowed slightly. I'll accept your invitation, in the interests of discharging any obligation you might feel towards me. I will not have it be said that a Quincy spurned a sincere offer, on its face. She chose to ignore that last bit. That being said, I'm somewhat exhausted from today's debacle. If it's all the same to your ladyship, I would like to rest now. Of course. Reaching up, Rukia touched the pearl and ivory necklace at her throat. It warmed slightly, and at this signal, the doors slid open to reveal servants dressed in Kukaki livery, 3 apiece for each of her guests. These will be your retainers for your time here. Your comfort is their duty. Speak to them if you have any questions or needs, or if you would like to call upon me. They will inform me of the request, and I will attend to you immediately. You are now the honored guests of the noble house of Kukaki. Please take full advantage of any benefits my home may have to afford. Orium gaped at this display, while Chad did his best impersonation of a living statue. Uriah only bowed to her again, and then proceeded to stride from the room, followed now by his trio of attendants. As he left, her red-headed house guest popped up, bouncing slightly as she did. Ah, I think I'll go check in on Kurosaki-kun, make sure he's doing all right. Is it all right if I leave, Kukaki High, OJ, SA, Cha? In contrast to the Quincy's performance, this display brought a smile to her face. You are free to come and go as you wish, Orium-chan. I've asked our chef to be at your beck and call in terms of the dishes you prefer. I hope you don't tax his creativity too much. Oh, thank you. The lovely damsel beamed joyously. Almost immediately after, though, a visible pall settled over her. Would you like? I mean, that is to say. Kurosaki-kun, shall I tell him? I will be by to see Ichigo again later today. With my brother incapacitated, I have to see to the upkeep of his holdings. Rest assured, I will take the time to express my gratitude to our new war hero. It was hard to properly classify the look on Orium's face now, but she seemed well enough while she took her leave. As the party trailed away, Rukia heard her guest already beginning to question the servants. "Excuse me, but have any of you seen our other friend? He came with us, has 4 legs and talks like my grandfather used to. Do you think you could help me find him? Oh. And his name's Yo." Her voice diminished out of earshot then. Yes, even in the land of the dead, Oryamanu remained the same cheerful outer space invader as back home. This left only her and Yasutara. The giant gazed at her with that solemn air he managed to possess, as if he were afraid even by looking at someone too intently he might hurt them. Actually, considering his strength, it wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. "Are you really all right?" he asked. The immediate response of yes died halfway to her lips, cut off by the earnest compassion in that low, rumbling voice. It made her consider the question more seriously. "That remains to be seen," Kukaki spoke softly. "But right now, I suppose I'm better off than at any time for the last 150 years. It will have to do. Thank you for your concern, Sato-san." He nodded, and clambered slowly to his feet. Moving to the door, Chad stopped and looked back at her over his shoulder. "I'm glad you're safe now." Before he could see the shock this casual comment brought up in her, he was lumbering away with the servants trailing in his prodigious shadow. Rukia was left alone. She turned and looked through the open doors that led outside. The day was already half over. Her brother and Ichigo had been sequestered in the 4th emergency medical ward for several hours now. Every remaining captain and lieutenant capable of walking, including Renji, had been called away by the Commander General, ostensibly to discuss wartime preparations, but she suspected this was primarily to get their stories straight for disseminating the news of the 3 captains' defection to the public. Normally this would be a duty handled by the offices of the 46. But nowadays, that group might as well be called Chamber Zero, if what Isane Katetsu had told her was true. So they were all dead, were they? That's good. You shouldn't even think that. What are they going to do? Come back to life and censure me? I can think whatever I want, it's not like I had anything to do with their deaths. Aizen Sosuke did me 2 favors unknowingly today. They were dead for long before now, remember? How can you even know it was them who gave your execution order and not Aizen? Byakuya spoke to them directly, remember? What if he was just hypnotized to think that? Enough. No point talking it over now, unless you want me to go to Hueco Mundo and ask Aizen directly. Even if you could materialize, that would still be another death sentence, and I have had quite enough of those for one lifetime. So what are you going to do? Sit here and gloat over all your enemies being brought low? No. I'm going to do what the Kukaki have been training me to do for half a century. I'm going to rule this house until Nii-sama recovers. Are you going to see him today? Rukia hesitated. Her eyes stayed rooted to the rich tableau spreading off to the edges of the high-walled estate, fingers twisting slightly in her lap. Was it the thought of going to visit her elder brother, or Byakuya Kukaki? Just what was he to her now? For all the years she had known him, that silent figure had been like a sword gently pricking her spine while she walked over a bottomless abyss on a tightrope that went on forever. It was maddening to think that she had been incorrect in this assumption for so long. Had he actually been protecting her this whole time, in his own strange way? The result of an oath sworn to his dying love? What had he really been thinking every time he looked at her for the past 50 years? Does he care about me? Lord Kukaki watched me as I was about to be executed, but my Nii-sama pulled me out of a madman's grip and saved me from Ichimaru's sword. Captain Kukaki hunted me down and locked me in a cell, while my Nii-sama stepped into the academy where I was floundering and brought me into his home. Byakuya Kukaki turned his back on me and commanded that I be lied to, and my Nii-sama took my hand and begged me to forgive him for all that. So what does that make us? Are we a family? Is such a thing really supposed to be this messed up, confusing, and potentially fatal? Come to think of it, what sort of experience do I have with a home life? Well, let's find an example. How about, say, the Kurosaka family? There's a deviant sneak attacking up the skirt father, 2 girls as different as night and day, a scowling surly impolite orange-headed invitation to a fight, and a living doll/pet who is the first person to openly express sexual interest in me in quite a while. I wonder what Nii-sama would have to say about interspecies carnal relations? Cat. What? Cat. What are you? As she thought this, something landed in Rukia's lap. Surprised, the girl looked down to find a black tabby gazing up at her, flicking its tail from side to side. It meowed. She stared. Where did you come from? The way it was looking at her, she almost expected it to open its mouth and answer. Instead, the small feline closed its eyes and twisted its head around, as if demanding that she give it some attention. Cautiously, as if this might prove to be another of Sosuke's illusions, she reached out and scratched under its chin. Seemed to be real enough. The cat nuzzled against her hand then in a most insistent manner, and without further ado, she began to stroke along its sleek back. Her new friend curled up in her lap and proceeded to purr. For about a minute Rukia just sat there, petting this inexplicable intruder. What was a cat doing on the grounds? The servants were under strict orders not to allow any such animals from running around. She had never seen one in all her time living here. These thoughts now supplanted the taxing preoccupations that had troubled her previously. Along with this there was a sense of déjà vu. A memory came back to her then, of her first visit to the mortal world and the strange people she had met there. Kisuke Urahara had owned a black cat much like this one that had taken to her while she stayed with him. Of course, that was over 30 years ago, that feline must be long dead by now. Briefly, the idea occurred to her that this must be its ghost. They were in the land of the dead, after all. But really, that was just silly. What were the chances that the same kitty would seek her out in this whole vast dimension? It was completely impossible. Impossible, right, little one? You couldn't be the same. Yellow orbs trained on her for a moment. It turned its head and licked her hand then, the dry sandpaper tongue causing her skin to tingle. Really, this is just too bizarre. But somehow soothing, all the same. Have you come to steal fish from our pantry? I have to see to my duties now, small thief. My brother is away, so I suppose in his absence I can make an exception to the rule. If you promise to catch any vermin you might come across, you have free run of the manor until he returns. As the current lady of Kukaki, I will make it so. Does that sound fine to you? The cat, a female, rubbed its head against her knee before vaulting off. It prowled around her, and gave another meow. Rukia stood up, and with her new servant at her side, she strode from the room. Waiting outside were several of the high-ranking household staff, including the aged majordomo. Lady Kukaki. We await upon your pleasure, he said, and they all knelt and touched their heads to the floor. For only a minute, looking at them, the thought came to her, these people all lied to me. They treated me well, but nonetheless, they are not to be trusted. Not completely. Devotion of that magnitude can easily be turned against one. It would not be wise to leave anything to chance here. You remind me of Byakuya. A harsh reprimand would have followed this comment before today. But now, Rukia only offered her formless sword a potent silence. I am his sister, whatever our relationship proves to be. I will do this house the courtesy that it has done me. I am Rukia Kukaki, and I am going to put that name to good use. His head was buzzing. There was a distinct flush to his cheeks, and he found it hard to stay on his feet. This is a lot like being drunk, Abarai Renji reflected. He then concentrated very hard on not fainting, trying not to sweat so obviously, and paying close attention to what was being said. Our enemy is not to be underestimated. Whether in thought or deed, we will offer him no unwarranted advantage. The correct application of our remaining military strength shall be done to see that this temporary indiscretion does not grow into something worse. More than the very order of our world, this bears directly on our pride as Shinigami. Indeed, the two are indistinguishable. Towards that end, we shall engage in the following operations. It was Captain Commander Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shijikuni talking. The mightiest combatant in all the afterlife. Ancient battle-scarred victor of 1,000 campaigns. The unvanquished, if not invincible, ultimate warrior, with the power to wipe out a legion of hollows with the merest flicker of his power. I have never met a more long-winded person in all my life. Do you think he talked all his enemies to death? Are you two trying to get me killed? Right now, Renji was in no position to withstand a challenge from a regular Shinigami, much less the original founder of their order. Despite some life-saving measures administered to him in the last few hours, he had still come very close to death twice today. This, combined with the debilitating training he had endured to bridge the final gap between himself and Bankai, was serving to leave him in a condition that usually only resulted after a night of heroically hard drinking. But the lieutenant of the 6th was determined to attend this meeting. His captain was in even worse condition than himself. I owe it to him, as his subordinate, to represent our squad in this important conference. Because he is my commander. And also because, to all residents of Seoul Society, this news will go out. We have suffered the loss of 3 division heads due to the interference of the Hollow Nation, but otherwise our security remains undisturbed. In addition, he saved her. Rukia was alive today in no small part to that same cold, heartless man who had taken her away from him in the first place. Now, truth be told, the real hero of this affair was that implausible ignorant mortal, Kurosaki Ichigo. More than anyone, even myself, I hate to admit, that loud-mouthed punk stepped up and delivered the goods. He risked his own ass by kicking those belonging to some very powerful and dangerous people, including my own, I really hate to admit, and in doing so, he actually managed to get those deluded bastards to look past their rulebooks and inflated egos and see the threat that was racing towards them. At this thought, Aburai looked around the room. All divisions are roused on full alert and confined to the CRITI until otherwise notified. Resident Shinigami on duty in the world of the living are to remain at their posts. We will inform them of the basic truth to this matter, enough to ensure that Aizen cannot come upon them completely unawares. Besides which, they were in the 1st Division's audience chamber. All remaining Teiku and Fukutaiku in the Court of Pure Souls were sitting in this high-vaulted cathedral. It was a pretty bleak turnout, actually. Only half of the usual faces were to be seen, and none of them seemed to be at their best. Only the 4th, 11th, 12th, 1st, 2nd, 8th, and 7th Divisions were fully represented. Mayuri Kuratsuki had come in without makeup or headgear, complaining of the hasty call to arms and it not being recognized by the guards out front. Not their fault, really, the guy almost looked human now. Nanao Ise seemed as pale and fragile as Captain Yukatake, and her own captain constantly hovered close by, his usual flirtatious manner now replaced with some rather serious concern. Kiraku Shunsui had been noticeably silent throughout this conclave. The inner enclave of the central chamber of 46, including the Royal Archives, will be opened for examination to determine just what precisely that man might have learned while he was convalescing in there this past week. The 13th Division, under Captain Yukatake's personal supervision, will conduct this inquiry. Cleanup and transfer of the bodies. The Kenpeicha looked as menacing as ever. Fidgeting at the murderous mountain's side, little Yachiro Kusajishi turned her head and waved enthusiastically at Renji, a gesture he quickly returned in a less obvious manner. She pouted, and proceeded to make a face that plainly said, "More energy next time, dope." He then went back to not staring at the other giant in the room. The one nearly everybody was trying to avoid looking at for too long. That would be Saijin Komamura, now relieved of his concealing headgear and revealed to possess a head that, while quite majestic and imposing, clearly belonged to a dog of some kind. His lieutenant, another veteran of the 11th just like Aburai, was as cool and collected as ever. Maybe. I mean, Tetsuzumon Iba was still sporting his own trademark headgear, eyes concealed behind some pretty awesome-looking shades, he had to admit. But in terms of sheer menace, nothing could quite compare to the look contained in the narrowed black eyes of So iPhone. More than ever, that one looked ready to slit the throat of anyone who came too close to her. Her overweight vice-captain, whose name Renji could not remember, was keeping very still and very quiet. Smarter than he looks, that one. Will be undertaken by the first component of Squad 4, with Anohana Teika supervising. Other than that, no other personnel will be allowed to enter those halls. Thirdly, concerning the disposition of the former Ryoka. From the 3 renegade captains' squads, there was no one. Hisagi Shihei had been reduced to a wet rag, one completely wrung out of spiritual power. How and why this had happened, he refused to go into. As for Izuru Kira of the 3rd, Prospective reports had him listed as dazed and confused but able to eat solid foods in another day or two. The reason for his condition was seated to Renji's front and right, in the form of Rangiku Matsumoto. That lovely lady's own captain was sharing a hospital ward with another of his old classmates. They are not to be molested in any way. Regardless of any infraction of the law prior to this date on their part, we will leave such matters to be addressed at a more appropriate time. For now, they are to be afforded our respect and consideration as proven allies. In this matter, I will suffer no disobedience. Captain Kuratsuke, this pertains directly to you. The Quincy boy is no concern of yours. That matter is settled. Momo Hinamori of the 5th was still in critical condition. It set his teeth on edge to think of just how she had come to be in that state. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, the back alley bruiser would never have believed that Aizen Sosuke would actually turn traitor. Jinichi Maru, no sweat, and Kaname Taisen, well, you wouldn't have to break my thumbs to convince me of that. But Aizen? The guy was like a god among men. He watched my back for years. He saved my life. Hell, he saved Momo's life. And I'm supposed to believe that it was all an act? That he was running some vast con game the whole time, designed solely to perpetrate the theft of some old-fashioned doohickey nobody even knew existed? That's nuts, it doesn't make any sense. Unfortunately, the proof of this nightmare was lying in a hospital bed with a device from the 12th Division being the only thing keeping her breathing. This along with the new scars he would have to boast courtesy of Kyoka Suijutsu's blade had acted to cure Renji very fast of any delusions he might ever have harbored towards the character and nature of Aizen Sosuke. Next time they met, he would not hesitate or even bother asking why. I'll just kill the bastard, end of story. And finally, the Mobile Corps will be dispatched to interview all members of those divisions currently confined to their grounds. Until such time as their loyalty has been confirmed, the 5th, 3rd, and 9th are effectively disabled. All missions are curtailed and will be transferred to other squads based upon. Actually, this whole meeting strikes me as being pretty dumb, Renji thought absently. If Aizen were to pop back into this room with a bunch of super badass hollows, that I know for a fact exist, he could probably wipe out all the remaining leaders of the divisions. Whose idea was it to get everybody in one place like this, anyway? It gives me a headache just thinking about it. His debilitated state took that moment to rise up on him. Renji swayed groggily from his position towards the back of the room. As if sensing his distress, the healer goddess who headed the 4th looked over at him, a benevolent smile on her face. It made him suddenly think of the first time he had ever been in this room. I hereby confer, in the presence of all the captains of the various divisions of Siraidai, the rank of Vice Captain upon Aburai Renji of the 6th Division. We welcome you into the highest ranks our military has to offer, Lieutenant Aburai. The lieutenant of the 1st Division, whose name escaped him at the moment, then proffered the scroll to him. Renji accepted it with a heady mix of triumph and paranoia. In spite of everything he had done to earn this, there was still the sensation that it all might be stripped away from him at any given moment. The only way to cement his achievements was to proceed one step higher than this, and attain that long-dreamt-of captaincy. It was only a little ways off, now. Aged Yamamoto tapped his cane firmly on the floor from his seat before them all. His menacing growl then proceeded with the official investing ceremony. All captains, advance and honor our latest officer with your words. This was certainly quite a treat. Despite having fought under several different captains throughout his career, the former alley dweller had actually only directly met 5 of them. These were Captain Aizen, the now Captain Ichimaru, Captain Yukitake, Captain Kuratsuke, and his own Captain Kukaki. To be introduced in person one after another to the greatest fighters in all the Godai 13 would give him the chance to see what exactly he was up against. All I need is for one of the people in this room to retire or kick the bucket. I wonder which it will be? As these admittedly laughable and potentially treasonous thoughts were rolling around in his head, the first star in line stepped forward. Captain of the 13th Division, Jushiro Yukitake. Congratulations, Aburai-san. I know Rukia will be overjoyed to hear of this. Thank you, Taika. I'm looking forward to telling her myself. Captain of the 12th Division, Mayuri Kuratsuki. Don't disappoint. You'll have to work doubly hard now to prove to us that you're of good stock. Thank you, Taeko. I'll do my best. Captain of the 11th Division, Zaraki Kenpeki. You remember what my boys taught you, grunt. We never surrender. Thank you, Taeko. So it went, until finally there stepped before him the first man he had ever truly admired. Captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke. Aburai-san, you've proven yourself without a doubt. The office is honored by you more than you by it. Thank you, Taeko. Part of that is due to you. I'll do us both proud. Captain of the 4th Division, Anohana Retsu. Good work, Aburai Fukotaiko. Thank you, Ha-Han, Hana-chan. After a few seconds of tongue-tied bafflement in which Captain Kukaki wondered to himself if he had made some kind of mistake with this man, the gracious lady covered her face with a sleeve to hide a small smile and moved away. Please. Don't let anybody notice. Captain of the 3rd Division, Jinichi Maru. Oi, Renji-kun. Is that your Zanpakuto in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? I hate. Thoughts of the past were blending in and out of his perceptions of this moment. Trying to correlate that smiling brown-haired sophisticate with the remorseless creature he had met on Sokioku Hill caused Renji to feel like he might be sick at any moment. I almost died there, right beside Rukia. I tried to reach her, but it was Byakuya Kukaki who saved her. I don't think I ever hated him more than at that moment. But in addition, I finally saw something decent in that man. And that realization makes me want to beat him all the more. To clear his head, the spiky-headed soldier played a game in which he divided up the people in this room according to one very specific principle. That being, which of them was present at Rukia's almost execution, and which of them did nothing to stop it. He wasn't going to forget that scene anytime soon. My consideration. Bear in mind, we are on highest alert until our reconnaissance teams can offer us a better insight as to the nature of Aizen's forces. The site of the disaster and its contents, including all remnants of the Sokioku halberd, are off limits to any below the level of captain. You all have your duties to carry out. Now go and do so. The faith that has been placed in us cannot be allowed to waver for a moment. Return to your posts, and do them proud. Yes, so Taeko. They all chorused obediently, and bowed. Dismissed. The old man thundered. As the gray-bearded Superman rose to depart, Renji allowed his eyes to lift slightly from the floor. He watched Captain Yamamoto as he left the room. It wasn't just Aizen or Byakuya I wanted to kill that day. I got real good hearing, old man. I know what you said about me, and if Ichigo hadn't rescued her, I would have shown you who was replaceable. I'm watching you. You think nobody's judging you? You're just damn lucky I wasn't a real traitor. I'd have wiped you all out by now. Aburai-san. Everything all right? Renji looked into the deep midnight shades of his fellow Lieutenant Iba, and proceeded to flip down his own custom eyewear. Yeah. 'Scuse me, somewhere I gotta be. There was something he had to see for himself. To be continued. Chapter 15, Aftermath, Confronting Fears. Excuse me. What sort of fabric is this? Do you want it? Please, take it. A gift to you, worthy gentleman. Free of charge. The frightened vendor grinned in a way that was almost painful to look at. Urayu Ishida felt somewhat ashamed to produce a reaction like this in another human being. Well, dead soul, technically. But still, he did not like this. It felt like being a bully, which was a breed he detested in any dimension. His gang stood behind him, in the form of several Kukaki servants. Their fine clothes, menacing demeanors, and prominent quarter-staves had the effect of intimidating everyone he spoke to in this bazaar. And as much as he would have liked to rid himself of their services, they had made it clear to him that it was out of the question. Their precious Ajausama had ordered them to accompany him everywhere he went. And with the loss of his Quincy powers, there wasn't even the possibility of escaping from them, or just pinning them to a wall by their clothes. The humbled vigilante ground his teeth in frustration. As he did, Ishida picked up the bolt of fabric and turned back to his bodyguards. Please see to it this man is paid for his wares later, he addressed their leader. We will add his name to the list, honored sir. The way he spoke made it sound vaguely threatening, and from the corner of one eye Uriah saw the shopkeeper quail even further. Feeling even worse than before, he tramped away before they gave the poor man a heart attack, the three strong men arrayed behind him. His previous experience with conditions in the Alley of Pure Souls had done nothing to improve his view of soul society in general. For all that he was a logical person who had never put much stock in the promise of heaven, Ishida had to admit that even he felt cheated by the truth. Souls who came here upon death were arbitrarily assigned to primitive Edo-era districts in which they had to live. It was hard to say what qualifications were used to make this decision. All he knew for sure now was that the farther you moved out from the Siridi and its Shinigami overlords, the more deplorable the living arrangements became. In addition to this, he was disgusted to find that money in all its travails still existed in the afterlife. The Kukaki were practically swimming in it, probably at the expense of everyone else. Certainly everybody here had a home, and they didn't need food, but if you wanted anything else besides the basics, you still had to fork over cash of some kind. It made his teeth clench, recalling meeting people back in the real world who had been turned away from hospitals and the treatment they needed because they lacked insurance or the means to pay for it. Money had always been a sensitive topic in his family, to be sure, and the thought that this sore point would continue to pester him to the grave and beyond made for the rotten cherry on this melted pistachio sundae that was Soul Society. As he walked, the white-clad mortal took note of several people in the lanes and up in the balconies of this artist's district gesturing and whispering at him. He strove not to look at them. In a way, it was somewhat like being back in high school. You move through the halls, avoiding stares and the occasional rude remark from ignorant folk. He knew how he appeared to others. A bouthin intellectual, cold and serious and pompous. The sort of person any dependable bully would feel compelled to hassle on general principle. Ishida had known the tender mercies of such trash for his entire school career, and early on he had almost been tempted to treat them with the same efficient ruthlessness as he did their spiritual counterparts. A shame his grandfather had raised him to be a better person than that. Never lash out without thinking things through, Uriah. You were born to defend the helpless, not to abuse your power for your own sake. Your mind and soul must be willing to accept that while there is a counter to every evil in this world, the same level of force is not necessarily appropriate for every instance. Do not let your anger, however justified, blind you to your compassion. Suken Ishida had trained his grandson in more than just the ways of Quincy magic. He had stood in as the father figure to a boy who had found himself estranged from his true parent at a young age. Ryukin Ishida was never one to waste his time on anything to do with his heritage. Not when it could be spent turning a profit. And this icy disposition was not reserved simply for spiritual matters. Uriah had hardly spoken a handful of words at a time to his father in recent years, and not entirely of his own choosing. Considering the level of affection he had received from his deceased grandparent, it was hard for him to imagine how that same tenderness and care could have produced a person as absolutely heartless as his father. Now, granted, some people at school might refer to him in the same manner, but all the same, that was due to get down. Hardly paying any attention to his surroundings, Ishida was surprised when someone slammed into him from behind. As he fell, there came a sharp crack and a smell similar to the stench of ozone. He landed gracelessly in the dirt, shocked but already attempting to scramble to his feet. These instincts were thwarted by a foot on his back. There was a rush of people around him, followed by the sounds of panicked screams. The high school student looked up, and only then realized that his glasses had fallen off. "Stay down, sir." One of his black-garbed guardians stood directly over Uriah's form, legs spread on either side of his body. The quarterstaff he had held was reduced to glowing charcoal fragments, and he stood with only fists clenched in readiness. Before him, the other two were shoulder to shoulder, weapons crossed, and glowing with magic. The rest of the people in this area were fleeing in a scene of utter chaos, and he could just barely make out why. From the wall of a building, there seemed to be something emerging directly out of the wood. Almost like a termite, he thought. It was about the size of a small dog, but this in no way diminished the clear threat it represented. The thing was worm-like, but its hairless head bore a hideous resemblance to a human, with empty eye sockets and a mouth filled with small sharp teeth. 8 appendages ending in long claws sprouted like a lizard's fringe from its neck, and it hissed as it darted forward, snapping at the warding manservants. The guards shouted an incantation at the same time, and purple lightning blazed from their conjoined weapons. The bolt hit right where the thing wasn't anymore. It had already dropped down and slithered around them faster than Ishida would have thought possible. Both of the Kukaki retainers sprang back with remarkable agility and speed, their staves striking at the beast. The whole time, they kept themselves interposed between it and him, and the creature howled in apparent frustration. The third soldier reached down and pulled him to his feet, dragging him away from that scene at top speed. Of a sudden, the thing zipped forward, attempting to dart between one man's legs. He brought his weapon down, and the blunt tip punctured that slimy tail. Rather than halting, though, the monster simply pulled, and its back half split off from the rest, dissolving away as the main body slithered towards the racing pair. The second man sprang and delivered a crushing swing to the beast's head that sent it skidding wide of its intended target. Burned and bleeding, it shrieked, and then turned to look at its attacker. As it did, the guard howled in pain, and fell to his knees with eyes closed, blood weeping from between the lids. Unopposed, the worm now scrabbled in pursuit of the Quincy. Looking back as they raced through the deserted streets, Uriah saw a blurred white shape gaining upon them with unholy swiftness. For the first time, fear gripped him. "I'm going to die," he thought, "and there's nothing I can do about it." As he ran, the boy's faulty vision failed to notice a hole in the ground before him. His foot came down in it, ankle twisting painfully, and he fell with a cry, his protector spinning around a few paces ahead. The monster sprang for him, its blades extended to kill. There was a rush of air, and in the next instant the guard had flung himself over Ishida, covering him with his own body. "Don't!" The Quincy cried in horror, but it was too late, as something bright flashed overhead, catching the worm in the mouth and slamming it down to the dirt. A terrible squeal tore through his ears, sounding disturbingly like an infant's howls. From beneath the guardsman's bulk, Uriah watched in horrified fascination as his attacker quickly caught ablaze, burning with deep crimson fire. In just a few seconds, there was nothing but a blackened patch of dirt with a knife sticking out of it. He stared at it for a few moments. "You two all right?" Just another second, and this man would have been. "Hey! Ryoka! You deaf or what?" "We are safe thanks to you, Shinigami-san. Your aid was much appreciated." The weight of his protector came off him then. "Noble sir, can you stand?" He realized suddenly that the man was addressing him. Rising to his knee, Uriah managed to come up with, "Yes, thank you." An instant later, this was proved to be an exaggeration, as a sharp stab of pain lanced up his injured ankle. He toppled forward, only to be caught by two black-clad arms. "Oof. You're heavier than you look, Ryoka. Let us move him over to that stall, my lady. There seem to be chairs set up." "Right, sounds good." "No, don't bother, I've got him. I can manage just fine, I've carried my own captain's weight before, not that he really needed me to, he's perfectly fine and healthy thanks to me." "Why, what are you thinking?" "Nothing, my lady." "That's right, nothing. Oh, look, here come our friends." Before he knew what was happening, Ishida found himself sitting on a bench under the shade of an awning. By the sound of it, there were several more people coming upon them, but apparently the danger had passed. "What did you find?" "No fatalities, ma'am. One of the guardsmen was blinded by a spell of some kind, though. Take him straight away to the fourth, and ask Lieutenant Katetsu to have a look at him. Tell her it's for me." "Yes, ma'am. We also found these." "Perfect. Okay, get going now, go on, I want to talk to this guy." The woman, whose face he was incapable of making out, try though he might, turned and spoke to him once again. "Here." There was motion, and then the young man felt something sliding over his ears. The next instant, he could see once more, and he reached up to adjust the glasses that were now returned to their rightful place. Standing before him was a Shinigami so short she might have actually been smaller than Rukia, even. Her hair was sandy brown and cropped close to her head. A pair of enormous eyes studied him with keen interest, one white-gloved finger stroking her chin. He blinked, and when it became clear that his attention was on her, the girl suddenly leaned forward, planted her hands on the table behind him, and frowned suspiciously. "Are you the one who threw Rukia-chan?" "What? What kind of question was that?" No, he replied evenly. That was Kurosaki. I'm not talking about at the execution, I was there, I saw that. I meant back in the mortal realm. Are you the guy who threw Rukia-chan at a flying hollow? Hold on, I think I actually remember hearing something about this. I believe that was Sato-san. Bright eyes narrowed in suspicion, her nose thrust in his face, and for some reason Ishida wondered if he had stepped from one peril into another. Okay, the girl spoke suddenly. Got it. Thanks for clearing that up. She then turned and shouted, "It was the big one." Several of the other Shinigami proceeded to nod and write down on notepads. By that point, the source of this apparent revelation was starting to feel his body trembling with latent exhilaration, and while he attempted to calm his spirit form, Uriah finally managed to ask the two questions he wanted to know the most. Excuse me, but who are you and what exactly was that thing back there? The midget regarded him once more. She crossed her arms and attempted to look down her nose at him. Unfortunately, considering that he was still 2 inches taller than her even when sitting down, this proved somewhat less than feasible. Still, she managed to pull off something resembling an air of authority. I'll have you know that you are addressing Kiin Kotetsu, the third seat of Division 13. Co-third seat. Someone behind her yelled. Without pausing to address this clarification, Kiin continued. And while the fact that it burned to pieces upon death makes it impossible to verify your attacker's origin, I think it's safe to say that my own captain's fears were borne out. As he suspected, you have just been the victim of an assault by the captain of the 12th, Mayuri Kurotsuki. Therefore the person to whom you owe your continued existence is the wise and benevolent master of the 13th, a man who... Ishida didn't bother listening to the rest of this speech. Instead he turned to the 2 remaining Kokaki retainers standing at attention close by. You saved my life. All 3 of you. I'm sorry your friend was injured, and for putting you in this position to begin with. You have my thanks. Feared and respected, a god among death gods. Thanks are not necessary, good sir, the speaker of the group said without expression. Our Lady Kokaki commanded us to protect you from any assault. We will do so unto death. Women want him, while men want to be him. The idea of anyone dying in his place held no appeal for Uriah, but he did not feel it would be appropriate to voice any notions to the contrary. Before he could, though, the second Senes Chal had bent down by his side. I believe I can tend to the gentleman's foot, my lady. Perhaps you two would like to converse while we wait upon further orders. Shiro Yukitake. Kotetsu glanced swiftly between them. What? Oh, yes, I suppose we should get a few things out in the open, now that you mention it. She picked up a stool and seated herself opposite Uriah. His spectral bodyguard knelt and placed his hands around the fractured ankle, but before he could protest this unnecessary treatment, a warm glow infused his injury, and he could feel some manner of healing coming into play. While it still rankled his pride to be so helpless, he had not been merely mouthing niceties at them earlier. These men had risked their lives to see him safe, and he was not about to do anything that might imply he did not appreciate their extraordinary service. As he was coming to this conclusion, the dwarfish chatterbox was off again. Captains Yukitake and Shunsui both felt, given what they knew about Mayuri Teiko, that even with the Commander General's specific warning in regards to your safety the guy might try something against you. But with things being the way they are, we couldn't spare a captain or a lieutenant to watch out for you, and that's what would be needed to counteract any hostilities from the 12th. Not enough people to do the work as it is. Fortunately for you, the 13th has 2/3 seats. We practically run the squad when captain's indisposed, so we're almost like lieutenants. This means there's a spare to deal with anything the captain feels might warrant special attention. Since Kokaki-chan is in our division, and there was a rumor that she had offered you protection, Yukitake Teiko deemed it proper for us to see to your safety as well. He assigned me to watch over you while you were outside the grounds of the Kokaki Manor, and so that's how we knew that something was up. Well. Uriah blinked, not having expected the monologue to cut off so soon. Well, what? You thanked these two? The girl huffed. I'm still waiting to get some gratitude over here. I am the one who killed that thing, after all. Oh, yes, thank you. He paused. Wait a minute, if you were watching us, Why did it take you so long to jump in? At this, Kian's face turned bright red. Well, you see, she stammered, I just happened to notice an acquaintance of mine, and they had something to tell me they said couldn't wait. It was important, they said, and you seemed to be in good hands, so we decided to take a little break and find out what was going on. After all, it might have had something to do with your case. I didn't know what it was. We have to keep abreast of all information that might prove pertinent. That's what Captain says, and he knows about these sorts of things, so that's why I try to learn everything I can and then spread the information to all concerned. And all unconcerned, the diligent healer muttered, still working on his charge's leg. His partner chuckled. Urayu, however, had caught upon something of interest. So you're a rumor monger. Someone who gathers information. The vocal Shinigami's jaws clapped shut, her face screwed up in consternation at this. Hey, listen, you, I never spread a rumor in my life. Folks talk to me, I talk to them. Does that constitute spreading rumors? It's just conversation. And yes, currency changes hands sometimes, but it's not like I'm promoting lies or anything. Everything I inform upon is always verified and backed up 100%. And. She stopped, looking quite nervous all of a sudden. And you're not going to tell my captain, are you? From what little he had seen and heard of Captain Yukatake, Ishida suspected that he was well aware of his subordinates' faults. But at this time, he was more concerned about how they could be of use to him, rather than the moral implications that were an offshoot of this discussion. Katetsu-san, I would like your assistance in providing me with some information that might be of use to me. She looked at him strangely for a moment. Then a hungry gleam came into her eyes, and the brown-haired blabbermouth leaned forward, body tense with eagerness. If you want to get anything out of me, you'll have to give something in return. That's how these things work, Ryoka. A barter economy, the defunct Quincy thought. He glanced around him, taking in the shop where they happened to be sitting. There was a price board up on one wall, detailing how much the food and drinks cost. Apparently this was a shop that catered exclusively to Shinigami, since supposedly other souls did not experience hunger in this world. That seemed like a livable system. But still. The few people they had spoken to during their brief time in the first ring of the Rokanga had classified the majority of Shinigami as overbearing jerks. His own experiences during the past week seemed to bear out that generalization. This was in no way like the afterlife all the religions back home insisted upon. Here there hardly seemed to be any improvement at all. Countless people living in a squalor that was actually several centuries behind the times. Murderous lunatics allowed to roam about, most of them seeming to have free run of this place. Laws that allowed for the casual execution of someone like Rukia Kukaki, who for all that she was a Shinigami had always struck him as being a decent sort of person. Subterfuge in politics. Assassinations. Criminals. Grandfather. And now, I can't even fight back against it anymore. I'm forced to rely on people like this protecting me. What actual good have I been up till now, though? Even with all that power, I wasn't able to avenge my sensei. The only thing I have left to go on is my wits. And really, that's nothing to sneer at. Maybe if the people in charge of this place had bothered to stock up on brains instead of power, they might never have let things get as horrible as they are. Well, if the Shinigami can't be depended upon to think in terms of protecting people, then I guess it's up to me. I want for you to tell me what you know about Aizen Sosuke, Jin Ichimaru, Kaname Tissen. He paused for a second, and Mayuri Kuratsuki. In exchange, what would you like to know? Kian Katetsu positively vibrated with glee. She leaned in, and spoke in a hushed whisper. For starters, who trained you guys? How did you get into Soul Society? How'd your friend get Bankai? Which of you messed up Yumichika Ayaskawa's hair? Did you get to see Lord Kukaki's private chambers? Where did you meet your Yuaki Shihoan? And what's your relationship with that red-headed Ryoka girl? Out of all of them, it was the last question which made him seriously reconsider the merits of this course. But he had to make do with what he had. You first, Shinigami. The guards crossed two pikes before him, and Renji paused. Fukutai-ko, one of them intoned from within his helmet, you have not been granted permission to access the Central 46 compound. I got business to discuss with the captain, and it can't wait, he replied back. From the slits of their helms, the guards exchanged glances with one another. Apparently the look on his face was enough to make them seriously consider any request. At last the one who had spoken previously turned back about. If you wait here, one of us will enter and inform the captain of your presence. Otherwise there is no. You can't do this. The door behind them slid up. Both men spun about to see the source of this outcry, and without hesitating Renji slipped under their halberds and entered the compound, ignoring their shouts. As he did, he dodged past a procession of bizarre-looking entities dressed in white apparel. They were wheeling several carts covered in cloth past him into the open air outside. Hot on the heels of this crowd there came a small figure in white whose most prominent feature was being of ambiguous sex. With timid eyes and a rat tail tied at the front of their head, the person was speaking rapidly with a blond man with glasses who bore the green band of the 4th. That one Renji recognized from his frequent trips to the infirmary as Yasukika Iemura, 3rd seat of that squad. In addition, he also recalled him as being somewhat of a self-important prick. Sir, a fact-finding autopsy was requested, as per protocol, and we have taken sufficient samples to carry out our investigations. There's really nothing more I can say. The kid seemed quite frantic to placate his superior, but coming as he did from Mayuri's crew, Renji suspected that his real fear stemmed from displeasing his twisted leader. For his part, Yasukika looked quite incensed. Who? He demanded. Who from my company made that request? I would have been informed of anyone dispatching a hell butterfly from within the underground assembly hall, and our orders were quite clear. No members of any division besides the 4th and 13th were granted access to this site. These bodies are to be treated with utmost respect. On top of that, this is a crime scene. When Anohanateika hears of this. We have experience with crime scenes, sir, believe me, the boy, girl, hopped from side to side, simultaneously trying to keep up with the taller man and block his path to the departing lab rats. And I'm truly sorry, but I am not at liberty to discuss the source of our investigation's request. Captain Kuratsuka was also very clear about that. Please understand, we are only following orders. Moving surreptitiously by them, Renji grinned to himself. Yeah, just following orders. See where that's gotten us lately. The guards were still blocked off by the press of bodies filling the entryway, and he took full advantage of this fact to escape into the lower levels of this fortified cavern. After a few minutes of descending stairs and passageways without seeing another soul, the grim-eyed fighter at last came upon a scene that left him quite chilled. Below him, a chamber whose floor was composed of ascending rings with tables and chairs was crawling with medical specialists, dead bodies, and most of all, blood. Even up here, he could still smell it. It was dried and old, but the unwholesome stench of a slaughter still lingered. Hall of Justice, he pondered, wrinkling his nose. More like an abattoir. As he looked upon this unwholesome scene, Abarai suddenly noticed a girl wearing a face mask reach beneath a table and stand up, now holding by the hair what could only be the top of a human head. The eyes were still bulging out as it spun slowly round and round in her grip. When the full horror of what she held came upon her, the kid dropped it suddenly and fell to the ground, pulling off her mask and vomiting in a torrent all over herself. Several of her crew came and helped the crying mortician to her feet, leading her away while others began to clean away evidence of her distress. They were gentle with their colleague, and the lieutenant got the feeling that she was not the first to lose control at the extent of this mess. Actually, he wasn't that far off himself, come to think of it. We should never have let him come this far. We should have killed Jin the first time we ever saw him. Touching Rukia. Remembering this incident as well as others, and recognizing 100 signs and indications he had held his tongue over or dismissed outright, he felt a slow-building fury awakening in him. Aizen and Jin. I can still practically smell them in here. Shit, it looks like a bunch of wild dogs were let loose. They must have done it together, but I know which one enjoyed it enough to do that. And I let the bastard speak to Rukia. Touch her with his filthy hands, even knowing in my heart that he was always capable of something like this. Because he saved me once. Him and one other, a man who I never in my wildest dreams thought capable of conducting a crime like this. As the distraught medic was led past him, weeping and apologizing, Renji made a promise. If ever he had either of those two in reach of his sword again, he would make them suffer for this specifically. While the ex-vagrant had held no love for Seoul Society's governmental overlords, especially considering what they had contrived to see done to his lifelong friend and ally, even they did not deserve to be butchered like hogs in the market. Butchered? Perhaps. But what about slain outright, Didn't you fantasize about cutting through their ranks to get to where she was? Shut up. Both of you. Stop talking to me like you're a... What? They asked together. And he answered. Like you're a hollow. Abarai-kun. He came about. Before him, Anohana Retsu studied Renji commiseratively. Why are you here? Commander Yamamoto specifically ordered against unauthorized personnel from entering this compound. We were both there when he said it. Captain Anohana, he spoke, surprised. Did you just get here? Yes, and she touched her long black braid, elegant fingers stroking along its length in what for anyone less might have been a nervous habit. There were matters I had to attend to. And did no one ever tell you it is rude to answer a question with a question? I'll put it to you again, why are you here? The answer became quite obvious. I needed to talk to you. Impulsively, Renji reached out and took her by the arm, leading Retsu away from the opening to that room. If she was taken aback by his presumption, the ancient soul gave no sign. And really, he could hardly believe he had dared to touch the captain's person himself. But somehow it had dawned upon him that he did not want her to have to see that disgrace any sooner than was necessary. Perhaps it was odd to feel so proprietary towards his superior officer and a woman far older and more powerful than himself. At the same time, though, a part of him knew there was nothing else he could have done, without betraying his own sensibilities. When they were sufficiently around the bend of the colossal pillar so that no one could see them, he got right to the point. Captain, the first time we met, you told me that the battle I had been in might have affected my soul somehow. Can you tell me exactly what you meant by that? She stared at him out of dark blue eyes in a face that by all rights should have belonged to a woman his own age, if not younger. Then Anohana looked down, to where Renji's hand was still on her arm, before glancing up at him inquiringly through her lashes. If anyone were to see us right now, Abarai-kun, they might get the wrong idea. The realization of this caused him to flush, but just as he was about to remove the offending appendage, she swiftly reached up and laid her own hand over his. Before I answer you, please tell me this, why are you suddenly concerned over what happened so long ago? It was just a little hard to concentrate on anything but the feel of her skin touching his once again. His mind was drifting back to the time she had been tending to his injuries, sponging down his body, both soothing and frightening him with her words and fingers. There, too, was the memory of a pair of lips that had briefly touched his own. No, snap out of it, don't go there. This is important. I gained Bankai recently. Congratulations, she smiled at him, a gleam in her eye. The first time I did it, I was terrified, he continued. And not just from the surge of power. It's because when I looked at my sword's form, it made me think of. His earnest listener cocked her head curiously. What? Afraid of how she might react but not being able to live without telling someone, Renji finally got it out. Contra Corriente. The Arrancar I killed with Yucatec. My Bankai looks like she did, when she turned into that dragon Wyrm monster at the end. They looked at one another for several seconds. At last the elder Shinigami said, "Oh. I see. And it's not just that." Renji blurted out. After that day, my Zanpakuto changed, at least in spirit. It started talking to me with two voices. I didn't know what to make of it at first until I went inside it for the first time after that. Before Zabamera was always more of a snake, but now it looked like a white baboon with a snake for a tail. And it's not just how it looked like in Bankai. There's more than that. Whenever I bring it out, I gain this mantle over my arms and shoulders that protects me from damage, and on it there's something, like a mask. It almost looks like a hollows. He could barely stand to say it, but it was out there now. So what you are telling me, the healer goddess spoke gently, is that you fear you might be part hollow somehow. It hurt to hear her imply it, but there was no condemnation in her words. Yeah. And I wanted to ask you if you might know anything about stuff like this. I mean, since you are who you are, what do you? Anohana reached up suddenly and touched his face. His voice trailed off. Who I am, Renji-kun. Light, dry fingers traced over the tattoos on his eyebrows. There was a look of serious introspection in her eyes now. Do you mean as a captain of the Siraidai, a warrior who has lived for thousands of years and seen much that there is to know about combat between hollows and Shinigami? Or more as a healer, who has been faced with every conceivable torment that a body and soul can withstand? This close, Renji realized that he could smell her skin, and found it intoxicating. Do you see me as a mother figure to all of you, who looks after and tends to the soldiers under her care like they were her children? She traced down the tip of his nose, coming to rest over his mouth, the breath trembling out of his body registering in warm bursts. Or perhaps am I more of a woman to you, Renji-kun? A confidant and soulmate whom you can speak to and unburden yourself of those griefs that no one else can be trusted with, not even those people you have known since you were a child. There was something more than just a little disturbing about this, and he fidgeted slightly. Anohana, Teiko, I. Will you show it to me? Renji blinked. What? Your Bankai. Will you show it to me? He was gaping at her without fail. What, here? The lieutenant glanced about the deserted ring. Now. And the ageless beauty smiled at him mischievously. I'll show you mine if you show me yours. The prospect of seeing a legendary Bankai, whose release was unknown to him or anyone else, certainly had its appeal, he was forced to admit. But somehow, Renji drew back from her. Teiko, I can't. Not now. The temptress lowered her arm. Her face at that moment did not seem quite as loving and gentle as usual. Anohana then turned and walked slowly away. As he watched her depart, her voice drifted back to him. The potential for an inner hollow exists within every soul who has never known the blessing of a Kinso. That is what we seek to deny at times, but in truth, it is as much a part of our nature as Shinigami powers. One who was born in the world of the living and been beset by its joys and agonies, its temptations and hungers, is susceptible. And only by recognizing that this is not a path we would wish to walk upon can we prevent ourselves from falling into the clutches of our less gentle sides. Everyone from the living world can succumb to being a hollow, but not everyone can be a Shinigami. Our souls hold the potential for absolute forgiveness, Renji Abarai. It is our greatest strength, a gift to be cherished and used without fail. The female captain stopped and turned her head slightly to regard him. And Renji was surprised to find there were tears flowing down her cheek. You have striven for years to become stronger. That is part of what I love about you so, my dear. If you should find that not all your strength comes from virtue, all I ask is that you do not hate yourself for it. For I certainly do not. She left him there, staring dumbly after her, and proceeded into the underground assembly hall to help clean up the remains of the dead. Ajausama, the majordomo spoke slowly, looking more uncomfortable than she had ever known him. This is highly irregular. No precedents exist that would justify such an endeavor on the part of our house. With your brother still indisposed, I cannot permit. Forgive me, Rukia lifted her head while continuing to stroke the cat curled up in her lap, but are you attempting to dictate to me as if I were your servant? The old man's face grew still. For a moment, those still bright eyes gleamed out at her from the depths of his wrinkled sockets. Is that your best impersonation of Jinichi Maru, old-timer? Trust me, you're nothing compared to the original. I have no fear to spare on the likes of you anymore. This is what she thought. Out loud, all the wealthy heiress said was, well. Sitting in her brother's office in Kukaki Manor, Rukia regarded the elderly retainer from her seat behind a low mahogany desk. She had granted him permission to sit in her presence, only because she had not wished to antagonize this potentially helpful Sane's Chow without cause. Of course, that was 10 minutes ago, before he had attempted to patronize her like some spoiled little rich girl. She continued to regard him with a face devoid of any emotion, allowing her noble rank and his low status to do more damage to his mind than any word or expression possibly could. This was the mark of royalty. At last, the aged elder knelt before her in utmost subservience. "No, Lady Kukaki. Please do not think I mean you disrespect. I would never seek to deny your wishes. It has been my privilege to serve 3 generations of your house. For the sake of your brother and yourself, I am at your service." Rukia waited for him to try his next tactic. She knew it would not take long. And sure enough, within a second he was off once more. "I only meant to point out that your family does not do business directly with the souls beyond the walls of Siriti. The Kukaki are preeminent among the nobles, but even so, it would not be deemed proper of us to undertake such a prodigious exertion, especially with things the way they stand. After the sudden loss of government, were we to attempt such a drastic and widespread venture, it might be looked upon as a prelude to seizing power, establishing ourselves as a force of law within Seoul society. I would not dream of curtailing your ambitions, but perhaps it would be best to allow some time and think through our options before engaging in any speculative efforts. Take him down a notch." Dressed in ivory-colored robes with embroidered silver thread cranes, her hair artfully coiffed and held in place by jeweled pins, the lady of the manor said, "You first met me back in the academy, correct, Ji-san? There was no contact between us before then, am I right?" Obviously Greybeard recognized that he was still in dangerous territory, even more so since he was discussing her background. They both knew very well just where Rukia had lived the first 100 years of her life. But to ask him to admit to it like this was causing the major domo some distress, if the movement of his flapping throat was any indication. "There was not, my lady." She scratched behind the dozing kitty's ears, feeling it shiver with pleasure as she did so. "Then you never really had cause to see the conditions in which I grew up. And since, according to Nai-Isama, you yourself were never a Shinigami, you have no first-hand knowledge of what I endured while undergoing my training, do you?" "No, my lady." He was clearly trying to figure out where this line of talk was going. Best spell it out for him. "I have seen the state of affairs that holds sway in the outer rings. It is still fresh in my memory. And viewing it from my current position, I believe that something needs to be done. Now, when I speak of my position, I do not simply mean my place as your mistress and the current head of this family. I am also referring to myself as a death god, a warrior, and a soldier. Therefore," she continued, "I feel confident when I tell you that in terms of a military standpoint, the state of affairs in the Rokanga cannot be allowed to remain as they are. If, as Captain Yamamoto suspects, Aizen Sosuke intends to conquer Seoul society with an army of hollows, should he indeed lead an invasion, then the inhabitants of that plain, from Jiyunranen to Zaraki, would be nothing more than food for those fallen spirits. The available data of just what kind of force the traitor could muster is pitifully sparse, but to assume he could gather even half the current strength of the Godi I-13, it would constitute a massacre." Rukia locked eyes with her servant then, keeping him held with her words and Ryotsu. The major domo shivered from a sudden chill. "I find myself in a position and possessed of the inclination to avoid something so vile. Already I have spoken to representatives of the fourth in regards to logistics, the second in terms of construction, and the Kido Corps to determine transportation. I outlined my ideas to all of them, and they assured me that while it was indeed an ambitious project, it could be accomplished within the appointed time. However, rather than go directly through Godi channels, which would demand I seek approval from the Commander General now, I have decided to launch this enterprise under the auspices of the House of Kukaki. We have the capabilities for contracting out all labor, with only light supervisory help from the Shinigami divisions, if even that. It is within our power in terms of funding and resources, as well as contacts. In this way, we can see to the safety of every soul living under our protection. That is what I intend for the Kukaki to accomplish." She settled back and regarded him closely. "Will you aid me in seeing this dream become reality?" Rukia had expected him to at least take a second to respond. Instead she was mildly surprised when the stooped ancient abased himself without fail. "I will see to making the preparations immediately, my lady. Before the day is out, I shall enlist the aid of every available force at our disposal. Construction will begin by week's end. I give you my word, I shall not fail this house." That last sentence could be taken in many different ways, but she chose to give him the benefit of the doubt. Report to me as soon as you have made progress. I wish to take a direct hand in this matter always. Her own way of speaking around the subject. Don't try to yank me around on this, you old fossil. I've lived here long enough to know how things work. Money talks, and we've got enough to have everybody in the land of the dead babbling like idiots. Show everyone what the Kukaki are capable of accomplishing. A nod of her head gave the majordomo permission to withdraw. He scooted out backwards, doubled over at the waist. That he now intended to try and contact Byakuya to inform him of what was going on was almost a certainty. But in spite of this, she knew the old man would remain true to his word. That is, until he received a contradictory command from her elder brother. Now more than ever, Rukia regretted not having been to visit the 6th Squad captain since his transfer to the hospital. Granted, the reports indicated that he remained in a fragile state, but all the same, it might have been good to at least give him a heads up as to what his sister and temporary replacement as clan head intended to do. With a sigh, the determined young woman got back to the business of running the grandest house in all the afterlife. She opened scrolls and packets from various acquaintances, some imperative, but most simply tedious. Judging by the sheer volume of treatises and correspondence that the clan head apparently had to deal with on a daily basis, it was small wonder she had never seen much of Byakuya in her days at the manor. In addition, this served to explain at least a little of his characteristic dismal demeanor. However, his adopted sister remained undaunted. Mere paperwork and social introductions were not enough to cow her, not after what she had experienced in the last few decades, to say nothing of the last few days. Since taking up the momentarily vacant post, Rukia had performed with what she felt was exemplary grace and fortitude. She had settled a dispute between two minor dignitaries, arranged for a complete accounting of all the Kukaki holdings and estates, and even attended the wedding of some of Byakuya's distant relations. In truth, the experience of running the roost was doing her some good. Certainly it was an improvement over being locked in a cell awaiting death. At that thought, something she had been deliberately avoiding resurfaced. In her defense, there had been much to do of late. But just after Sode no Shirayuki had contacted her again, Rukia had found herself so overjoyed to visit her guardian spirit's abode once more that she had been willing to agree to anything it might ask of her. And the Zanpakuto had taken full advantage of that. Go to them, the dancing spirit had declared. Tell them you're sorry. Let them forgive you, if they can. Just stop running from this. That's all I ask. She had known automatically what those words meant. The thought of doing so and what it must involve almost caused her determination to quail, even more than when Ichimaru himself had taunted her hanging over empty space on the way to her death sentence. If you were willing to die to atone for it, then you must be willing to ask for forgiveness. Doesn't that sound much easier? Easier? Of course. More painful? Definitely. But she had made the decision to do this already. On the verge of death, Rukia had said goodbye to her loved ones, and herself. From out of that horrifying event a new resolve had been born. If she was going to continue living, it would be in a way that made the best of it. And so she must face the Shiba clan once again. The nameless cat leapt to the floor as she rose and moved over to a wardrobe in the corner. It was here that she had been told Byakuya kept information regarding any disgraced or cast-out families. She could have asked Ichigo or one of the others, but decided against it. This was something she had to do on her own. Kneeling to open the bottom drawer, at first glance what sprang out was a set of robes folded in on themselves. The first one she withdrew was orange with the cranes of their house in shiny black detail. It looked to be about half her brother's size. Was it something he had worn as a child? She had certainly never seen him in such a style of dress. It was of superlative design, really. On the inside of its back there was a symbol involving stars that struck a faint chord. Her feline familiar had padded up and peered at it, sniffing curiously. A stroke along its back made the animal purr appreciatively, and she then proceeded to withdraw the cloth in search of her true objective. Another kimono lay below that one, with the same design, only in yellow and gray, with another unfamiliar embroidered maker's symbol. Finally she came upon one that was green and white. This time she recognized the mark within as that belonging to the Shiba clan. Lifting it out, Rukia noticed at the bottom of this pile there was a plain white robe. This one had something tucked inside it, though, perhaps the length of her forearm. She brought out the bundle of fabric and examined it curiously. Rukia felt the cat nuzzle against her knee, and reached down without looking to run her hands through its fur. What's inside here, anyway? Funny. Was the kitty's hair always so long? Ah, that feels good. Rukia froze. The breath caught in her throat. She looked down. Golden eyes stared back at her, and one of them winked. Think you could scratch behind my ear, Rukia? I love it when you do that. The naked woman then shut her eyes and settled her head in Rukia's lap with a sigh. Oh my, that's a first. Springing away, the royal maiden lost her center of balance and promptly landed flat on her back. For a moment there were stars dancing before her eyes, and all she could do was gaze spellbound at the ceiling. Breathe in, and out. Then the brown-skinned woman crawled over and looked down at her. Did you hit your head? Kukaki sat up swiftly then, intending to put herself in a better position. However, all this did was bring her nose to nose with this smolderingly attractive and, yes, she was right the first time, completely nude human female. They both sat there for a few moments, looking at each other. Then the woman grinned. And leaning in, she placed a kiss on Rukia's cheek. This socially acceptable practice lost some of its innocence when it proceeded to last somewhat longer than a mere peck on the cheek should. As this realization was just coming about, the brazen lady drew back, ran a hand through her hair, and laughed cheerfully. At this moment, something clicked. I've seen this person before. Outside the repentance cell. She challenged Byakuya and won. Her name is... Help. Warm. Soft. What? Sorry, I was distracted there. What was the question again? Yuriyuki. The dumbstruck damsel blinked, bringing herself back to reality. I beg your pardon. You looked like you were trying to remember my name. It's Yuriyuki. Shihoin Yuriyuki. Rukia stared at the purple-haired vixen before her. Since her brain was already striving to connect the dots in terms of names, it suddenly made a bold leap to another pocket of memory. One labeled, Shihoin. The first word that sprang out was, royalty. The second failed to come, because Rukia bowed down so fast she banged her head against the floor. Coming up, she blurted out, Lady Shihoin, I. Pain registered. Ow. This brought another lyrical laugh from her fellow noble, and at this, Rukia dropped her hand from her forehead and tried her very best to act dignified. Lady Shihoin, forgive my discourtesy. I am Kukaki Rukia. It is an honor to make your acquaintance. Very well done. I applaud your spirit, Lady Kukaki. She clapped lightly, and then settled down in a cross-legged position. But in point of fact, I made your acquaintance quite a while ago. This time, it only took a second. The cat. Rukia breathed. She looked down at her hands, then up again. The cat in Urahara's shop. It was you. Then and now, always, and forever. Yuriyuki the Prowler, at your service. She made a twirl of her hand, and bowed at the waist, then came up with a flip of her shining hair to regard her unwitting hostess once more. It was you, the tiny Shinigami repeated. Her voice had gotten very soft. Back then, when I almost died on assignment, you're the one who saved me from that thing. Yuriyuki was no longer smiling. She cocked her head and studied the girl, fabulous eyes examining her so intently that Rukia felt to be the one stripped bare, in spite of the layers of clothing she wore. Then the limber lioness stood up. I need to borrow some clothes. Do you mind? The older woman waited patiently. After a while, Rukia finally found the strength to nod. As her guest turned away, the diminutive royal brought a hand up to her cheek. This was all happening so fast, it was too much to take in all at once. This was Yuriyuki Shihoin, head of a family that was second only to the Kukaki in terms of power. She was a Shinigami captain to boot. And, now that she remembered fully, a condemned traitor to Soul Society, in regards to some fiasco that happened 100 years ago. This is the person whom I've been carrying around my neck and petting for the last 3 days, feeding her sushi, letting her sleep next to me in bed, even. Yuriuki bent over to sift through the small pile of clothes left on the floor. As she did, her head suddenly dropped, and she regarded Rukia steadily from this upside-down position. Enjoying the view. This comment let the young woman know that she had indeed been staring at the captain's outthrust posterior, and instantly she snapped her head to one side, gazing fixedly at a point on the wall and fighting the blush that was creeping from her face all the way down her neck and, she suspected, over her entire body. A moment later, there came the sound of cloth rustling, followed by tearing. Unconsciously, Rukia turned back around. Yuriuki was now sporting the shining orange and black robe. However, she had cut off the lower portion from about halfway to her knees on down. The sash was knotted loosely in the middle, and a great deal of skin and cleavage was still prominently on display from the opening. Turning one way, then another, she lifted one well-developed leg back and examined over her shoulder. Fits pretty well, considering it's 100 years old and meant for a boy, the svelte shapeshifter mused aloud. Then craning back to regard Rukia once more, she lifted one hand by way of farewell. I'd love to stay and talk to you, but there's something important I just can't put off any longer. I'll be back around supper time. Tell the chef to fix some spicy fish, we both like that. Later, Kukaki Rukia. There was a flash, and then Rukia was alone in the room. Well, she seemed nice. No answer came from the blade's wielder. After a few seconds of indecision, she got to her feet and trotted over to the wardrobe once more. What Yuriuki had said, about putting things off, that had served to remind her of what she had been doing over there in the first place. After a few minutes, the information she wanted finally presented itself in a small black lacquer box. Tucking it off to the side, Rukia then proceeded to return everything to its original place. As she picked up the folded white robe, however, something seemed off. Then it came to her. It doesn't weigh as much as before. Whatever had been inside it was gone. Could you flex your fingers for me, Teiku? Byakuya proceeded to do so, and Isane watched him carefully, keeping one hand on his bandaged forearm. She remained alert to any sign of disturbance on his part. Is there any lingering pain? No, came the immediate response. He would not tell us if there was. The man might be a shining example of nobility, but he is a miserable excuse for a patient. Lieutenant Katetsu tried not to sigh out loud. She had been tasked with seeing to the 6th Squad head's recuperation after Anohana declared him out of danger 2 days back. Truth be told, he had made a remarkable recovery considering his injuries, even owing to the incomparable quality of healing her own captain had bestowed upon him. But it was still hard to attend to someone who barely seemed interested in his own well-being. Honestly, it was like he had been trying to kill himself. Everything seems fine. She drew back and unslung a stethoscope from around her neck. Now, I'll just check your breathing. If you could, remove your shirt. He proceeded to do so. The plain hospital gown slid smoothly down past his shoulders, pooling at his elbows. The process only took a few seconds, but in Isane's mind, it lasted much, much longer. Her eyes traveled up and down his pale skin, roaming over muscles and ligaments that were heartbreakingly perfect. It was a shame so much of him was covered by bandages, but in a way, the peaks she was getting of his deltoids and abdominals were all the more enthralling for the knowledge that it was not the full picture. Something to look forward to, in her dreams. Would you like me to heat up some sake? Maybe play some romantic music while you ogle this poor half-dead victim? Really, Isane, where are your priorities? In his pants. What? I beg your pardon. There came a pause. Itagumo, did I just say that out loud? Apparently, by the way he was looking at her, the answer must be yes. A voice in Isane's head that might have been her own began a very loud and prolonged scream. As it did so, she placed the stethoscope against his warm marble back and calmly lied. Respirants, Captain. It means breaths in French, by which I meant for you to take several deep breaths. I'm studying the language. If we could proceed? I have other patients to tend to. Byakuya spoke no more, only complied with her instructions. Nicely done. Thank you. You can breathe now. In a minute. Wouldn't want to hyperventilate. Her fingers were agonizingly close to touching his skin, something she had sworn to herself she would not permit, no matter how rare and completely reasonable the opportunity. It was true that doctors often touch their patients. It's only natural. Like in bathing, or checking their temperature. Sometimes they rub down their muscles. Sometimes they even stroke those muscles. Languidly. Sensuously. Erotically. Lieutenant Kotetsu withdrew the device, taking it out of her ears. I'm very pleased to tell you that you seem to be recovering nicely, Kukaki Teiko. Glad to hear it. Behind her, the door whipped open suddenly, and someone entered the room. Jerking around in shock, Isane only caught a glimpse of something orange and black, purple and gold. Then this something was standing beside the bed, and they seemed to be. Yes, actually, they were definitely hoisting Byakuya Kukaki over their shoulder. For a moment he and Isane were looking at each other eye to eye, and it was difficult to determine which of them appeared more nonplussed by this turn of events. I need to borrow your patient for a while. No worries, I'll bring him back in one piece, Isane Dono. Then the window opened. A rush of air caused the curtains to flutter and her silver braids to whip around her head. Afterwards, Isane found herself to be alone. Looking around, she gave a short nod. Yes, no doubt in my mind. Teiko's going to kill me when she learns about this, Isane murmured calmly. A hand came down on her shoulder. Learns about what, Isane-chan? The barest whimper escaped her throat. She then turned about to try and explain to Anoha Naretsu something she did not fully comprehend herself. Yuriuki. Byakuya strove to make himself heard over the wind roaring by. Put me down at once. She only shifted him around on her shoulder, racing at shunpo speed through a world that was reduced to blurred streaks in his vision. Oh, calm down. We're almost there. Her seething baggage was forced to content himself with this. Words never had much effect on Yuriuki, and at the current time he was rather incapable of responding with anything else. He knew for a fact that his legs were still unable to bear his weight, so there was no chance of outrunning her. In addition, his death god power remained at a pitifully weak level. This meant Kido spells were unlikely to do much good, along with calling upon Senbon Zakura to try and get him out of this. On top of that, something told Byakuya that, for all her appearance of being light-hearted, now was not the time to try and mess with the Flash Goddess. You do not piss off Sensei. If something was important, you remembered it. And that was one lesson he had never been in danger of forgetting, not in 100 years, nor 100,000. So he allowed himself to go limp, letting his eyes travel downwards. In spite of his depleted state, he was pleased to note that he was still able to pick out some distinction in her racing legs. That was good. It meant that his perceptions were returning to normal. For a while there, everything had been painfully slow. He suspected from the first day that the healer lieutenant had used her Zanpakuto's abilities to slow down the Ryotsu pace of his body, allowing him to recuperate at a safer pace. It was understandable, but galling, nonetheless. While he was considering the latest indignity to be foisted off on him, they drew to a halt. Byakuya then found himself deposited gently under the boughs of a white birch tree in a forest, still dressed in the hospital gown. Before him stood his former master and lover, attired only in a spare robe that it took him a moment to recognize was a ceremonial garment he had worn in his youth when entertaining the Shihoan family. Having robes made in the color of your allies was a custom his great-grandfather had introduced, and as a result, his wardrobe was. You look like hell, Byakuya Bozu. His pride flared. Arranging his limbs into a more presentable position, the son of royalty adopted a semblance of cool dignity. Perhaps now would be the proper time to point out to you that such foolish mockery is no longer acceptable between us. I am lord of the Kukaki. In spite of what befell you a century ago, you remain a noblewoman. I will thank you to conduct yourself as such. He drew himself up, steel-gray eyes locking with the cat goddess golden orbs. Yuriuki regarded him steadily, arms laced over her chest. Are you finished? Kukaki gave a lift of his head. I am. Good. Then let's get one thing straight here. Without warning, her foot shot out and connected with his throat, pinning him against the tree. Gagging, Byakuya brought his hands up and tried to force the obstruction away. However, though he strove to his utmost, the rock-hard limb did not give an inch. Looking up at her, He froze at the unforgettable sight of wrath that shone clearly on his sensei's face. You disgraced yourself, Byakuya Kukaki, she spoke in murmuring remonstrance. You allowed yourself and the ones under your protection to become the victims of evil men. I don't know what excuse you invented to preempt you from doing what needed to be done, but it was worthless, whatever it was. As a result, you worked every day for the last 50 years side by side with the monster who arranged the torture and mutilation of several of your fellow captains. Did you never stop to consider that? She applied a little more pressure with her foot before leaning back to allow him to breathe. Teeth gritted, her former student glared up at her, hair falling in his eyes, striving unsuccessfully but unrepentantly to push her back. I do not have to explain myself to anyone. Not even you, Yuriuki. Byakuya snapped. Long ago, she had taught him to never let his anger blind him to any opportunities or truths. But right now, he was too tired to care about the benefits of that teaching. I remained here in this world, trying to keep it from falling apart, while you fled with that heedless laughing fool who thought himself superior to everyone because there was nothing he would not countenance. You think I did not know what Jinichi Maru, Kaname Tissen, and even Aizen Sosuke were? Even Kenpei Kazaraki recognized those two as threats. And as for their master, I never forgot who it was that testified against the man you chose to risk your life for. Did you think I would take his word over yours? Do you think I was not prepared to strike every one of them down if I had the slightest proof of their treachery? She pulled away then, and he took a good lungful of the warm air. Above him, light sparkled from between verdant green leaves, painting a warm mix of sunshine and shadows all over their bodies. Staring at him, Yuriuki looked as though she were grieving. Who weren't you willing to strike down, Byakuya Kukaki, captain of the 6th squad of the Godi I-13? If you and Kisuke had met in the mortal world, and Yamamoto commanded you to take his head, would you have done it? The way she said the other outlaw's name caused color to rise to his cheeks. Questions and preoccupations that had forever lingered at the back of his mind now sprang to the fore. Were the two sleeping together now? Had they always been, actually? Was that why she had discarded her place as his friend and lover so readily, without a word of farewell? I got a sword out of that deal. What did Kisuke Urahara get of yours, my lady? He could have said it. But seeing her face now, really looking at it, was starting to affect him in a way that he had not known since. My wife. Stirring, the military and royal paragon dropped his eyes, lest the sight of her cause him to speak out of turn. Of course I would have killed him. What reason would there be not to? Even out of the corner of his eye, he could see her body stiffen. He was innocent, Byakuya. Yes. His voice sounded humiliatingly weak when he spoke next. But guilt or innocence would not have had any relevance to my decision. I would not have slain the man whom the Chamber of 46 and Commander General Yamamoto condemned as a criminal deviant, responsible for conducting holofication experiments on dozens of innocent people. Those charges, true or false, meant nothing to me. Now he felt himself willing and ready to look back at the lady once more. The expression on her face was demanding an answer. And so he gave her one. But I would have killed the man who took you away from me. Whether it was your choice or not, I hated Kisuke Urahara for being so careless, so ignorant, and foolish that the only way for him to be saved was for you to put your own life at risk. I lost the woman I loved on that day, as surely as if you had died. In the way she looked at him, he saw the first intimation of true pain, and knowing that he had brought it upon her served to unlock his own mingled feelings of shame and self-reproach. That was how I dishonored myself, Yuriuki. When you left, I became a void. People poured love and compassion, honors, and praise into me. I drank it all in, and wound up empty. To those worthy souls, I gave back only scorn and bitterness. I was a source of misery to my family, and try as they might, nothing could serve to provoke me to change my ways. Everywhere I went, there was only the ceaseless ache of remorse. I was a dead man, my love. For close to 50 years, I was a wound upon the hearts of my loved ones and the world. And then I met Hisuna. Even now, the thought brought equal parts joy and bitterness to his heart. She made beautiful works of art, and yet she was miserable, Yuriuki. The first time we communicated was through a written sign on a wall. In those words I saw a person who had given up on themselves and was simply waiting for death to take them. And it finally dawned upon me that I had been behaving in precisely the same way, except it was like I was already dead. She had spelled the truth out for me in black and white. Upon witnessing this, I felt something real for the first time since you and I parted. I suppose you could call it compassion. I wanted to help this person. The thought never even occurred to me that by doing so, I could actually help myself. But even if neither of us realized it, as soon as we met, that was precisely what happened. Hisana, she afforded me the respect my name should have endeared. But more than that, she treated me tenderly. As if she recognized that I was injured but refused to admit to it. He glanced down at the bandages adorning his chest, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. I suppose some things never change. His gaze drifted around their sylvan setting, and Byakuya slumped back against the rough white bark. I asked her to be my wife when I could no longer stand to part from her, even for a night. Her happiness was something I wanted to assure at every given moment. It was like what I felt for you. Having experienced that sensation once before, I could recognize it as love. And so we were wed. It was a sweet solace, one that lasted for 5 years. And then she died. He looked back at his first love once more. It was like losing you, my parents, and myself all over again. I could feel her strength giving way, year after year, like some essential part of her soul was deserting her with every passing second. And there was nothing I could do to stop it. Between one moment and the next, before the first sakura blossoms of that year could open, I was deprived of the woman I had fallen in love with, the wife who shared my name, and the reason I had to look forward to every day. In spite of all that she had brought into my life, I had never been able to comfort her the way she had me. Hisana despised herself, all due to a momentary weakness in her past. She would have given up her own life to make amends for that mistake. And I, who could deny her nothing, swore to bring that misery to an end, even if she was not alive to see it. I granted my wife's dying wish. And by doing so, I reclaimed my own honor. Byakuya settled his arm on one upraised knee, closing his eyes. Speaking the truth like this, unburdening himself at long last to someone he could trust, was serving to grant him the most wonderful state of peace. It was of a like he hadn't known in years. Yoriyuki spoke not a word, and so he continued. Having only recently reclaimed it, I was somewhat careless in its application. I swore on my honor, before the graves of my parents, that I would permit no further shame to befall our family by my actions. I gave my word that I would uphold the laws of Suritii no matter what it might cost me. I thought that my honor was great enough to bear any burden. All thanks to the people I had loved, it had grown strong. I truly believed that there was nothing and no one who could oppose me then, whether it be Aizen or Yamamoto himself. I was blinded by conceit, Yoriyuki, just as you always warned me against. That was why I never realized that the greatest opponent lay not without, but within. He grimaced at the memory, bringing his fingers up to touch his brow. When Rukia was sentenced to death, I found my honor to be my enemy. To live with it, I would have to sacrifice the very thing that had made it mine again. You must know that I agonized over this, Yoriyuki. But try though I might, I could divine no solution to the problem. In the end, I chose my honor over my pride. I let her go to death. It was I who petitioned the Central 46 to lessen her stay of execution from 35 to 25 days. This was so that she would not have to suffer any longer than was necessary. I even wheedled them into granting her a Sokioku sentence, so that this way, I would have to be there with her when she died. So that I too could suffer through her final moments. It was the only concession I would allow myself. There seemed to be no other way. His eyes fluttered open once more, and he watched the dancing cadence of light play between his fingers. I should have realized, when I saw you again, that you had come to make clear what I was too ignorant to see. I was defeated from the moment you escaped me on the bridge, I see that now. When your latest student came to challenge me, I never dreamed that he was there acting in your place, striving to open my eyes to the enormity of what I had conceived to allow, through conceit. So many people tried to make me see. I remember now, long ago, how Kayenshiba sought to explain to me when I asked him how a brother should behave to his sister. He said to me, older brothers are born first, so that they can protect their little sisters. It seemed like sentimental tripe at the time, of no help to me. But now I understand that even he was trying to teach me a lesson. It simply took a stronger man to beat that lesson into me. Light and shadow on the ground. Black and white. For just a second he saw that fiendish blood-stained mask again, black and yellow eyes staring at him with laughter and madness in their depths. Even when faced with such a horror, he had treated it as if this were an honorable duel, asking for its name. "You want to know my name?" it had taunted him gleefully. "I don't have a name." And true to his word, that boy had proceeded to reveal greater resolve than Byakuya had. First by demonstrating how to crush his own demons, and then going on to crush Byakuya himself. He whispered the name of the man who had defeated him. "Kurosaki." "Ichigo." The dejected noble looked up at his audience once more. Yuriyuki wore a mask of impassivity. If she had been affected in any way by his tale, she gave no sign of it. A hangman could not have looked so unforgiving. "So you admit to everything. Is that the truth, Byakuya?" she said at last. "There's nothing you're hiding from me." He shrugged his shoulders. "No. Nothing." The purple-haired warrior continued to regard him. And then she said, "You're such a fucking liar." Reaching into her robe, Yuriyuki withdrew something and flung it at Byakuya's feet. It was a knife. A plain, unadorned dagger with white cotton bandages wrapped around its hilt. For a moment he stared at it, uncomprehending. Then recognition struck home, and the aristocrat's skin went even paler. His blood ran cold. He shot a look filled with shock and outrage up at Yuriyuki. She bore it with total aplomb. "Where did you get this?" he shouted at her, face livid. Shame crawled up his throat again, threatening to choke him off. Everything he thought he had come to terms with now erupted forth like a spewing wound. All his failures and mistakes reared their ugly heads once more, and Byakuya Kukaki found himself squatting in the dirt with tears running down his face. "I was with Rukia today. She actually came across it, presumably while trying to locate the Shiba clan's new address. You must have thought you were very clever, hiding it in that chest reserved for the discarded paraphernalia of disgraced houses where no servants would think to clean or look." The princess of the Shihoan was speaking in an icy tone, as if he were a peasant that had committed some horrible infraction. It was an absolutely chilling display. "As soon as I saw the robe, I knew your intent. Your scent was still fresh upon them both. I revealed myself to her to keep your sister from finding out just what kind of person her brother really was." He could stomach that look on her face no further. Byakuya turned his head away, feeling sickened by his own disgrace. On that day, for the first time in his whole life, the proudest noble in the Seirai knelt on the ground and begged. "Take it away. Please, Yuriyuki, I beg you. It means nothing now. Please, by whatever you felt for me, don't do this. It's because of my feelings that I will do this, Byakuya. And that's how you will come to understand them." She moved to squat before him, plucking the knife from the rich soil. The accusing note in her voice did not fade, as she leveled the weapon at his face. So this is what the great Byakuya Kukaki finally settled upon as the only way things could possibly turn out. Let that innocent girl, your own wife's sister whom you had vowed to protect, go up to die on that hill like a criminal, then go home and cut your belly open afterwards? Put on the traditional white robe like a good little noble, sit down in Caesar to demonstrate remorse, and shove a knife into your guts. Please. He had drawn up into a ball, hands wrapped around his head like a child seeking to escape blame. Please don't. Please. You make me sick, Byakuya. She spit at him. Have you really become that stupid? Did nothing I ever said to you back then actually settle in that thick arrogant skull of yours? When I first met Rukia, I remember thinking how laughable it was that she actually feared you, that she thought you could hurt her. I couldn't imagine a situation where that would happen, knowing you as well as I did. But I guess that made me a fool too, didn't it? Because you would have hurt her, wouldn't you? You would have killed her, without hesitation or shedding a tear, because you knew that you would just go home and commit seppuku immediately afterwards. Is that how you were going to preserve your precious honor? You were going to kill yourself? You goddamn useless. And Yoryuki flung the knife so that it buried itself into the wood a scant inch above his bowed neck. Coward. Byakuya Kukaki remained unmoving. He stayed where he was, thinking of nothing, feeling nothing. It was like his brain was shutting down, and taking him into the bliss of oblivion rather than face what this woman knew. He thought he could feel no more after this. But he was wrong. For of a sudden, he became aware of two arms coming around him, and a warm body pressing against his own. "You are such a damned fool!" Yoryuki sobbed, holding onto him tight. Her tears fell into his hair, and she kissed the back of his head lightly, golden eyes flooding over with grief. "I hated you so much when I realized it, I thought I could have killed you. But that would have been pretty stupid too, right? Killing you for wanting to kill yourself." She tried to laugh, but all that came out was a sob. Instead, the grief-stricken young woman pressed her face into his hair, letting that soft silken touch remind her of times that they had spent in this very woods, running and playing and laughing, talking, shouting, making love. Suicides are so damn arrogant. You place what you're feeling over everybody else. I'd be surprised if you didn't poison Rukia with this idiocy unintentionally. She never did try and save her life, did she? You didn't bother to consider any of the people who would be left behind at all, did you? Not really. Oh, I'm sure you made plans and arrangements, and saw that everyone would be taken care of financially and so forth. But did you never stop to consider how they would feel? Coming up, Yoryuki took hold of Byakuya's head and raised it until his glistening gray eyes met her own tear-filled ones. And she kissed him. Pulling away, the goddess peered concernedly into his face, looking for something no one else could see. "Did you never think about your grandfather? Did you never even consider me? How I would feel if I learned you were dead? Damn it to hell, Byakuya, I love you. I have been in love with you since the first time you scowled at me and called me a workat. Who does that sort of thing to me, anyway? Only you. No one else. They wouldn't have the courage to even think it, much less say it out loud. So having done that, having mocked and taunted and challenged me for so long without any qualms, how could you possibly do something that would make you so ashamed of yourself that you felt you had to die for it? That's not you," she continued forcefully. "I know you. You are Byakuya Kukaki, the man I love. Not just Captain Kukaki, or Lord Kukaki. That's the person everyone knows. I'm talking about Byakuya, the boy who made love to me in a tree. Byakuya, who saw a penniless artist tearing her own heart out from grief and splashing it all over the canvas without anyone bothering to recognize it, and proceeded to lift her up and love her and care for her the rest of that girl's life. Byakuya, who challenged the laws of his own clan and everyone in Siriti by adopting that child's sister as his own, defying all customs and taboos for the simple reason that someone he loved had asked him to. That is the man I loved and do love and will love until my heart is no longer my own. You're not just who you think you are. You are whom the people you love believe you to be. That's what love is, don't you understand?" He looked at her then, absorbing the sight of this fabulous being who had loved him with an enduring passion that lasted 100 years. "Yoryuki," Byakuya whispered. His fingers rose and touched her cheek incredulously, as if fearful she might disappear, leaving only her mocking laughter to lead him on the chase once more. "You're back. My Yoryuki. My love." "Yes," the speed phantom cupped her hand against his own. "I came back, my beautiful Byakuya. Did you doubt I could? Remember who I am. Nothing's impossible for me." "I know," he murmured, lost in the sight of her after so long, drinking it in like a man dying of thirst. "I remember everything now." So saying, he leaned in and pressed his mouth against hers in a heated, trembling, longing kiss. They came together then, his hands sliding the robe away from her body, while hers sliced apart the bandages and scattering them all about. She lay atop his chest, gently kissing and touching him, careful of his wounds. After a few moments, though, Byakuya made it clear that his injuries would serve as no hindrance, when he grasped her hips and flipped her on her back, making her gasp when he slid over and into his lover's burning body. After all their time apart, it seemed that neither of them could stand to be without the other for a second longer. Yoryuki sobbed now in ecstasy as her beloved pushed with all his might, seeking to be as close together as possible. Her nails raked along his back, drawing faint red lines, making him arch upward and cry out with renewed pleasure. He then dove back in, kissing her neck and shoulders, feeling her breasts crush against him even as her warmth welcomed him in and accepted his offering. The peak of their lovemaking was heralded with a shared cry that was heard by no one but themselves. Hours later, Byakuya Kukaki lay with Yoryu Akishihoin nestled dreaming in his embrace. In spite of the exhaustion that beset his weary limbs, sleep would not come. He could not bear to miss even a second of feeling her against him once more. Wide awake, the young lord watched the refraction of sunlight off her gleaming hair and skin, seeming to light the world with its warmth and power. After a little while, a sensation tickled through his chest. Strange yet familiar, he tried to place it. When it finally dawned upon him, the answer seemed so right and sweet that he couldn't help but smile, so big that anyone who knew Byakuya would fail to recognize him. Byakuya? What is that? This? This is what I missed most, my friend. Purring. To be continued. Check the description for the links to the author.